Pain. My stomach felt like someone had poured a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid into it. Asterisk asterisk. I forced my eyelids open. My belly had been starving for so long that it couldn't even growl anymore. All that remained were waves of tearing cramps and spasms. The pain made me curl up on the hard wooden bed like a shrimp. Then, a massive wave of unfamiliar memories was violently shoved into my mind. My name is Zhang Cheng. 1 second ago, I was watching a TV drama called Full House and mocking it wildly. The next second, I had somehow traveled back to 1959, the first year of the Great Famine era in China. And to make matters worse, I landed right inside that infamous courtyard full of so-called beasts, the middle section of compound number 95. The original owner of this body was 20 years old, same name as me. But he had literally starved to death. There wasn't even a single grain of food left in the house, not even enough for a mouse. And there wasn't a single coin in his pocket. Despair. Overwhelming, all-consuming despair. Had I traveled all this way just to experience being starved to death all over again? Ah. At that very moment, a piercing pain suddenly shot through my head. An ancient, heavy stone door appeared without warning deep within my mind. Before I could even confirm whether this was just a hallucination from hunger, the stone door slowly creaked open. Everything went dark before my eyes. When I opened them again, the crumbling mud walls around me were gone. In their place was a dense forest. Cluck cluck, a sharp chicken cry exploded right beside my ear. I whipped my head around and saw a plump wild pheasant, easily 3 or 4 pounds, with bright glossy feathers, strutting confidently toward me. Meat. Living, breathing meat. My eyes were red with hunger. Like a starving wolf pouncing on prey, I lunged straight at the pheasant on pure instinct. But this pheasant wasn't afraid of humans at all. It let out a strange squawk, spread its wings, stretched out its neck, and pecked at me viciously. Ow, what the heck? I got pecked hard and cursed out loud from the pain. But give up my life-saving meal that was already in reach. In my dreams, I gritted my teeth, endured the pain, and swung wild haymaker punches, entering a chaotic brawl with this pheasant. We fought for a full minute. I took countless hits, but finally I landed a punch that snapped its neck. As the pheasant took its last breath, a dazzling white light flew out of its body and instantly shot into me. Ding! A semi-transparent virtual panel suddenly popped up before my eyes. Hunting space. Level 1. 1 out of 10. Note: at the current level, 5 pheasants refresh daily. Host: Zhang Cheng. Age 20. Portable storage. 10 slots. Identical items can stack up to 99. Note: the host is absolutely invincible within the hunting space and cannot die. Awesome. No health bar or anything. This isn't a game. This is my own personal divine domain. I didn't even have time to study it carefully. With a single thought, I instantly flashed out of the space. I rushed into the kitchen in the real world, grabbed a bundle of firewood and a box of matches, and in the blink of an eye, flashed back into the space. I lit a fire and stared at the dead chicken in my hands, but then hit a problem. Without hot water, how was I supposed to pluck the feathers? But the moment that thought crossed my mind, a miracle happened. The feathers on the pheasant, as if brushed by an invisible giant hand, instantly fell off completely, revealing tender, plump, white chicken meat. You could do that too? Overjoyed, I tentatively gave another command. Gut it and clean it. Swish. The power of the space activated again. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly cleaned pheasant, without a single drop of blood, landed steadily in my hands. Divine skill. This was absolutely a divine skill. I forced down my pounding heart, skewered the pheasant with a wooden stick, propped it over the fire, and started roasting it like crazy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before long, golden droplets of grease dripped down, and the rich, overpowering aroma of roasting meat came flooding into my nostrils. My mouth watered instantly. It's done. I couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring how scalding hot it was, I took a huge bite. Grease dripped everywhere. The meaty flavor exploded in my mouth. This was absolutely the most incredible thing I had ever tasted in my entire life. 3 or 4 pounds of chicken meat vanished into my stomach like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. So satisfying. I slumped down onto the ground, rubbing my round belly, and let out a long, contented breath. Now that I was full, it was time to get down to business. The space refreshes 5 pheasants every day. I had just killed one, which meant there were still 4 pheasants in the forest waiting for me. To avoid another clumsy brawl, I flashed back to the kitchen with a single thought and dug out a chipped, worn-out kitchen knife. I returned to the space once more. With a weapon in hand, I was basically the god of slaughter. Blade rose, blade fell. In less than 10 minutes, I easily slaughtered all 4 remaining pheasants and stored their bodies perfectly in my portable storage. For more streams of white light entered my body. Now I understood. As long as I killed enough, 10 in total, to gather the white light, the space would upgrade to level 2. By then, there would not only be more prey, but maybe even wild boars and clueless deer. With a cheat like this, forget just surviving 3 years of famine. I could eat like a king in this courtyard every single day. After clearing out the prey, I began to survey this territory, roughly the size of a soccer field. Looking at the dozen or so sparse trees on the ground, a bold idea suddenly popped into my head. I reached out and forcefully snapped off a thick branch. But what happened next made me gasp in shock right on the spot. That broken tree trunk, in the blink of an eye, healed itself back to its original state at a visible speed. And the broken branch clutched in my hand suddenly dissolved into points of light and vanished into thin air. This space, what kind of terrifying rules was it hiding? Now that I was full, I refused to give up. I bent down and swung the worn knife into the ground of the space. The moment the soil was turned over, it instantly restored itself back to flat, without leaving even the slightest scratch. Man, this space was basically telling me straight up, farming is impossible. This place belongs purely to slaughter. Whatever. With this endless supply of meat refreshing every day, why would I bother suffering through farming anyway? I exited the space and lay back down on the hard wooden bed, but I was too excited to sleep at all. My mind was completely occupied with plans. After daybreak, how should I deal with that pack of ruthless beasts in the courtyard? And how could I use the space to make a fortune? Ding! Midnight, exactly 0 hours. A crisp notification sound rang out in my mind. The space prey has refreshed. The host is welcome to enter the space to hunt at any time. I could farm monsters again. I grabbed the knife and flashed into the space without hesitation. The moment I landed, 5 freshly refreshed pheasants came flapping their wings and charging at me. Did they still think I was that weak little wimp from before? Slash slash slash. My stamina had recovered, and I beheaded them all like chopping vegetables. As the last stream of white light entered my body, a mechanical voice as beautiful as heaven's music exploded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your hunting experience has reached the threshold. The space has officially upgraded to level 2. Boom. A surge of violent, warm energy instantly coursed through my limbs and bones. The hidden injuries left by starvation were instantly smoothed away. My muscles became incredibly firm. I suddenly clenched my fist, my bones cracking, and the strength throughout my entire body had actually more than doubled. Amazing. This feeling of explosive power was absolutely addictive. Then, the ground of the space trembled. Beyond the original forest, a vast, lush grassland expanded out of nowhere. Level 2 space has unlocked new prey. Wild rabbits, quantity 10. Pheasant count increased to 10. Total daily prey, 20. Congratulations, host, on passing the beginner phase. A deluxe beginner gift package has been issued. Please choose your beginner weapon. Hunter's short blade or Hunter's short bow. Please choose your beginner skill. Hunter's blade technique or archery. There were even skill and weapon rewards. Logically, choosing the bow was the safest option for hunting. But at that very moment, a deeply buried fear from the original owner's memories suddenly surged up, making my whole body tremble uncontrollably. The war god of the courtyard. Silly Zhu. That jerk who relied on his natural brute strength and would casually pin the original owner to the ground and beat him savagely. Forget the bow. I wanted close combat. I wanted to beat Silly Zhu into a dead dog with my own 2 hands. I choose the hunter's short blade and the hunter's blade technique. I gritted my teeth and roared in my heart. The moment the words fell, a short blade gleaming with cold light dropped into my hand. At the same time, a massive flood of combat memories poured into my brain like sudden enlightenment. Stab, sweep, slice. 11 extremely refined killing moves instantly became my body's instinctive muscle memory. The most incredible part was, I realized that even without a blade in hand, as long as I performed this blade technique with my fists, I could still hammer someone until their tendons snapped and bones broke. Silly Zhu, huh? War god of the courtyard, huh? You'd better not mess with me, or I'll show you what true cruelty really means. Now that I had learned the divine skill, I gripped my short blade and charged into the newly unlocked grassland, radiating killing intent. Soon, a giant wild rabbit, easily 16 or 17 pounds and dripping with fat, darted out. Wow, that could make so many pots of stew. My mouth started watering instantly. I dashed forward in one leap. The rabbit reacted lightning fast, slamming its hind legs hard against my blade with a loud clang. The force was astonishing. But unfortunately, in the face of the maxed-out hunter's blade technique, all resistance was futile. Flash. Cold light flashed, and the rabbit died instantly. Only when I picked up the body did I discover something amazing. Despite the many strikes I had landed, there was only one fatal wound on its body, and not a single drop of blood had been spilled. It was completely game-like. Clear the health bar and death is instantly declared, with even the pelt remaining perfectly intact. This was absolutely premium merchandise, tailor-made for selling. Not only could I sell it for a high price, but I wouldn't have to deal with any bloody mess that might raise suspicion. I cut loose and became a ruthless assassin. In just half an hour, 10 fat wild rabbits and 10 pheasants were all slaughtered by me like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. My experience points soared by 20. Even my portable storage expanded to 20 slots. I returned to reality loaded with spoils, lay comfortably on the bed, and opened the virtual panel with a thought. Hunting space. Level 2. 30 out of 50. Skill. Hunter's blade technique. Weapon. Hunter's short blade. Portable storage. 20 slots. Currently stored. Pheasant times 19. Rabbit times 10. Looking at the mountain of meat piled up in the storage slots, I couldn't hold back any longer and started chuckling softly in the darkness. 19 pheasants and 10 fat rabbits. That was nearly 100 pounds of meat combined. In this famine year of 1959, when the dead lay scattered everywhere and even grass roots and tree bark had been gnawed clean, this was absolutely a staggering fortune that could drive anyone mad with envy. The next day, I slept in comfortably until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. I washed my face with the sweet, clear well water from the space, dug out a worn-out back basket, slung it over my shoulder, and casually pushed open the door of my home. Creak. The moment the door opened, several old women washing clothes by the water basin in the middle courtyard all turned their heads at once. The next second, their expressions looked like they had swallowed a nest of live flies. Especially the fat widow Jia. Her eyeballs nearly popped out and rolled onto the ground, and her old face twitched as if she had just seen a ghost. I knew exactly what this scheming old hag was thinking. Every single day, she was counting on her fingers, calculating when I would starve to death, so she could seize my room with a clear conscience. In my past life, watching the show, I already knew that this compound number 95 was full of beasts, and not a single one of them was a decent person. The original owner had starved to death in his room for 3 whole days. Not only did these neighbors fail to bring him a single bite of food, not one of them even bothered to knock on the door and ask if he was alive or dead. They all watched coldly from the sidelines, eagerly waiting to pick clean the estate of a man with no heirs. "What's wrong, Auntie Jia? Seeing me standing here, you must be pretty disappointed." I let out a cold sneer without any restraint. The current Jia Dongshu hadn't died yet, so Widow Jia hadn't yet evolved into her completely shameless final form. My words left her face turning livid, and she couldn't squeeze out a single word. I couldn't be bothered to deal with these bloodsuckers, so I carried my basket and walked straight toward the front courtyard. Just as I reached the front courtyard gate, I was stopped by the wife of third Uncle Yan Bugue. "Third aunt. Oh my, isn't this little Zhang from the middle courtyard? You can still get up and walk around." Third aunt's eyes sized me up and down, her face full of disbelief. "Heh, thanks to your kindness. The king of hell thought I was too tough to take, so he passed on me." I looked at her coldly and opened fire directly. I need to hurry out and scrounge up something to eat. After all, I've nearly starved into a mummy. In this courtyard with dozens of so-called good neighbors, not a single one was willing to spare me even a mouthful of thin soup. I deliberately raised my voice, loud enough for the entire front courtyard to hear. They say a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Well, this time I've truly learned my lesson. Since everyone here acts so heartlessly, then from now on, no matter what happens, big or small, don't any of you come looking for me. I, Zhang Cheng, am not worthy of your company. These words landed like a loud, resounding slap across the faces of everyone in the courtyard. Third aunt, who had long been used to scheming and calculating everywhere while calling herself a model of morality, had her expression change instantly like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Her face flushed green, then purple. It was quite a spectacle. She knew I was warning her. "From now on, stop using your elder status to block my door and demand favors, because I'm not buying it." As I strode out the courtyard gate, Third aunt's furious cursing finally erupted behind me. "Bah, you little brat, what are you so arrogant about? So what if we watched you starve? Who has spare grain to feed an ungrateful wolf like you? A few other women beside her chimed in with sarcastic, mocking remarks. Hearing it all, I only sneered coldly. Go ahead, laugh. Go ahead, curse. Once I stew up the meat from my space and the whole courtyard is filled with its aroma, let's see if you can still laugh then. Outside the gate, a few children were playing in the mud. 7-year-old Bonging, 4-year-old Xiaodang, and Yin Jieti. These little brats saw me and reacted exactly like the adults, backing away in fright. Xiaodang even burst into loud crying on the spot. Clearly, their parents had already brainwashed them. Zhang Cheng was about to turn into a starving ghost. I paid no attention to these future little beasts and simply turned to leave. Behind me, that little rascal Bonging bolted back into the courtyard, running and yelling at the top of his cracking voice. Grandma, Grandma, didn't you say Zhang Cheng had already starved to death? How is he still alive and walking around? Well, that single shout ripped the mask right off Widow Jia's ugly face and exposed her hopes for my death to everyone. I held back my laughter and quickened my pace, turning into the alley. Right now I was carrying a mountain of gold. I needed to hurry and convert this wild game into cash and fine grain. Eating nothing but meat with no carbs, my body would run into trouble sooner or later. Where to sell? I definitely wasn't going to the supply and marketing cooperative with its rigid rules and ruthless price cutting. If I was going anywhere, it would be the juiciest place of all, the state-run restaurant. I zigzagged through the streets and went straight to the back door of the state-run restaurant's kitchen. The moment I showed my face, a kitchen helper chopping firewood impatiently waved me away. Get out, get out. Beggars go to the front door. You think a lowly beggar like you belongs in the kitchen area? If you don't scram, I'll beat you with a stick. The people at state-run restaurants always had their noses in the air. I had expected this. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I simply slammed my back basket heavily onto the ground. Are you blind? I'm here to deliver premium wild game. Go call out your head chef right now. If you delay your restaurant from serving the big leaders today, do you have enough heads to pay for it? In these times of extreme scarcity, the moment they heard premium wild game and big leaders, the kitchen helper's expression changed instantly. He scrambled and stumbled his way into the kitchen. Less than half a minute later, a fat chef with a face full of jowls hurriedly pushed aside the door curtain and came out. His nose twitched. Smelling the fresh, bloody scent coming from my basket, his previously stern face instantly scrunched up into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. He rubbed his hands together and came closer. Hello, young man. I'm the head chef here. Just call me Master Ma. The fat chef before me was all smiles. Compared to that reckless, silly Zhu in the courtyard, this Master Ma was clearly a shrewd and slippery character. I didn't bother beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Master Ma, my name is Zhang Cheng. I've got some premium wild pheasants and rabbits. I wonder if you're able to take them off my hands. Hearing only pheasants and rabbits, a flicker of disappointment crossed Master Ma's eyes, but he still nodded. Yeah, I'll take them. In times like these, having any meat at all is a blessing. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and pulled aside the burlap sack covering my basket. I've got 18 pheasants and 9 fat rabbits here. And what's more, I stared straight into his eyes and dropped the bombshell. As long as the price is right, I can steadily supply you with this same amount every single day. The moment those words left my mouth, Master Ma's previously indifferent gaze changed instantly. He quickly flipped through the fresh game in the basket, still warm to the touch, his mind racing with calculations. In less than 10 seconds, he made the call. I'll give you 2 yuan per pheasant. The rabbits are fat, easily over 10 pounds each, so I'll take them at 80 cents a pound. On top of that, if you want grain, I'll privately supply you a few pounds of fine grain every week. How does that sound? I was overjoyed inside. You have to understand, pork on the market right now only goes for 86 cents a pound. Getting 80 cents for rabbit was an absolutely top-tier, sincere price. And as for fine grain, that was scarce goods you couldn't buy even if you had money. Put it on the scale. I agreed cleanly and decisively. The kitchen helpers immediately scrambled to bring out a large scale. I hadn't done the math before, but once I did, it was staggering. 18 pheasants came to 36 yuan. 9 giant rabbits, a full 144 pounds, came to 115 yuan and 20 cents. Added together, the total was 151 yuan and 20 cents. When the thick stack of crisp new banknotes was stuffed into my hands, even I couldn't help my heart pounding faster. In this year of 1959, an ordinary worker toiling to death for a whole month only earned 20 or 30 yuan. My income for a single day equaled what someone else made in half a year. This was an absolutely staggering fortune. The several kitchen helpers around me, who hadn't seen a scrap of meat in months, now looked at me with eyes that had shifted from contempt to thick, boiling, crazed envy. I didn't care about their green-eyed jealousy at all. I simply took out cash to buy 5 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of white flour, then swaggered out of the state-run restaurant. Carrying the fine grain, I returned to the courtyard fully loaded. The moment I stepped through the gate, the venomous, scheming gazes of Widow Jia and Third Aunt clung to me like poisonous snakes. I treated them like thin air, locked my door behind me, and poured the rice and flour with a rush into the empty grain jar. Looking at the snow-white grain, only one word came to mind: bliss. Lying on the heated brick bed, I began planning my next moves. From now on, I'd be eating rich meat and fish every day. That pack of beasts in the courtyard would definitely smell it, turn green with envy, and report me. I had to build a perfect persona for myself, a god-tier hunter. As long as I carried my basket into the mountains every day and disguised the prey from my space as the day's hunting catch, then the fact that others couldn't hunt anything just meant they were useless. If I could bag game, who would dare to say a single word? Having figured all this out, my body and mind completely relaxed, and I fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I slept straight through until 6 in the evening. Knock, knock, knock. I had just groggily opened my eyes when a knocking sound came from outside the door. I got off the bed and pulled the door open, and there before my eyes was a sanctimonious old face. The first uncle of the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai. Oh, it's first uncle. Do you need something? I leaned against the door frame, my tone as cold as ice, not even hinting that he should come inside. This cold attitude made Yi Zhonghai, who was used to having everyone in the courtyard answer his every call, suddenly furrow his brow. He forcefully suppressed his anger and squeezed out an extremely hypocritical, kindly smile. Little Zhong, you've locked yourself in your room these past few days. First uncle was really worried something might have happened to you, so I came especially to check on you. Looking at his fake, pretentious face, I nearly threw up on the spot. When I was starving to death, not a single shadow of a person showed up. Now that I'm alive and kicking, you come running over pretending to be some merciful Buddha? I showed no mercy and tore off his mask, opening fire right to his face. First uncle cares about me. I stared dead into his eyes and mocked him word by word. I doubt even you believe those words, first uncle. Not giving Yi Zhonghai any chance to keep up his false act, I unleashed my full firepower straight at him. Come off it. I was locked in my room for 3 whole days, on the verge of breathing my last, and I never saw you, this so-called kind-hearted first uncle, knock on my door even once. I stared at his old face and pressed forward step by step. So what's this? You suddenly come running over this evening. Did someone in the courtyard secretly tell you I wasn't dead, and you rushed over to scout out the truth, to see whether the Jia family could still pick clean my airless estate and seize my room? Boom. Those words landed like a sudden thunderclap on flat ground. In the 5 years since becoming first uncle, Yi Zhonghai's word had always been law in this courtyard. When had anyone ever pointed a finger in his face and stripped him bare like this? His kindly mask instantly shattered. His face flushed a deep purplish red, and his tone abruptly turned vicious. Zhang Cheng, how dare you speak to first uncle like this? I have to work at the factory every day. If I didn't get around to checking on you right away, is that entirely my fault? Who taught you to talk back to your elders like this? Oh ho ho, getting worked up now? Jumping around already. I crossed my arms, my face full of ridicule. What? One casual bit of honest truth from me, and I've stabbed you right in the lungs. I took a step forward, my eyes piercing him like knives. And another thing, who are you playing elder to over here? My name is Zhang, yours is Yi. Go back 8 generations of ancestors, and we still wouldn't share the same grave. What gives you the right to be my elder? You insolent brat. Yi Zhonghai trembled all over with rage, pointing at my nose and shouting. Respecting the old and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. I'm older than you, and I'm the first uncle of this courtyard. Am I really not qualified to be your elder? Bah, you? Qualified? I spat fiercely on the ground. A garbage first uncle whose heart is so biased it's tucked under his armpit, and whose but is crooked all the way to his grandmother's house. You call yourself an elder? The way I see it, you're nothing but the devoted lapdog of those blood-sucking jias. Not waiting for Yi Zhonghai to retort, I suddenly raised my voice, booming like a great bell. Yi Zhonghai, do you dare, right here in front of all the gods and Buddhas, swear a venomous oath? If in your heart there's even the slightest intention to help the Jia family scheme for my house by knocking on this door today, then may you die a horrible death with no descendants to carry on your line. Do you dare? That phrase, no descendants, struck the ultimate fatal weak spot of the heirless Yi Zhonghai. He was pushed back 2 steps by my words, his face pale, both shocked and furious. Of course, he knew perfectly well in his heart that he had come to scout the way for the Jia family. By this point, the neighbors gathering to watch the show had grown into a larger and larger crowd. Yi Zhonghai knew that if he couldn't suppress me today, his authority as first uncle would be swept completely off the ground. And how could he ever pull off his moral blackmail in the courtyard again? His eyes darted around, and he pretended to be deeply grieved, pounding his chest and roaring. Fine, Zhang Cheng, you are utterly beyond discipline. I can't educate you anymore. We'll hold a meeting. We'll convene a full courtyard meeting right now. Let all the elders and youngsters of the courtyard come judge this and see your disrespectful attitude toward your elders. With that, he suddenly spun around and shouted at Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, who were standing to the side watching the show. Old Lu, old Yin, you both saw it. This Zhang Cheng is arrogant to the extreme. He doesn't put us 3 managing uncles in his eyes at all. I came representing everyone to show concern for him. And if he doesn't appreciate it, fine, but he even slanders us. Today we must hold a full courtyard meeting and criticize him properly. This sly old fox, with one sentence, dragged the other 2 uncles into the water. Lu Haizhong, that brainless power-hungry official wannabe, heard that I didn't put him, the second uncle, in my eyes, and immediately blew up. He instantly became like a rooster pumped full of adrenaline, hollering as he sent his 2 sons across the courtyard to call everyone to a meeting. Yin Bugui merely pushed up his glasses and said nothing, but he too was harboring wicked intentions. That morning his wife, third aunt, had been publicly humiliated by me, and he was fretting over how to find a chance to deal with me, so he could re-establish his rule of plucking a feather from everyone who passed. Before long, the residents of the front, middle, and back courtyards were all assembled in the middle courtyard. An 8 immortals table was set out, and the 3 uncles sat as steady as mountains, holding their enamel tea mugs. The full courtyard meeting officially began. Honestly, I could have just shut my door and gone to sleep, but today I intended to come out and grind these self-important beasts into the ground. Leisurely, I picked up a chair and walked out of my room. Before I even reached the edge of the crowd, Lu Haizhong hauled his fat body with its big belly to its feet and impatiently began flexing his official airs. Zhang Cheng, today's meeting is being held specifically for you. You don't need to sit. Get over here to the center of the floor and honestly submit to our interrogation. Well now, this idiot pig Lu Haizhong actually treated a chicken feather as an imperial decree, thinking that being a second uncle made him the emperor. And he even dared to use the word interrogation? I didn't even glance at him. I walked straight to the empty space at the very front, set down my chair with a clatter, and sat down like a general, comfortably crossing my legs. Only after Lu Haizhong's face had turned livid with rage did I slowly and deliberately dig at my ear. May I ask, second uncle, which government department do you hold your esteemed post in? What rank of official are you? Who granted you the authority to interrogate a lawful citizen of China? Slam. Lu Haizhong flew into a rage and slammed his palm hard on the table, sending the 3 enamel mugs flying half a foot into the air. Why can't I? I'm the second uncle of this courtyard. You committed an offense, so on what grounds can I not interrogate you? He screamed at the top of his cracked voice. The moment those words came out, the faces of Yi Zhonghai and Yin Bugui abruptly changed. In their hearts they cursed Lu Haizhong as a complete and utter dumb donkey. Interrogation was a privilege reserved for public security organs and courts. A mere mediator appointed by the neighborhood committee, daring to abuse private power and interrogate the masses? If that accusation stuck, it could get someone dragged out and shot. Just as Yi Zhonghai wanted to speak up and smooth it over, I sneered coldly. My voice wasn't loud, but every word cut to the bone. Heh, today has truly been an eye-opener. I had no idea that the uncles of our compound number 95 now held more power than the Public Security Bureau and the courts. So does that mean, from now on, whenever you 3 uncles see someone you don't like, you can directly convict them and drag them out to be executed? If that's really the case, then I wouldn't dare sit here. I need to hurry over to the neighborhood office and the police station to file a report and ask whether this is an attempt to restore the feudal dynasty. The moment this heavy accusation dropped, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Third uncle Yin Bugui broke into a cold sweat from fright and hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. Oh my goodness. Zhang Cheng, you absolutely must not throw around accusations like that. Your second uncle didn't even finish elementary school. His education level is low, That was just a slip of the tongue. You child, how can you fixate on one wrong word and blow it out of proportion? Yi Zhonghai also broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly forced the topic back to his home turf. Zhang Cheng, stop changing the subject. The reason we're holding this meeting today is because of your terrible behavior, disrespecting your elders, and having no regard for the managing uncles. Don't dodge the issue by talking about irrelevant things. Listening to these hypocrites downplaying the serious to focus on the trivial, the mockery in my eyes only grew thicker. I leaned back against my chair, crossed my hands, and watched Yi Zhonghai like I was watching a monkey show. Fine, then let's get to the main point. You go ahead and tell everyone in the courtyard, exactly what did I do wrong by not treating you, this first uncle, as my elder? Called out in public, Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath and once again put on that righteous, world-weary, hypocritical posture. I've said it countless times in this courtyard. The traditional virtue of our Chinese nation is respecting the old and cherishing the young. Though my surname isn't Zhang, I'm at least decades older than you, and I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. As a junior, isn't it only natural and proper for you to respectfully address me as an elder? We are an advanced, civilized courtyard, so all the more reason we should promote this virtue of respecting the elderly. Everyone, isn't that the right of it? I have to admit, this old geezer Yi Zhonghai really understood moral blackmail. The moment he opened his mouth, he seized the moral high ground. If it had been the original owner or any other honest person in the courtyard, they truly would have been suffocated by his mind-trapping mantra of respecting elders and cherishing the young. But would I, Zhang Cheng, be afraid of this? Sitting in my chair, I couldn't help but scoff out loud. Oh, so by first uncle's logic, as long as they're breathing and older than me, I have to enshrine them as my elder? I pointed toward the back courtyard and raised my voice. Then first uncle, I suggest you hurry over to Shikahai Lake tomorrow and fish out a soft-shelled turtle, then kowtow to it and serve it tea. Any one of those things you pull out is hundreds of years old. It's lived far longer than that deaf old lady in the back courtyard. If you enshrine it in your main hall as an ancestor, wouldn't that better display your traditional virtue of respecting the elderly? Uft. Ha ha ha. The moment those words left my mouth, the previously lifeless courtyard instantly erupted. Every resident in the courtyard, young and old, couldn't hold it back and burst into wild laughter. The atmosphere of the meeting instantly turned into a comedy scene. Everyone shut up. No laughing. This is a very serious meeting. What's so funny about it? Seeing the authority he had painstakingly built shattered to pieces by a mere turtle, Yi Zhonghai's face turned livid, and he slammed the table to restore order. Lu Haizhong wasn't about to be left behind. He hauled his belly up and roared. That's right. No laughing. Anyone who keeps laughing is disrespecting us managing uncles. Yin Bugue also stood up and called for silence. But his shrewd little eyes were darting around, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he desperately tried to press them down. Clearly, even he was secretly bursting with laughter inside. Anyone who laughs again will be punished with cleaning the courtyard's dry latrines for a whole month. Seeing he couldn't control it, Yi Zhonghai directly played his trump card. Under the threat of the latrines, everyone finally covered their mouths, held their breath, and forced themselves to stop laughing. Yi Zhonghai finally ran out of tricks and revealed his true intentions. With a dark face, he pointed at me and rebuked. Zhang Cheng, you are utterly lawless. You can't even manage the most basic respect for elders. You're nothing but a troublemaking stir-stick. Our advanced courtyard absolutely cannot tolerate scum like you. Oh ho, what a mighty display of official authority. I suddenly slapped my thigh and stood straight up, my momentum instantly overwhelming his. Listening to that tone, anyone who didn't know better would think you, Yi Zhonghai, had been promoted to director of the neighborhood office of our South Gong and Drum Lane. Come on then, explain the law to everyone here today. You, a nominal managing uncle, which law grants you the authority to drive a lawful resident out of the courtyard? Yi Zhonghai, blinded by rage, blurted out. How do I not have the right? A person like you completely ruins the atmosphere of the courtyard. We three uncles can absolutely launch a courtyard-wide vote to drive you out. A vote? Drive me out. I was so furious I laughed. I took a step right up to that eight immortals table and slammed my palm on the tabletop, making all three uncles flinch back in unison. I pointed at the noses of all three and unleashed my full firepower in one furious tirade. You three old things, you really think you're something special, don't you? What's your status? Even if you split the sky open, You're nothing but neighborhood committee busybodies chosen by the neighborhood office to mediate disputes between neighbors. Who gave you the nerve to treat a chicken feather as an imperial decree and dare to usurp the authority of the neighborhood office and the police station? Take a look at yourselves. You don't do any proper work, and you've turned the courtyard into a chaotic mess. Setting out an eight immortals table, acting like magistrates of the old society, holding court, and conducting a three-panel trial. What's this? Are you trying to break away from the masses and stage a feudal restoration and one-man rule in our working-class courtyard? The moment those three words, one-man rule, came out, they landed like a death warrant, crashing down onto the heads of all three uncles. And another thing, I stared at the drastically changed expression on Yi Zhonghai's face and directly pierced the line he was most afraid to touch. The house I live in is private property passed down from my ancestors. Never mind you three managing uncles who don't even count as tiny officials. Even if the director of the neighborhood office himself came today, as long as no law was broken, no one is touching so much as a single brick or tile of mine. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Zhonghai only dared to wait quietly for me to starve to death, but didn't dare let the Jia family openly seize the house by force. Private property was something he had absolutely no right to interfere with. Zhang, you shut up. Lu Haizhong was so frightened by the words one-man rule that the fat on his face quivered, his confidence completely gone. We just called this a meeting for convenience. Don't go throwing around accusations. Yin Bugue was even more frightened. He steadied his slipping glasses and waved his hands repeatedly. Zhang, third uncle is a people's teacher. You mustn't spout nonsense and ruin my reputation. Only Yi Zhonghai had the highest level of composure. Though his heart was in utter panic, he still forced himself to shout sternly. Zhang, you're being unreasonable and stirring up trouble. What? Struck a nerve, have I? Afraid I'll go report you to the neighborhood office for overstepping your authority. So now you don't dare let me speak. I sneered as I bore down on him with my gaze. At this moment, oh how Yi Zhonghai regretted it. Had he known this kid would come back from the brink of death so sharp-tongued, so knowledgeable about the law, and so bold in action, he never should have rashly convened this full courtyard meeting. But now he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he couldn't suppress me today, his throne as first uncle would be as good as finished. Unable to win with reason, Yi Zhonghai's gloomy old eyes darted around, and he covertly glanced at Silly Zhu, who stood with his hands tucked in his sleeves among the crowd, giving him an extremely knowing look. Silly Zhu, this brainstem deficient brute who had been brainwashed and controlled by Yi Zhonghai for several years, saw his master's look and instantly caught on. He shoved his way out of the crowd like a wild bull, pointed at my nose, and cursed foully. Zhang, cut the crap and stop spewing garbage. What one-man rule? Is first uncle that kind of person? First uncle is right. You're just a little beast born with a mother but raised without a father. You don't even understand respecting elders. So are you even fit to live in our courtyard? Seeing this mad dog Silly Zhu jump out, how could I possibly let him off? I fired right back at him on the spot. Yeah, Silly Zhu. People call you Silly Zhu, and you really shook up the water in your brain and used it as paste, didn't you? What? You actually think of yourself as Yi Zhonghai's dog. The master casually gives you a look, and you come baring your teeth to bite people? Aren't you afraid that one day you'll chomp down on a steel plate and shatter that whole mouthful of dog teeth? Damn. Well said. From the crowd, Su Damao, who was usually pinned to the ground and ground down by Silly Zhu, heard how satisfyingly I cursed and got so excited he jumped up on the spot to fan the flames. Brother Zhang Chen cursed him thoroughly. This bastard Silly Zhu is just a furry vicious dog raised by Yi Zhonghai. He bites whoever he's told to bite. Silly Zhu was already looking for somewhere to vent his rage, and hearing Su Damao speak up, his eyes instantly widened in fury. Bastard! Silly Mao, is your hide itching again and you're begging for a beating? Su Damao was naturally a cowardly and sniveling type, but seeing me leave the three uncles speechless today emboldened him, and he pointed at Silly Zhu provocatively. What? Your grandpa Mao exposed you, and now you're so ashamed you want to hit someone? Bah! Your grandpa Mao isn't afraid of you today. If you've got the guts, go take down Zhang Cheng first, then come find me for a one-on-one. If you don't dare, then you're my grandson. Watching Su Damao act so tough with his mouth while greasing the soles of his feet to divert the disaster onto me, everyone burst into another round of laughter. Silly Zhu's hot temper couldn't withstand such provocation. He raised a fist the size of a clay pot and was about to charge at Su Damao. Zhuzi, come back. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control again, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly grabbed him. What are you fussing with Su Dumao for? Today's main business isn't settled yet. Only then did Silly Zhu snap back and remember that he had come today to be the enforcer. He spat fiercely in Su Dumao's direction, then turned around, cracking his knuckles until they popped, and advanced toward me with his jolly face and an extremely arrogant look in his eyes. Zhang Cheng, you little bastard, listen up. Your grandpa Zhu is giving you one chance today. Kneel down right now and count out a first uncle to apologize. If you obediently admit your mistake, then I'll show great mercy and let you off the hook today. Otherwise, Silly Zhu sneered and raised that hammer-like fist, waving it in front of my eyes. Otherwise, I'll knock every tooth out of your mouth today and show you why flowers bloom so red. Clearly, I didn't take Silly Zhu's amateur threat seriously at all. Before he could finish his whole tough guy routine, I cut him off with a scoff. Otherwise what? Beat me up like you beat that spineless shrimp Su Dumao. I sized him up with contempt, a cold smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Silly Zhu, it's really not that I look down on you. Those brute force haymakers of yours are only good enough for bullying honest folks in the courtyard. You want to lay a hand on me? If I don't knock every one of those dog teeth out of your mouth today, then your bastard ancestors must have stored up some good karma. Damn, Grandpa's gonna kill you today, you little bastard. Publicly humiliated by me like this, Silly Zhu's eyes went completely red. He let out a furious roar and charged at me like an out-of-control wild boar, swinging a fist the size of a clay pot, whipping up a gust of wind as it flew straight at my face. The old Zhongqing absolutely could not have taken that punch. But with the boost from my space attributes and my hunter's instinctive reflexes, Silly Zhu's seemingly ferocious strike looked to me as slow as doing morning calisthenics. At the very instant his fist was about to touch the tip of my nose. Instead of retreating, my feet advanced. My upper body arched back in a strange motion, effortlessly dodging that fatal blow. Then, my left hand shot out like lightning and clamped down firmly on his now spent wrist. My right hand snapped into a tight fist, and drawing on the explosive power of my waist and stance unified as one, I slammed it hard down onto the bridge of Silly Zhu's nose. Crack! Affa! A teeth-grinding, dull thud, accompanied by a shrill scream, rang throughout the middle courtyard. Silly Zhu's nose bridge visibly twisted to one side, and two streams of blood gushed out like a floodgate that had been thrown open. The intense, stinging pain instantly sent his tears streaming and blurred his vision. What strength did he have left to defend himself? Was that it? In his dreams, I released his wrist, lifted my right leg like a heavy hammer, and drove a solid kick into his solar plexus, slightly lower. Bam! Silly Zhu's burly frame of nearly 170 pounds was actually sent staggering back by my kick like a torn sack, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before landing flat on his back with a heavy thud. Before he could catch his breath, I lunged forward in a single stride, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, straddling his body, my two fists turning into a violent storm. I deliberately targeted his eye sockets, cheeks, and ribs, those spots with plenty of flesh over hard bone that hurt terribly to strike, but weren't fatal, and unleashed a furious barrage. Bam! 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 First uncle, save me. Stop hitting me. Well now. The all-conquering war god of the courtyard from moments ago had now completely turned into a dead dog rolling around and howling on the ground. And this was me holding back my strength, afraid I'd actually kill someone and end up in jail. Otherwise, one punch to his temple, and by this time next year, Yi Zhonghai would have to visit the grave of this adopted son of his. Dead silence. The entire scene fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone was stunned. Silly Zhu, who claimed to be undefeated in the courtyard, had actually failed to last even a single round against Zhang Cheng and had been publicly beaten into a pig's head. The three uncles sitting at the head of the table gaped in horror, and in their disbelieving eyes, they had astonishingly, for the first time ever, developed a trace of fear toward me. It wasn't until Silly Zhu's slaughtered pig screams pierced everyone's eardrums that Yi Zhonghai finally snapped awake as if from a dream and roared in a panic. Quick! Pull him off. Someone's going to die. A few young, sturdy neighbors nervously edged forward. Seeing that the timing was about right, I took the opportunity to stand up and dust off my hands. When everyone looked at Silly Zhu on the ground again, they all couldn't help but gasp. His face was so swollen that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Both eye sockets a shiny black, his whole face covered in blood, too horrific to look at. But watching the usually domineering Silly Zhu beaten so badly, quite a few people in the crowd, including Su Dumao, and the Lu Guangtian brothers felt a strange surge of wild delight in their hearts. This is so damn satisfying. Zhang Cheng, you are utterly lawless. How could you hit someone so brutally? Seeing the sharpest knife in his hand snapped in two, Yi Zhonghai trembled all over with rage. Bah, Yi Zhonghai, when I said you were an old dog, I really didn't wrong you one bit. I mercilessly pointed at his nose and cursed right back. Are you blind or are you blind? The whole courtyard watched silly Zhu throw the first punch. What I did is called self-defense. Do you understand self-defense, you legal illiterate? That one word, self-defense, choked Yi Zhonghai until his face flushed red. In the past, all he had to do was slap on an accusation and who wouldn't obediently bow their head? Today, this always effective tactic was torn to shreds right in front of Zhang Cheng. Just as Yi Zhonghai's authority was swept off the ground and he was completely at a loss, his ultimate reinforcement finally made her entrance. Oh dear, my poor grandson, who beat you into this state? It breaks this old woman's heart. Accompanied by the sound of a cane tapping the ground, the deaf old lady came hurrying out, supported by First Aunt. The moment she opened her mouth, she biasly framed the whole thing as silly Zhu being beaten one-sidedly. Her triangular eyes fixed on me venomously. You little brat. You truly are a thing born with a mother, but raised without a father. You dare commit violence in public. This old woman is going to give you a proper lesson today on behalf of your short-lived parents. The moment those words fell, this old hag actually swung up that thick, solid wood cane with a whooshing sound, straight at the crown of my head. If that had connected solidly, it would have cracked my skull open on the spot, or at least given me a severe concussion. This old thing was truly vicious. But how could I possibly just stand there and take a beating? At the very instant the cane was about to descend, I tapped my toes and nimbly darted to the side. I-oh. The deaf old lady used too much force and struck nothing but air. Due to the momentum, her whole body lurched forward and toppled over. Luckily, First Aunt beside her was quick-eyed and quick-handed, catching her firmly. Otherwise, the few teeth this old witch had left would all have retired ahead of schedule with honor today. Rebellion. Rebellion. You cursed little beast. You actually dared to dodge? I. The old lady sputtered spittle in a furious rage. Shut that garbage-spewing mouth of yours. Before she could finish cursing, my gaze sharp as a knife, I sternly barked and cut her off. Bah, you old undying thing who leans on age to bully others. You've got such fine upbringing, calling me a little beast at every turn. The way I see it, you're the biggest old beast in this whole courtyard. Boom. The moment those words came out, the whole courtyard was in an uproar. Everyone gasped. This was the deaf old lady, whom even the three uncles had to enshrine and cater to, and Zhang Cheng actually dared to point at her nose and call her an old beast? Seeing his steadying pillar humiliated, Yi Zhonghai immediately jumped out and roared righteously. Zhang Cheng, you are too insolent. The old lady is 80 years old, and she's a 5 guarantees household and a martyr's family member of our courtyard. The advanced collective status of our courtyard depends entirely on the old lady. How dare you curse her? The more Yi Zhonghai spoke, the more fluent he got, even trotting out his shockingly outrageous bandit logic. What's more, the old lady is your elder. When an elder disciplines you, it's for your own good. So on what grounds do you dodge? If not for my wife catching her, and your dodge had caused the old lady to fall and suffer any harm, you would be the eternal sinner of the entire courtyard. Listening to this utterly explosive statement, I was so angry I actually laughed. Ha ha, Yi Zhonghai, is your brain wrapped in foot-binding cloth? I put away my smile and looked at them with a face full of ridicule. So you're saying I should just stand here and let her bash my head with a stick? That old undying thing is your birth mother, Yi Zhonghai. She's your ancestor. She is most certainly not the ancestor of me, Zhang Cheng. Then, I shifted my tone. My eyes locked onto Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady like a falcon's, and I unleashed my most lethal killer move. And another thing, you keep calling her a martyr's family member. You say she's a martyr's family member, so that makes it true? Since she's a martyr's family member, where's the glorious honor plaque for the martyr's family? My voice boomed like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire middle courtyard. Bring it out. As long as she can produce the glorious honor plaque issued by the state today, I'll immediately kowtow and apologize to her in public and acknowledge her as a martyr's family member. Can't produce it, is that it? Fine. Then first thing tomorrow morning, I'll go to the neighborhood office and the district government and file a report under my real name. I'll ask the higher-ups why they never issued her a glorious honor plaque. I'll investigate exactly what her background really is. Swish. The deaf old lady, so arrogant and domineering a second ago, shuddered violently the instant she heard these words. Her previously gloomy old face instantly turned pale as paper. Yi Zhonghai was even more like he'd been struck by lightning. His legs went weak, and cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his shirt. The deaf old lady, who had just been wailing and screaming to beat me to death, was now like a duck with its neck squeezed, not daring to make a single sound, not even daring to meet my eyes. Seeing the two of them react so guiltily, the neighbors in the courtyard first froze in surprise, then immediately erupted into an intense round of whispering. That's right. The old lady has been claiming to be a martyr's family member for over a decade. So why have we never seen the higher-ups issue her a glorious honor plaque? Could it be fake? Listening to the waves of doubt around them, the psychological defenses of Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady began to completely collapse. Seeing the situation spiral completely out of control, with the old lady's painstakingly crafted golden image about to be stripped bare, Yi Zhonghai broke into a head full of sweat. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, step forward, and sternly warn me. Zhang Cheng, stop your baseless slander. The old lady's sons truly did die on the battlefield. The reason she never took the glorious honor plaque is because the old lady is noble and high-minded and didn't want to cause trouble for the state and the government. Yi Zhonghai clenched his teeth and simply trotted out the whole spiel he used to fool the people in the courtyard. What's more, the old lady isn't just a martyr's family member. Back in the day, she even delivered straw sandals to our Red Army. Is this merit something you're qualified to question? Listening to Yi Zhonghai's spiel, riddled with holes, I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Yi Zhonghai, do you really take everyone in the courtyard for fools you can dupe? I stared at him and dissected it publicly, every word like a knife. You say her sons died on the battlefield. Fine, I'll believe it for now. Then let me ask you, back then, whose uniform were her sons wearing? For whom were they carrying rifles? Back then, this old capital was enemy-occupied territory. If she really had sons, weren't they perhaps puppet soldiers and traitors who got gunned down? Is that maybe the real reason she can't produce a glorious honor plaque? Boom. Those words of mine were like a depth charge, once again throwing the whole scene into an uproar. All the neighbors immediately huddled together whispering, and when they looked at the deaf old lady again, their eyes had completely shifted from the former reverence to scrutiny and suspicion. The old lady's face turned green then white in an instant, and even the cane in her hand was trembling. She could barely stand and was about to slink away when she heard me sneer coldly and press the attack, riding my momentum to victory. And another thing, Yi Zhonghai, you just said this old hag delivered straw sandals to the Red Army? Heh, it's really not that I, Zhang Cheng, looked down on her. I raised my hand and abruptly pointed at the deaf old lady's tiny feet, bound up like rice dumplings, and loudly ridiculed her. Everyone, open your eyes wide and take a good look. With those 3-inch golden lotus feudal-bound feet of hers, she needs a cane just to walk. And she could climb mountains and cross ridges to run thousands of miles delivering straw sandals to the Red Army? What's more, the Red Army never even fought its way to our old capital. What's this? Did she sprout wings and fly there? Or did she mail the straw sandals to the Red Army from the post office? You're spinning tall tales to fool ghosts. The moment my words fell, the crowd immediately erupted with waves of doubt. That's right. The old lady's tiny feet make even walking difficult. How could she possibly walk thousands of miles? Exactly. The Red Army never came to our area back then. Isn't this pure nonsense? So after all this, it turns out our whole courtyard has been deceived? Listening to the ever-growing chorus of condemnation around her, the deaf old lady knew she was completely done for today, and there was no way to salvage the situation. Growing desperate, this old witch resorted to her most masterful trick, the great art of playing dead by fainting. Oh dear, my head. The old lady rolled her eyes back, went limp, and toppled straight over, stiff as a board, into First Ant's arms. First Ant was clearly a well-coordinated fine actress. Even knowing the old hag was fine, she immediately screeched at the top of her lungs, wailing to the heavens. Oh no, old lady, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Seeing this, though Yi Zhonghai's mind was a tangled mess, he knew clearly that only by muddying the waters could he barely preserve the last shred of the old lady's dignity. He hurriedly ordered Lu Haizhong's 2 sons to carry the old lady to the back courtyard, and at the same time whipped his head around, glaring viciously at me, attempting to turn the tables. Zhang Cheng, look at what you've done. You literally made the old lady faint from anger. If anything happens to her, forget the whole courtyard not letting you off. Even if it's reported to the neighborhood office and the police station, you absolutely won't get away with it. Oh, what's this? You can't win with reason. So now you're openly threatening me. I stuffed my hands in my pockets, my face full of disdain. Her own trick got exposed. She couldn't save face, so she played dead. And now I'm the one who won't get any good fruit to eat? Fine. I abruptly spun around and strode toward the courtyard gate with big steps. Then I'll go right now to the neighborhood office and the police station and ask what crime it is to impersonate a martyr's family member and fabricate lies to fraudulently obtain the state's 5 guarantees household benefits. Stop him. Quick, stop him. This time, Lee Zhonghai was truly panicking. If the neighborhood office people were really summoned to investigate thoroughly, not only would the old lady lose her benefits, but he too, the first uncle who had covered up the fraud, would get a layer of skin peeled off. He was so anxious his voice cracked, repeatedly calling for the Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng brothers to step forward and stop me. Actually, I never had any intention of going to the neighborhood office right now. I knew perfectly well that with nothing but empty verbal suspicions, the most the neighborhood office would do was strip the old lady of her 5 guarantee status and give her a stern talking to. Could they really arrest an 80-something-year-old woman and throw her in jail? So, when the Yin brothers blocked me, I took the opportunity to stop my steps, turned around, and looked at Lee Zhonghai with an extremely provocative, half-smiling expression. That look seemed to say, "Old airless man, whatever other shameful tricks you've got, hurry up and use them all, and I'll take every single one today." How could Lee Zhonghai not see the ridicule in my eyes? He was instantly so enraged his face turned purple, his chest heaving violently, yet he couldn't squeeze out a single word. At this moment, his guts were green with regret. Why did he have to listen to the instigation of that idiot pig widow Jia and go probe Zhang Cheng's condition? Now look, not only was his enforcer Silly Zhu beaten into a dead dog, but even the old lady, his steadying pillar used to suppress the whole courtyard, had been stripped by Zhang Cheng until not even her underwear was left. From now on, if he wanted to pull off moral blackmail or one-man rule in the courtyard, who would still listen to him? Seeing Lee Zhonghai fall silent like a frost-bitten eggplant, I had no intention of pulling back my troops just yet. What's wrong, Lee Zhonghai? Nothing to say? Fine. Since you've got nothing to say, it's my turn to talk. I abruptly turned my head, my gaze like 2 sharp swords, and locked onto widow Jia and her son Jia Dongxiu, who had been shrinking in the crowd playing ostrich. Widow Jia. I let out a stern shout, calling her by name. You old hag, willing to do the deed but not to own up to it, is that it? Now say it in front of the whole courtyard. Isn't it because you covet my house that you instigated that old airless Lee Zhonghai to come to my home today to scout whether I was dead or not? That's right. Today I intended to pull out all 3 of the courtyard's biggest cancerous tumors by the roots in one go, right at the full courtyard meeting. I had to beat them until they hurt, beat them until they were afraid, so they wouldn't disgust me like flies every single day from now on. Sure enough, the moment Widow Jia's scheme was exposed, her shrewish nature instantly became impossible to suppress. She bounced up like a ball of flesh, pointing at my nose and cursing foully. Zhang Cheng, you little airless thing, you parent-killing jinx. Which of your dog eyes saw me tell Lee Zhonghai to go to your home? Stop throwing dirty water on me. Then, this old hag's shameless bandit logic came online once again. She planted both hands on her hips and roared with utter self-righteousness. What's more? So what if my Jia family wants your house? Why don't you ask around? Besides my Jia family, is there anyone in this whole courtyard who doesn't covet your house? You, a bachelor about to die airless, hogging 2 big rooms. Shouldn't you voluntarily give up one to help out my Jia family? This is pure selfishness on your part. Well now, the moment Widow Jia said this, she genuinely ripped the fig leaf right off everyone in the courtyard. That's right. In this era, when an entire family was crammed into a single room of just over a dozen square meters, who wouldn't covet those 2 empty side rooms of mine? But this was something everyone kept buried in their hearts. Who would dare, like Widow Jia, to shamelessly put it out in the open? In an instant, all the neighbors in the courtyard were furious, terrified of having the accusation of grabbing someone's house pinned on them. Widow Jia, shut that stinking mouth of yours. Shameless old thing, you want the airless man's house yourself. Don't drag us in as your scapegoats. Utterly shameless. How could there be such a person? For a moment, the angry curses condemning Widow Jia rose one after another, and the order of the meeting completely descended into chaos. But who was Widow Jia? She was the founding ancestor of the courtyard's shrewish arts. Facing the whole courtyard's verbal and written condemnation, not only did she not panic, but she skillfully kicked out both legs and plopped her fat rear onto the ground with a thud, sitting right in the center of the courtyard. Then, her two chubby hands began wildly slapping her thighs in the ground. She threw open that gong-like voice and unleashed her signature technique, the summoning of the dead. Oh dear. Oljia, Dongshu's father. Why did you leave so early? Fine, you died, but you left us behind, a widow and orphan, bullied by people every single day. Open your eyes and look. Everyone in this whole courtyard, every last one, is bullying our Jia family. Widow Jia wailed while rolling all over the ground, her eyes viciously sweeping across the surrounding neighbors. Old Jia, if your spirit is watching from heaven, then just come up tonight and take all these black-hearted, cheap wretches and airless people down to keep you company. The moment this eerie soul-summoning song was sung out, the neighbors who had just been righteously condemning her instantly retreated several steps in unison, as if fleeing a plague god, terrified of catching this old hag's bad luck. And Yi Zhonghai, who had been frozen in place, so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, saw this scene, and his eyes instantly lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to go along with the slope and dismount the donkey, to declare the meeting adjourned amid the chaos. He hurriedly put on a grief-stricken expression and sternly barked, "Sister-in-law Jia, what are you making a fuss about again? This is a full courtyard meeting. You're simply making trouble." Seeing that Widow Jia's whole soul-summoning act was about to blow things up even bigger, Yi Zhonghai finally grabbed onto this life-saving straw. He hurriedly put on a stern face and barked with the affected authority of a family patriarch. "Enough. Sister-in-law Jia, what are you making a fuss about? Get up from the ground now. The ground is so cold, and if you get sick, not only would it waste money, but it would force Dongshu and Huairu to take time off to nurse you, delaying their support for national construction. Can you take responsibility for that?" Yi Zhonghai spoke these words in a high-sounding manner, then hurriedly turned his head and waved to the crowd. All right. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone disperse. Go back to your own homes." He wanted to just muddle through and adjourn the meeting to slip away. I wasn't having it. Hold on. I sneered coldly, strode forward, and directly blocked Yi Zhonghai's path. "First uncle, are your eyes blind or are your ears deaf? Widow Jia openly promoted feudal superstition and put on this soul-summoning act right here in front of dozens of people in the whole courtyard, and you're just going to gloss over it so lightly." I pointed at Widow Jia, still sitting dazed on the ground, and my voice suddenly rose. "What crime is openly promoting feudal superstition? As the #1 leader of our courtyard, you surely can't not know, can you? What's this? So the courtyard's rules and the state's laws, in your hands, all depend on who's involved. You." Yi Zhonghai's face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at me fiercely, then turned his head and shot a venomous glare at the utterly useless troublemaker Widow Jia, then gritted his teeth and argued stubbornly. "Zhang Cheng, stop blowing things out of proportion here. What feudal superstition?" She was just anxious for a moment and spouting nonsense. "We're all neighbors. Do you really need to cling to this and not let go?" After saying this, as if afraid I'd toss out another bombshell he couldn't handle, Yi Zhonghai didn't even bother to grab his beloved tea mug from the 8 Immortals table. He turned around, stretched out those old legs, and hurried toward the middle courtyard passage as if fleeing, his retreating figure looking exactly like a dog was biting at him from behind. Watching his sorry, fleeing state, I couldn't be bothered to chase him. I just stood where I was and coldly tossed out a line at a volume the whole courtyard could hear. "Yi Zhonghai, you old dog, listen up. From now on, you'd better not provoke me. If you dare stir up trouble again, I'll make you lose face all the same. And another thing, from now on, don't you dare call me to your crappy meetings. I don't have time to play these house pretend games with you all." In the time it took to say 3 sentences, Yi Zhonghai had already run so far you couldn't even see the back of his head. The neighbors of the whole courtyard also scattered like birds and beasts, as if fleeing a plague god. I rubbed my nose in mild frustration and had just prepared to pick up the long bench and head home when, at that moment, a figure suddenly darted out beside me and threw an arm around my shoulder. "Hey, brother, you're awesome." I turned to look, and it was that bastard Su Damao. Su Damao's face was now full of excitement, his long horse face written all over with satisfaction. "I never would have guessed, Zhang Cheng. You usually keep quiet and say nothing, but today you're a real man." In just a few words, You left the three uncles speechless, and you beat that idiot silly Zhu into a pig's head. Even that hard-to-deal-with old witch in the back courtyard was driven by you into playing dead and fleeing. No question about it. Your big brother here is completely won over by you today. Watching Su Damao's overly familiar manner, I actually didn't find it off-putting. Honestly, compared to this whole courtyard of beasts cloaked in a veneer of morality, I found Su Damao's type, a true villain who put his badness out in the open, far more agreeable. The most rotten thing he'd done in his whole life was report Lu Xiaoyi's family in order to climb up the ladder. As for things like snatching away silly Zhu's girlfriend, fooling around with female workers, and being a sharp-tongued nuisance, these petty matters, in the open society of the later world, really couldn't be counted as unforgivably wicked crimes. If you really wanted to talk about it, Su Damao's fate was miserable enough too. He'd been violently bullied by silly Zhu from childhood into adulthood. Whenever the two of them clashed, the three uncles would always mindlessly take the biased side, making him not only get beaten but also pay compensation. In the end, he even became a true airless man, ending up in a wretched state. That he didn't get driven mad under the oppression of this whole courtyard of beasts really proved his psychological fortitude was solid. I let out a light laugh and shook my shoulders. Bah, what's this worth? These three so-called uncles in the courtyard, to put it bluntly, are just paper tigers. They don't have a shred of real power in their hands, yet they really treat themselves as local emperors. You all fear them, but I don't. From now on, whoever dares provoke me, I'll beat the crap out of them all the same. These words landed right in Su Damao's heart. He freed up a hand, gave me a big thumbs up, and sighed sincerely. Tough. You really see through life clearly, brother. How about it? Your big brother's in a good mood today. Are you interested in coming to my place in the back courtyard? I'll whip up a few good dishes, and the two of us can have some proper drinks. I directly accepted the olive branch Su Damao proactively extended. I'd be living in this courtyard for the long haul from now on, and I couldn't really go without even an informant to gather intelligence. This fellow Su Damao, used well, was a sharp blade for dealing with Yi Zhonghai and silly Zhu. Sure, brother Mao. I smiled. As it happens, I went out for a stroll today and bagged a pheasant and a rabbit. I'll bring them over in a bit. Consider it my contribution to the drinking. Hiss. Hearing this, Su Damao gasped, his eyes going wide. Brother, you're really something. In these times with famine everywhere and people about to starve to death, you can still bag a pheasant and a rabbit? That's real skill. Then it's settled. Hurry home and get the meat. Your big brother's going back right now to light the stove. I'll have good wine and good food ready for you. With that, as if afraid I'd change my mind, Su Damao whirled around and excitedly ran toward the back courtyard. I watched his retreating figure with a smile, turned and went back into my room, and taking advantage of the blind spot from view, pulled the plump pheasant and rabbit out of my portable storage. Then I swaggered toward the back courtyard. Along the way, the two glossy, oily pieces of game in my hands instantly attracted countless gazes green with envy. Especially when passing the Jia family's place in the middle courtyard, I keenly sensed that behind that window hung with a tattered cloth curtain hid a pair of greedy, venomous rat eyes. That's right, it was precisely Widow Jia, who had just crawled home from the ground. This old hag stared fixedly at the pheasant and rabbit in my hands, drool nearly dripping onto her collar. She viciously cursed through gritted teeth behind the window. Damn little airless thing. Why didn't you starve to death? Eating so much meat. Aren't you afraid of choking to death eating alone? You little beast. Having just been dealt with by me, Widow Jia now wouldn't dare come out and openly grab it even if you lent her 10 times the courage, much less dare send Qin Huairu to come demand it. But that thick, meaty aroma directly drew out all the gluttonous worms in her belly, and her stomach, having just finished a bowl of cornmeal porridge, embarrassingly growled and rumbled. I acted as if I hadn't heard and swaggered leisurely into the back courtyard. The moment I stepped through the moon gate, I heard a series of slapping sounds of a belt whipping coming from Lu Haizhong's home, accompanied by the ghostly howling, wolf-like cries for mercy of the two brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu. Clearly, Lu Haizhong had taken the anger I'd given him at the meeting and gone home to use his sons as punching bags. Listening to this commotion, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I have to say, though that old witch the deaf old lady was rotten to the core, her judgment of people was truly sharp. She had long ago declared that Lu Haizhong was an unloving parent and his children unfilial. This old fellow's fate of being driven out of his home by his sons in his later years was purely something he'd beaten out, one belt lash at a time. Thinking of the deaf old lady, the figure of Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but flash through my mind. It was precisely because of that old witch's scheming that Lu Xiaoyi was tricked out of her chastity by silly Zhu, bore a child, and was ultimately bled dry. Should I intervene a bit and stop Lu Xiaoyi from marrying into this man-eating courtyard? But this thought only flashed for a moment before I snuffed it out. Though I love looking at beautiful women, I would absolutely never be like those hot-blooded novice time travelers who insist on snatching Lu Xiaoyi and rescuing the tragic heroine. If I really snatched her, how would I clean up the great storm that would later engulf the Lu family? I didn't have the heaven-reaching ability to protect capitalists. As for following her and fleeing to Hong Kong to become a live-in son-in-law, forget it. I held a hunting space and a body full of premium attributes in my hands. In this old capital, I could not only live comfortably, but also toy with this pack of beasts in the palm of my hand. Why on earth would I go live under someone else's roof, dependent on others? While I was pondering, I had already arrived at Su Damao's door. From inside the room came the sizzling sound of hot oil in a wok, and the fragrance of scallions searing in the pan wafted out. Actually, with Su Damao's cooking skills, even a dog in the later world wouldn't eat it. But this body had been starving for too long. The oil and fat in my belly had long ago been scraped clean, and smelling this bit of oily smoke, my mouth embarrassingly began secreting saliva like crazy. Su Damao was wearing a tattered apron and stir-frying in front of a coal briquette stove. Seeing me come in carrying the meat, his eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Without stopping his movements, he pointed at the basin of water in the corner without ceremony. "Brother, you came at just the right time. Quick, 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 clean up these two treasures. Your big brother's going to show off a skill today. Let's do a high-heat stir-fry of the rabbit meat and stew of pheasant soup. Tonight the two of us won't stop until we're drunk." I didn't stand on ceremony with him either. Rolling up my sleeves, I took over the task of processing the game. With the boost from my basic hunter proficiency skill, that little skinning knife in my hand was practically played into an art form. The blade darted up and down over the game, and in just a dozen or so minutes, the pheasant was plucked, the rabbit skinned, and both gutted and cleaned, the whole set of movements flowing like clouds in water. Finally, on the cutting board, the blade rose and fell, and with a few chops, they were cut into evenly sized chunks of meat. Su Damao watched from the side, his eyes going straight, repeatedly giving thumbs up. Fortunately, his home had two coal briquette stoves, one stewing chicken with mushrooms, the other braising rabbit meat, all arranged clearly. Before long, the rich meaty aroma spread throughout the back courtyard. The moment the meat hit the table, Su Damao generously dug out a bottle of Fingio, which counted as high-end goods in these times, and the two of us started eating and drinking at the low table on the warm heated bed. A few cups of wine down, and Su Damao's floodgates completely opened. The moment we talked about my heroic feat of beating silly Zhu into a pig's head today, he was so excited he waved his arms and legs, his face red and neck thick, practically wanting to drag me right, then to cut off a rooster's head and swear brotherhood. But watching him in a state where he could barely straighten his tongue, I knew this fellow was already drunk. Recalling the setup in the original show, I felt a wave of amusement. This Su Damao was a classic case of low skill but big addiction, with an extremely lousy tolerance. Yet the moment he got to the drinking table, he loved to play those rules of 1 big cup and 3 small ones. 2s and 5s make 10. He'd say it was to properly accompany the guest, but the result was usually that before others were even affected, he himself had already blacked out first. Sure enough, before even half a plate of braised rabbit was gone and the bottle of Fingio hit bottom, Su Damao crashed face first onto the table with a thud and, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, started snoring away. With that pathetic tolerance, and he still tries to imitate others in drinking contests. I helplessly shook my head, got up, and hauled the dead drunk Su Damao onto the bed and dropped him there. With him drunk like this, it naturally wasn't convenient for me to stay long. But before leaving, I certainly didn't play the fool. I found 2 empty large bowls and scooped out half of the chicken and half of the rabbit from the pots, both stewed soft, tender, and flavorful, soup and all, and took them with me. What a joke. I provided the game, so I certainly couldn't let this fellow have all the benefit in the end, could I? Carrying the 2 heavy bowls, I hummed a little tune and strolled all the way back to the middle courtyard. By now night had fallen, and to save electricity, the residents of the courtyard basically huddled in their rooms and didn't come out. But walking through the corridor, I could still clearly feel that behind several pitch-black windows around me, a few pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the bowls of meat in my hands. Without needing to guess, I knew it had to be Yi Zhonghai, Widow Jia, Qin Huairu, and Silly Zhu, who was clutching his pighead face and moaning in pain. They were probably wildly drawing circles in their hearts, cursing me to be stuffed to death eating alone. Speaking of the Jia family, I suddenly remembered something. This evening when I dealt with Widow Jia so thoroughly, and this old hag was rolling all over the ground, her precious eldest son Jia Dongshu actually never showed his face from start to finish. If Su Damao hadn't gotten drunk and loose-tongued and mentioned it at the drinking table just now, I nearly would have forgotten there was even a person like Jia Dongshu in the courtyard. No wonder I was forgetful. After all, by the time the original show's plot began, this poor devil had long ago been hanging on the wall as a black and white photograph for 3 years. What did Su Damao just say? Brother, you have no idea. Hick, that coward turtle Jia Dongshu. He had a little cold today and didn't go to work and was originally lying down in his room. But then through the window, he saw you nearly punch Silly Zhu's nose into his skull with one blow, and he was so scared right then that he dove into his quilt, not even daring to fart out a word while his own mother was being cursed outside. Ha ha ha. That bastard is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Recalling Su Damao's gossip, I sneered coldly. This Jia Dongshu was indeed cut from the same cloth as Widow Jia. Mother and son were both equally selfish and cold to the extreme. Back home, I bolted the door behind me, brought the bowls of meat to the table, and started eating heartily. It was only at this moment that I truly noticed the astonishing changes that had happened to this body. The most direct thing, besides the surge in strength, was that my appetite now was absurdly huge. 2 full large bowls of meat chunks loaded with oil and fat down, and I only felt about 70% full. If this had been an ordinary person, they would absolutely have been stuffed until they couldn't walk. It seemed the body's cells, strengthened by the space attributes, needed an enormous amount of energy to sustain themselves. When I'd first traveled here and faced the desperate situation of starving to death, I hadn't noticed, but now I'd thoroughly experienced what it meant to have rice barrel-level digestive capacity. After eating and drinking my fill, I lay on the heated bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. So I simply took out that sharp hunter's short blade and nimbly played with it between my fingertips. After finally struggling through to midnight, the heavenly mechanical voice in my mind rang out right on schedule. Ding! The space prey has refreshed. The host is welcome to enter the space to hunt at any time. I abruptly sprang up from the heated bed with a carp's leap, and with a single thought, pushed open that ancient stone door in my mind. Light and shadow flowed, and I once again stepped into the hunting space. To hurry up and level up, I wasted no words. Carrying my blade, I darted through the woods and grass like a phantom. Blade rose, blade fell, and in less than 10 minutes, 10 pheasants and 10 rabbits all became ghosts under my knife. Ding! Experience points full. The hunting space has upgraded to level 3. The familiar warm current welled up out of nowhere again, wrapping my entire body within it. I could clearly feel my bones crackling and popping, my muscle fibers wildly tearing apart and recombining. When the warm current receded, my strength, on top of what it had been, had actually forcibly climbed another twofold. I took a deep breath of the fresh air in the space, feeling the beast-like power within me that seemed ready to break free of its cage at any moment, and eagerly checked the changes to the level 3 space. First was the terrain. Beyond the original woods, the space area expanded outward once more, adding a lush grassland easily the size of a standard soccer field. Then, light flashed in the center of the grassland, and 5 sturdy wild mountain goats with sharp horns atop their heads refreshed into view. Not only that, but the pheasants and rabbits I'd killed off had also completed their refresh, and their numbers had each increased by 5, reaching 15 each. The total prey count in the entire space soared to 35. Somewhat regrettably, this upgrade did not issue a beginner gift package, and the experience points required for upgrades exploded exponentially by a factor of 10. Leveling up to level 4 actually required a full 500 experience points. Slow and steady grinding, then. I put away these thoughts, gripped the short blade again, and switched into harvest mode. First, I easily dealt with the 15 pheasants and 15 rabbits. Finally, I locked my gaze onto those 5 wild mountain goats grazing on the grass. However, the moment I engaged them, I discovered that wild mountain goats were not the kind of pushover weaklings like pheasants and rabbits. These fellows not only had thick hides and tough flesh, but were also extremely aggressive. Facing my approach, they actually lowered their heads on their own and charged at me with their sharp horns. Holy crap! I dodged but couldn't fully evade in time, and the outer side of my thigh was grazed hard by a horn. Though it didn't pierce through, the intense pain of being struck by a heavy object still made me gasp. This instantly snapped me awake. The monsters in the hunting space dealt real damage. Discarding my contempt, relying on my surging strength and hunter's instinctive footwork, it took me a full half-hour, drenched in sweat, before I finally brought down all 5 wild mountain goats. Just as I plopped down on the grass to catch my breath, a sudden change occurred. Ding! Congratulations, host, on clearing the current map. Hidden boss triggered. Accompanied by the system prompt, the grass in front of me suddenly underwent a violent spatial distortion. Then, a massive wild mountain goat, a full 2 meters tall, over 3 meters long, covered all over in black bristles, with a pair of horns like 2 scimitars, crashed down out of thin air like a heavy tank. Hiss! A wild mountain goat boss. I was startled at first, then a fanatical light burst out in my eyes. Anyone who plays online games knows that a boss appearing means premium rewards are about to drop. Let's do this. I let out a furious roar, and instead of retreating, I advanced, my legs kicking hard against the ground, my whole body rushing toward the boss like a cannonball fired from a barrel. Using the momentum of my charge, I gripped the hunter's short blade with both hands and, with all my strength, stabbed fiercely down at its neck. Clang! A deafening clash of metal and stone rang out. What I never expected was that this seemingly guaranteed strike was actually dodged by the boss, tilting its head with extreme agility. The blade edge stabbed squarely into its horn, hard as steel, jarring my hand so much it instantly went numb, and the short blade nearly flew out of my grip. Before I could react and change moves, a flash of savagery crossed that giant wild mountain goat boss's eyes. Its forelegs suddenly rose like 2 thick pillars and kicked ferociously at my chest. Bam! A terrifying, mountain-toppling, sea-overturning force struck. Ow, holy crap! I only felt my chest churn with blood and energy, and my whole body, like a kite with its string cut, was directly kicked flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily onto the grass, the pain nearly making me vomit up last night's dinner. Enduring the intense pain of my whole skeletal frame nearly falling apart, the moment I gritted my teeth and crawled up from the ground and raised my head, my pupils instantly contracted. That wild mountain goat boss was already pawing the ground with its front hooves, lowering that pair of horns like a reaper's scythes, kicking up a fierce wind, and charging violently at me like an out-of-control heavy truck. What I absolutely never expected was that this wild mountain goat boss was not only enormous in size, but its charging speed was also absurdly fast. The dodge command in my brain had barely been issued, and my body hadn't even had time to fully carry out the motion, when I felt as if I'd been struck head-on by a heavy truck traveling at full speed. Bam! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding dull thud, I once again let out a shrill howl of pain, my whole body flying backward like a cannonball from a barrel. This time, I flew a full dozen or so meters through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass. My internal organs felt like they'd shifted position, my whole body's bones like they'd fallen apart. The pain made me curl up on the ground, even my breathing carrying the taste of blood, and I couldn't crawl up for a long time. And the price of not being able to crawl up was extremely heavy. That wild mountain goat boss charged violently forward, raised those pillar-like front hooves, and stomped twice hard on my chest. Splat! Everything went black before my eyes, and accompanied by a wave of intense pain, my whole body turned into a beam of white light and was directly kicked out of the hunting space. The middle courtyard, on the main room's heated bed. I abruptly opened my eyes, gasping for breath in huge gulps like a drowning person just rescued from the water. It took quite a while before I woke from that near-death terror and dazed state. Though my body had returned to reality with no wounds on it, the phantom pain from being crushed by the wild mountain goat boss in the space still lingered, hurting so much I couldn't help but grimace and groan through gritted teeth. Recalling the frustrating process of being utterly thrashed by a goat just now, along with the lingering fear in my heart, a stubborn, fierce streak of refusing to lose shot straight to my forehead. Damn it! I cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. I'm at least a cheat-wielding time traveler, and I can still get bullied by a beast like you? It's just a wild mountain goat boss, isn't it? Even if I have to grind it down bit by bit today, I'm going to peel that goat hide right off you. Having vented my fury, I took a deep breath, forcing back the lingering aches, and once again connected to the stone door in my mind. With a flash of thought, I killed my way back into the hunting space. The moment I landed, I saw that wild mountain goat boss, so arrogant and domineering just now, currently lowering its head and leisurely munching on the turf. This scene instantly set off a nameless fury in me. Gripping the hunter's short blade tightly with both hands, I lowered my center of gravity like a cheetah that had locked onto its prey and once again charged at it. But this time, I'd learned my lesson. I didn't recklessly go for a head-on clash. Instead, during the charge, I kept my eyes fixed on the boss's movements, every muscle in my body taut, ready at any moment to guard against its counterattack. Sure enough, the moment I entered its aggro range, the boss immediately stopped grazing, abruptly lowered its head, and those giant horns, like two war scythes, whistling through the air, once again launched a fatal charge at me. At this critical, hair's breadth moment, taking advantage of the instant the boss lowered its head to charge, its vision obstructed, I used my newly doubled physical attributes to suddenly shift direction with an explosive burst of force. My whole body, like a matador, slid to the side in a heart-stopping dodge. Whoosh! The sharp horns nearly grazed my belly as they brushed past, the gale they kicked up making my clothes flap and rustle. Now's the moment. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Seizing the instant we crossed paths, the hunter's short blade in my hand turned into a bolt of cold lightning and stabbed fiercely into the softest spot on the side of the boss's neck, slicing forcefully across as I did. Squelch! Scalding hot blood gushed out, finally dealing substantial critical damage to the boss. Bah! The boss, feeling the pain, let out a deafening, agitated roar of fury, wildly thrashing its head, trying to counterattack. But I had long since disengaged after my strike, retreating beyond safe distance. Having found the knack, my confidence instantly soared, and I began pushing my surging strength, speed, and hunter proficiency blade technique to the extreme, launching a guerrilla war around the boss. The gratifying thing was that in this high-intensity life and death struggle, my combat instincts were thoroughly ignited. My blade technique grew ever more vicious and skilled, and dodging the boss's charges became effortless. At the end of the day, the wild mountain goat boss was just a beast after all. Its attack patterns were extremely monotonous, back and forth only the three axes of goring, stomping, kicking, and ramming. Once I'd figured out its patterns, its massive body instead became a living target. Half an hour later, accompanied by a shrill, mournful cry, the wound-covered wild mountain goat boss finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Then, its massive body dissipated in a burst of dazzling white light, and on the spot, a pile of faintly glowing things burst out with a clatter. Huff! Huff! Both hands propped on my knees, I gasped for breath in huge gulps, sweat having long soaked through my back. But I couldn't spare any thought for rest. My eyes fixed intently on the spoils on the ground, and I pounced like a starving tiger on its prey. Excellent. A huge drop. I ecstatically counted the items on the ground, a full 5 of them. Among them, the most attractive to me were an antique, exquisitely shaped short bow, and an ancient tome placed beside it, giving off a faint glow. Without any hesitation, I grabbed the ancient tome. The moment it touched my hand, a message directly surfaced in my mind. Skill book. Archery, proficiency level. Struck by sudden inspiration, I forcefully slapped the skill book with both hands. The next second, the skill book turned into countless fine, fragmented golden streams of light, and, following the center of my palms, bored straight into my mind. Then, a phantom figure appeared in my consciousness. That figure stood in the wilderness, demonstrating the motions of nocking an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing, over and over. Those motions, like a brand, were deeply carved into my muscle memory. In just a few short minutes, when the transmission ended, I had completely transformed from a layman who didn't even know how to hold a bow into a qualified marksman who could hit a willow leaf from 100 paces. I let out a long breath and casually picked up that exquisite short bow and the matching leather quiver from the ground. Fastening the quiver to my belt, a familiar sense of blood-deep connection welled up spontaneously. I reached back, drew out a feathered arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed at a large tree 50 meters away. Draw the bow, full as the moon, release, all in one smooth motion. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air like a bolt of black lightning and precisely embedded itself in the trunk of the large tree, the arrow's tail still emitting a faint hum. Next, a miraculous scene occurred. I had originally thought arrows were consumables, that after shooting them I'd have to run over and pick them up myself. But unexpectedly, after just 3 seconds, That arrow embedded in the tree actually vanished into thin air, and the next second, it reappeared completely intact in the quiver at my waist. Holy crap! An unlimited ammo auto return cheat. This time I was truly stunned, and what followed was wild joy. Arrows I shot out could be automatically recovered, which meant I would have endless arrows from now on, never having to worry about replenishing ammunition again. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in my heart, I stored the short bow into my portable storage and continued to examine the remaining 3 spoils. When I picked up that soil-covered plant with fibrous roots from the ground, my heart couldn't help but skip half a beat. This is ginseng. Looking at this old wild mountain ginseng with its long slender crown, dense fibrous roots, and a size as thick as a baby's arm, I gasped. Century-old wild mountain ginseng, approximately 50 years aged, weighing 50 grams, premium medicinal herb. 50-year-old pure wild mountain ginseng. Even by this era's conservative black market price, a single gram would sell for over 50 yuan. 50 grams, that was a full 2,500 yuan. In this era, when an apprentice worker only made 18 yuan a month, and Yi Zhonghai, a level 8 fitter, could swagger around the courtyard on 99 yuan a month, what kind of concept was 2,500 yuan? This was equivalent to a fortune an ordinary worker could only save up after 7 or 8 years of not eating or drinking. Of course, compared to the multi-millionaires of the later world, this money was nothing. But in this materially scarce 1960s, this was absolutely a fortune fallen from the sky. What's more, I didn't just have the mountain ginseng. Lying in my portable storage were 35 pheasants and rabbits. As long as the space existed, this was equivalent to a treasure bowl printing money every single day. I'm not short on money, but the most troublesome thing now is actually coupons. I carefully stored the wild mountain ginseng into my storage, but my brow furrowed slightly. In this era, buying grain required grain coupons, buying cloth required cloth coupons, buying meat required meat coupons. With only money and no coupons, you couldn't even buy a white flour steamed bun. Going to the black market to exchange for coupons was certainly possible, but I absolutely couldn't pin all my hopes on the black market. This pack of beasts in the courtyard, whether Widow Jia or Su Demao, each and every one had a dog's nose. Once I was eating rich meat and fish every day with money of unknown origin, they'd go to the neighborhood office in a flash and report me for speculation and profiteering. If I really got caught as a maid example, that could get me dragged out and shot. Shaking my head, I set aside my thoughts for the moment and picked up the remaining 2 items. One was a full 50 pounds of premium lamb shoulder meat. That marble-like, fine snowflake marbling made one's index finger twitch with hunger. This was the most tender, most delicious part of the sheep. Used to make roasted lamb chops or lamb hot pot. It was simply exquisite. The last item was a crystal vial only the size of a thumb, filled with a red liquid. Minor healing potion. After drinking, it can rapidly cure all external injuries and chronic old ailments, excluding loss of limbs. Hiss, what a good thing. My eyes lit up. This thing was equivalent to an extra life. In this era of backward medical conditions, with this vial of potion, whether I suffered a serious injury or was left with a lingering illness, 1 vial down and the ailment would be instantly cured. This was absolutely a life-saving trump card for critical moments. After satisfactorily storing all the items into my portable storage, I exited the hunting space. Lying back down on the heated bed, I was full of energy and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Since hunting could guarantee me food and clothing without worry in this era, and even great wealth and status, then next I had to resolve the problem of legitimizing my identity. I had to have a proper and desirable job in order to openly convert these meat provisions in my hands into cash and shut the mouths of the whole courtyard of beasts. Combining my condition of having an endless supply of meat, the profession most suited to me in this era. I opened my eyes in the darkness, a determined, victory-assured smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Is a purchasing agent. That's right. As long as I became a purchasing agent for the steel rolling mill or the supply and marketing cooperative, I could not only wander around under the pretext of going to the countryside to procure goods, naturally and logically selling my game to exchange for various coupons, but also, in these times of scarce clothing and food, a purchasing agent who could bring meat to the work unit was a big shot even the factory director had to show some deference to. With meat in hand and a legitimate identity, let's see which beast in the courtyard would still dare come make trouble for me. Forget finding a wife. Even if I swaggered around, no one would dare stop me. Secondly, This job couldn't just be found carelessly. To live comfortably in this old capital, I still had to find a boss who was generous, had connections and skill, and could protect his subordinates. Only this way could I obtain more resource favoritism and ensure I could land safely and steadily during the turbulent decade of the coming storm. With this stringent prerequisite, I ran through the characters from the courtyard drama's plot in my mind, and finally discovered to my surprise that the only one who perfectly met all these requirements was actually Li Huide of the Red Star Steel Rolling Mill. Thinking of Li Huide, I was astonished to find that I couldn't develop the slightest disgust toward this major villain from the original show. On the contrary, standing from the perspective of a pragmatist, I even somewhat admired him. For no other reason than this. Though Li Huide was greedy and lecherous, a thorough true villain, you had to admit that this old fellow's political maneuvering and emotional intelligence were absolutely the ceiling of the entire show. He not only had the capacity to tolerate others, but most crucially, toward useful and sensible subordinates, he was truly willing to shell out real gold and silver. The most remarkable thing was this man's fortune. During that decade of storm, he was Director Li who could summon the wind and command the rain, having whatever he wished. And when the wind died down, he dusted off his rear and went into business, still able to transform into a big boss all the same. Wasn't this enough to prove he was the best candidate worth cooperating with? Of course, my so-called joining up was nothing more than playing along for the occasion, leaning against a big tree for good shade. I had no intention of binding myself too deeply to that old fox Li Huide. When the winds tightened, I could withdraw at any time. Having planned out this grand game of chess in my mind, I finally turned over with satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, without any psychological burden, I slept until the sun was high, stretching and getting up only after 10 o'clock. Seeing it was nearly noon, I couldn't be bothered to light a fire and cook. With a single thought, I directly took out the hunter's short bow that had dropped yesterday and slung it across my shoulder. Tucked into the belt at my waist was that cold, gleaming hunter's short blade. And finally, I hoisted a large bamboo carrying basket onto my back and strode out the door. Of course, before leaving, I didn't forget to take out a large iron lock and lock my door up tight. Seeing that I had, for the first time ever, locked my door, several aunties and married women in the middle courtyard who were washing clothes and stitching shoe soles instantly stopped their work, casting displeased glances my way. In their moral blackmail standard of leaving doors unlocked at night, whoever locked their door in the courtyard was guarding against neighbors, which was utterly outrageous. But today, not a single person dared to jump out and touch my bad luck. My ferocious performance last night of taking out silly Zhu in one move and furiously confronting the three uncles was still vivid in memory. On top of that, I now had a bow on my back and a blade tucked at my waist, radiating a fierce, murderous air all over. My intimidation factor was maxed out. Even Widow Jia, who was sitting at her doorway pasting matchboxes and normally loved picking fights the most, at this moment merely shrank her neck and stared at me intently with those triangular eyes. Though her gaze was so venomous, she wished she could gouge 2 chunks of flesh off me. That foul mouth of hers was, for the first time ever, clamped tightly shut, not daring to let out even a fart. I sneered coldly, couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this pack of beasts who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and strode out the gate on my own, heading straight for outside the city. There was no helping it. If you're going to put on a show, you've got to do the whole set. Just showing off equipment in the courtyard wasn't enough. The game in my hands had to have a legitimate source. My trip out of the city today was precisely to whitewash my excuse for hunting. After eating a full meal at a public-private joint operation breakfast stall by the street, I strolled over and boarded a bus heading toward the suburbs outside the city. As it happened, the direction this bus was heading was precisely toward Qin Huairu's hometown, Qin Family Village. When I reached the spot, I naturally wouldn't enter the village but directly circled around it and plunged straight into the old forest of the back mountain. Miraculously, the moment I stepped into the mountain forest, the basic hunter proficiency in my mind immediately activated automatically. The surrounding vegetation, originally chaotic and disordered, instantly turned into clear clues in my eyes. Where there were grass roots gnawed by rabbits, where there were droppings left by pheasants, all traces were taken in at a glance. However, I held no hope whatsoever of actually catching game here. This place was too close to the village. In this famine era when even tree bark was gnawed clean, forget rabbits in the mountains, even a mouse with a bit of meat on it had probably long ago been dug out and roasted by the villagers of Qin Family Village. I came today purely to leave a circle of footprints in the mountain, to leave evidence of having entered. As for anyone questioning me later, why can't others catch even a single hair when they enter the mountain? Yet you, Zhang Cheng, can return fully loaded. Heh, I have heaven-defying luck and superb technique. Is that not allowed? If you have the ability, then go hunt yourself. In the wonderful mood of sightseeing and touring the mountains, I leisurely wandered around in the mountains until noon. Only when my stomach growled in protest did I dust off my rear and head down the mountain. As I neared the bus stop, I found a hidden corner with no one around. With a single thought, I directly extracted an 80-pound wild mountain goat from my portable storage. Then I took out 10 pheasants and 5 rabbits and stuffed them all into the large carrying basket, carefully covering the top with a layer of tattered burlap. Carrying the heavily laden basket on my back, I swaggered onto the bus back to the city. The moment I boarded and finished buying my ticket, that thick, raw, meaty, bloody smell spread throughout the bus compartment. Then, looking at the bow and arrows on my back and the hunting blade at my waist, any passenger on the bus who wasn't a fool instantly guessed what was in the basket. Well now, people in these times couldn't smell even a whiff of meat all year round, and now the compartment instantly exploded. Immediately, a few bold middle-aged people crowded over, eagerly getting friendly with me, egging me on to lift the burlap and let everyone have a look. This was exactly the effect I wanted. What I wanted was to reveal my divinity before others, to solidify these eyewitnesses. Sure, then everyone go ahead and feast your eyes. I smilingly lifted the burlap in one motion. Hiss! As the burlap was lifted, a chorus of gasps instantly rang out in the compartment, followed by irrepressible cries of astonishment. Just those dozen or so plump pheasants and rabbits were already enough to steal one's soul away, let alone the enormous adult wild mountain goat pressed beneath them. Its gray-black hide still had dried bloodstains on it. The visual impact simply maxed out. In this era, seeing so much oil-rich meat all at once, the eyes of the entire busload turned red, the sounds of swallowing saliva rising one after another. There was even a fat man in a linen suit who got so anxious he couldn't even mind the setting and directly lowered his voice to ask me, "Little brother, will you sell this game? As long as you're willing to sell, the price is negotiable. I absolutely won't let you take a loss." Hearing this, I sneered inwardly, but my face immediately switched to a righteous, stern expression, and I abruptly raised my voice. "Comrade, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to make me commit an error? The state has repeatedly ordered a crackdown on speculation and profiteering. You dare buy, and I still wouldn't dare sell. I'm going to hand all this over by the rules to support national construction." I shouted this with such righteous dignity that the fat man was so frightened his whole body shuddered, and he instantly flushed red with embarrassment, sheepishly shrinking back into his seat, clearly having a wave of lingering fear. With the fat man's cautionary example, those on the bus who had been itching to buy meat instantly had their thoughts doused by a basin of cold water. Instead, they curiously inquired one after another about which mountain I'd caught these treasures on. What was there to hide about this? I smilingly pointed out the window and told them truthfully. As for whether they'd get hot-headed after hearing and go suffer hunger and cold in the mountains too, that wasn't my concern. In any case, my goal had been achieved. The entire busload had become witnesses to the clean origin of my batch of provisions. Enjoying the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of everyone the whole way, I smoothly returned to the old capital. After getting off the bus, I found a dead corner and stored that too eye-catching wild mountain goat back into the space, carrying only the same number of pheasants and rabbits as yesterday, and made my way with familiarity to the back door of yesterday's state-run restaurant. The process was the same as yesterday. I found Master Ma to weigh and tally up. In the end, Master Ma cheerfully settled up 152 yuan for me. But this time, I kept a little scheme in mind and grabbed Master Ma, saying, "Uncle Ma, I'll have to trouble you again. Please have the restaurant's cashier comrade issue me a proper receipt, stamped with our restaurant's red seal." Master Ma was also a sharp person. Hearing this, he immediately understood I was afraid of having my origins investigated, and he nodded with a smile, helping me handle the paperwork perfectly. Only after carefully tucking away the receipt bearing the big red seal and a stack of 10 yuan notes close to my body did my heart finally settle completely. With this slip of paper, even if that pack of beasts in the courtyard went to the neighborhood office to report me later, I could slap this receipt in their faces and prove that my money came honestly and openly. Having taken care of business, I treated myself to a meal at the state-run restaurant again. With Master Ma's connection, even though I had no grain coupons or meat coupons, He still went through internal channels to let me use cash to buy a large bowl of oil-rich braised pork and white flour steamed buns. But this meal was truly expensive, costing me a full 5 yuan. In this era, when the average living expense was only 5 yuan per person, eating a whole month's living expenses in one meal. If the people in the courtyard found out, they'd absolutely point at my spine and curse me as a spendthrift. But I didn't care at all. If I earn money and don't eat meat, am I saving it to breed offspring? Well fed and satisfied, I carried my empty basket and strolled toward the Red Star steel rolling mill. As I neared the factory district, I found an alley with no one around and directly extracted 2 wild mountain goats from my portable storage, stuffing them into the basket, while carrying the remaining few pheasants and rabbits dangling from my hands, and thus strode boldly and imposingly toward the gate of the steel rolling mill. As expected, the moment I approached the gate, I was sternly halted by 2 armed security section officers. Fortunately, I'd had the foresight before coming to store the bow, arrows, and hunting blade into the space beforehand. Otherwise, forcing my way into a national heavy industry base carrying weapons in this era would not just get me pointed at with guns, but directly dragged out and shot. Halt. What's your business? A young security guard leveled his rifle, watching me warily. I hurriedly stopped and revealed a harmless, gentle smile, raising the pheasants and rabbits in my hands and shaking them. Comrade, please don't misunderstand. I went into the mountains to hunt, and look, I caught some good things, so I came specially to ask whether our factory's logistics department would take them. As I spoke, I turned slightly to the side and lifted a bit of the basket's burlap. Look, besides the chickens and rabbits in my hands, I've got 2 big fat wild mountain goats in my basket. The moment he heard the 3 words wild mountain goats and smelled that fresh, meaty, bloody scent, the young security guard, who had just been pointing his gun at me with a stern face, instantly went slack-eyed. In this huge factory of over 10,000 people, the workers usually couldn't see even a speck of meat, and the security section's bellies had no oil or fat in them either. I watched the young security guard's Adam's apple bob violently up and down twice, gulping down a big mouthful of saliva, before that young security guard could snap out of it. A middle-aged man who was clearly the head of the security section had already swiftly circled around me and lifted the burlap on the basket in one motion. After just one glance inside, this middle-aged man gasped. Well now, it really is big fat wild mountain goats. And 2 of them. Having seen clearly the hard goods in the basket, this security section head instantly changed, as if into a different person. The face he'd just been keeping stern instantly bloomed into a brilliant chrysanthemum of a smile. He turned his head and sternly barked at those few young security guards. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and put your guns away. Are you blind? If you frighten our factory's god of wealth, can you bear the responsibility? Having reprimanded his subordinates, he turned around, grabbed my arm, and pulled me toward the duty room beside the gate, all warmth and enthusiasm. "Io, this little comrade, please come inside. It's windy out there. Come in for some hot water." Entering the duty room, he poured me tea made from tea dust and offered me great front gate cigarettes, his obsequious enthusiasm exactly like he'd met his own father. In the meantime, he'd already swiftly dispatched a subordinate to sprint off to the logistics department to deliver the news. I sat on the long bench, drinking tea while chatting idly here and there with this security section chief. But inwardly, I was secretly calculating. Would the logistics leader, who came in a moment, be Li Huai? Unexpectedly, I really did get exactly what I was thinking of. In less than 10 minutes, the duty room door was pushed open, and 2 middle-aged men wearing Zhongshan suits walked in, one in front and one behind. The one walking in front had a fat head and big ears, a kindly, amiable smile hanging on his round, chubby face, clearly a slick, extremely smooth operator. This man I didn't recognize, probably some director of the logistics department. But the middle-aged man following behind him, I knew all too well. Hair combed into a slicked-back style, wearing black-framed glasses, and though he was sticking out a beer belly, his eyes radiated a sharp shrewdness. Who else could this be but Li Huai, the number 2 man of the Red Star steel rolling mill, the future director Li? The moment the security section chief saw who had come, he was so frightened he hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, fawningly greeting them. "Oh, how is it that both Deputy Director Li and Director Li came in person? Please come in, please come in." "Haha, Section Chief Wang. Quite the active work attitude." Li Huai nodded with a smile, speaking in official tones. "I was just listening to Logistics Director Li report on next week's cafeteria work, And when I heard the underlings report that someone had delivered extremely rare game to our factory, I came by on the way to take a look. Section Chief Wang, thank you for your meticulous and conscientious work, seeking benefits for our factory's workers. In just a few words, he both affirmed his subordinate and closed the distance. This Li Huai was indeed an old fox skilled at managing subordinates. Having said this, Li Huai directly skipped over Section Chief Wang, his gaze landing precisely on me. He first glanced at the basket on the ground, a flash of hard-to-conceal wild joy crossing his eyes, then sized me up a few times up and down, and strode forward, warmly extending both hands to grasp my right hand, shaking it forcefully. This must be the little comrade who delivered the game to our factory, I presume? Truly young and promising. Little comrade, how should I address you? Though I was a bit unaccustomed to Li Huai's overly familiar enthusiasm, as a time traveler who'd struggled and rolled through the workplace of the later world, I immediately put on a flawless professional smile and answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hello, Director Li, my name is Zhang Cheng. Just call me Little Zhang. My attitude was calibrated just right. Neither the trembling, fawning obsequiousness of a common person at the bottom meeting a high official, nor the arrogant, talent-flaunting coldness that kept people at arm's length. This caused Li Huai, who had seen countless people, to involuntarily flash a trace of surprise in his eyes, and he immediately looked at me in a new light. He saw at a glance that this young fellow of mine was at most just over 20 years old. Yet facing him, the deputy director of a 10,000-person factory, I actually showed no timidity at all, advancing and retreating with proper measure. This composure and bearing were absolutely not something an ordinary family could cultivate. Though he was calculating this in his heart, Li Huai's words grew ever more polished. Good. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Little Zhang. Comrade Little Zhang, at this juncture of extreme material scarcity, that you could catch game and immediately think of the worker brothers of our steel rolling mill, your ideological consciousness is truly high. On behalf of the over 10,000 workers of our factory, I thank you for your full support of our socialist construction cause. Look at that. What is skill? This is skill. It was merely my private act of coming to sell some meat and earn a bit of money, but in Li Huai's mouth, in just a few words, it was elevated to the political height of supporting national construction. With this tall hat placed on his head, if it were an ordinary young person of this era, they'd probably already be so hyped up their blood was boiling, wishing they could give him the meat for free. But I was a person clear-headed in the world. I sneered inwardly, yet on the surface revealed a flattered expression. Not at all, not at all. Director Li, you're really overpraising me. I'm just an ordinary member of the masses who happened to catch some game. I truly don't deserve such high praise from you. Hearing that I not only didn't climb up the pole, but still maintained humility, and hadn't even mentioned a single word about how much I wanted to sell this batch of game for, Li Huai thought even more highly of me in his heart. In this era, when people couldn't even eat their fill, someone who could catch this much game was already a rarity, and even more precious was that this young fellow was neither greedy nor lacking in restraint. A talent this capable and this sensible was absolutely worth Li Huai winning over. Actually, what I didn't know was that this batch of meat I brought today had practically saved Li Huai from a great emergency. Recently, higher-ups were coming to inspect, and Li Huai was worrying about what proper substantial dishes he could produce for the evening's reception banquet. With pork now in short supply, there was nowhere to buy even with money. These two big fat wild mountain goats of mine were truly a warm pillow delivered right when he was nodding off, absolutely the steadying anchor of tonight's banquet. Thinking of this, Li Huai's gaze at me grew ever more fervent, and he laughed heartily and patted my shoulder. Haha, Comrade Little Zhang is too modest. Rest assured, our steel rolling mill is a state factory. We would absolutely never let meritorious comrades take a loss. He turned his head to glance at the basket and directly made the call. How about this? I won't play games with you either. This wild mountain goat, I'll buy from you at the price of 1 yuan per pound. The pheasants, 3 yuan each. Saying this, he reached out and lifted a rabbit, bouncing it in his hand to feel its weight, satisfactorily pinching the meat on the rabbit's leg, his eyes lighting up. Oh, this rabbit is plenty fat. The rabbits I'll count at 90 cents each. Little Zhang, are you satisfied with these prices? Hearing this quote, even I, a time traveler, couldn't help but gasp inwardly. It wasn't that I found it low, but that Li Huai was giving too high a price. In these times, even the ration pork on the market was only 73 cents per pound, yet Li Huai was buying my wild mountain goat, and that's the gross weight with bones and hide. at a full 1 yuan per pound. As for the pheasants and rabbits, they were even 20% higher than the black market price. This was enough to prove that Li Huai, in order to win people over, or rather to resolve his pressing emergency, was truly willing to throw down money with tremendous decisiveness. This generous style truly made me develop quite a lot of goodwill toward him. I didn't put on airs either, cheerfully nodding in agreement, then seemingly casually added a line. Director Lee handles things generously, I have no objection. However, if from now on I could catch this much game every day, could our steel rolling mill consume it all? What? The moment these words came out, it was no less than dropping a bombshell in the duty room. Forget those few security guards. Even Li Huai was so shocked his eyes went wide, looking at me in disbelief. Little Zhang, you're saying you can bring in this much game every day. As long as your factory wants it, I guarantee you'll see meat every day. I smiled, my tone certain. Li Huai's heart thumped violently twice. If it was just good luck catching game once, that was called luck. But if he could bring in this much meat every day, that was an earth-shattering ability. You could even say this was a stable channel of provisions. Such a heaven-defying talent. If he let this one get away, he, Li Huai, would have spent all these years in officialdom for nothing. Thinking of this, Li Huai's attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. He grabbed my hand tightly, as if afraid I'd fly away, his enthusiasm practically pressing right up to my face. Brother Little Zhang, this isn't the place to talk. Come, let's go to my office for tea. Rest assured, the logistics people are watching over the weighing and tallying. You absolutely won't be short a single cent. What a joke. He, a dignified deputy director of a 10,000-person factory, where would he find the mind to skim off my little bit of meat money? What his whole mind was thinking now was how to thoroughly bind me, this meat supplier, to his war chariot. My mouth said politely, I couldn't. Director Lee, you're too courteous. But my feet very honestly followed him, all the way to the 3rd floor of the office building, the deputy director's office. The moment we entered, Li Huai ushered me onto the soft leather sofa. His clever secretary immediately brought over a cup of jasmine tea brewed in a fine purple clay teacup. Then, the secretary very tactfully withdrew and gently closed the door. In the spacious office, only the two of us remained. Li Huai handed me a Zhonghua cigarette and personally lit it for me before he opened his mouth as if making small talk. Little Zhang, where in our old capital are you from? Do you still have any relatives or elders at home? And where are you honorably employed now? I knew. The main event had arrived. This old fox was starting to feel out my background. I had long since prepared my plan. I took a deep drag of the lightly fragrant Zhonghua cigarette, my gaze calm, my tone crisp and neat as I tossed out my perfect resume. Director Lee, I'm a born and raised native of the old capital. My family's elders passed away from illness before the new year, so now it's just me. When I'm full, the whole family isn't hungry. I live at Courtyard number 95 in South Gong and Drum Lane. I just turned 20 this year, and currently, I still don't have a proper job. In just a few short words, clear and clean, without a job, with no ties or worries. This was the straight hook I tossed to Li Huai. I wanted to see whether this big fish would bite or not. Hearing that I was a genuine native of the old capital and currently still a jobless drifter, Director Li Huai's eyes instantly lit up, his attitude visibly turning incomparably fervent. In this famine era of people starving to death, meat was king. He stared at me intently, his voice even carrying a trace of trembling. Little Zhang, what you just said, that you can get game every day, is this true? I smiled slightly, my tone calm, yet carrying absolute arrogance. Director Li, I won't dare claim more. But 3 goats and 5 pheasants and rabbits a day, absolutely guaranteed enough. Actually, I was still hiding my strength. Master Ma of the state-run restaurant was the first person to buy my game. Even if the price he offered wasn't as good as the steel rolling mills, I would absolutely never be the kind of petty person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. Returning a peach for a plum, this was my bottom line as a person. Hearing that I could stably supply this much meat every day, Li Huai gasped. Comrade Little Zhang, this is a great famine right now. Are you sure you're not joking? His expression instantly turned serious. I directly patted my chest, my gaze sharp as I met his eyes. Director Lee, I know you doubt my ability. But in these times, without a diamond drill, would anyone dare take on porcelain work? If you don't believe it, just sit in your office every day and watch how I pile the meat right in front of you. Li Huai stared intently into my eyes. As an old soldier who'd walked out of a rain of bullets, He saw at a glance that I was absolutely not bragging. In this era teeming with extraordinary people and remarkable talents, he instantly took me for the kind of divine person who possessed special abilities. Anyone else would surely have waited a few days to see the results before making a decision. But Li Huai truly lived up to being one who did great things. He made the call on the spot, decisively tossing out an olive branch that made my heart pound wildly. Little Zhang, starting today, you come work at our steel rolling mill as a purchasing agent. It won't interfere with your hunting, and I'll directly make the decision to let you skip the probation period and go straight to permanent employment. You'll enjoy the treatment of a grade 24 clerk, with a monthly salary of 45 yuan. Hiss. These conditions weren't just good, they were simply explosively good. You have to understand, in these times, apart from technical secondary school and university students, ordinary people entering a factory had to endure at least a full year before becoming permanent. And I, on the strength of a few pieces of game, directly ascended to heaven in one step. No problem, Director Lee. From now on I'll work under you. Forcefully suppressing the wild joy in my heart, I agreed in one breath. Good. Tomorrow bring your proof documents, and I'll have my personal secretary take you to handle the onboarding in person. Director Lee laughed out loud. The factory director's secretary personally leading the way? With this treatment, who in the entire steel rolling mill would still dare give me a hard time? As a workplace veteran, I immediately pledged my loyalty. Many thanks for Director Lee's appreciation. From now on, wherever you point, I'll strike. This line directly hit Li Huai's sweet spot. He was so happy his face flushed red, and he pushed me back down onto the sofa. Good lad, truly high consciousness. From now on don't call me Director Lee, call me Brother Lee. All right, Brother Lee. From now on your little brother relies entirely on you. I unceremoniously seized the opportunity to climb along with the pole. Li Huai was first stunned, then burst out into a round of hearty laughter, his gaze at me practically like looking at a rare treasure. Just then, Secretary Chen knocked and entered. Director, the logistics side has finished weighing, and the slip has been issued too. Good. Little Chen, take your brother Zhang to the finance section to collect his money. Li Huai waved his big hand and turned to smile at me extremely amiably. Brother, after you finish onboarding tomorrow, come to the office, and we brothers will keep chatting. Hearing this, Secretary Chen's eyeballs nearly popped out. What was going on? A jobless drifter had just walked in one moment, and the next moment the director was calling him brother? This young man, just what kind of terrifying, heaven-reaching background did he have? Under Secretary Chen's incomparably awestruck gaze, I strode to the finance section to collect my money and walked out of the steel rolling mill. Walking on the road home, I scanned my portable storage with a thought. A fortune of 721 yuan lay quietly inside. At this moment, I felt all the blood in my body boiling. Having come to this parallel world for merely 2 days and 3 nights, I'd gone from a penniless pauper to a super-loaded big shot, holding 721 yuan in cash. The hunting space was simply heaven-defying to the extreme. What made me most fanatical wasn't even those ordinary game animals, but that the space would refresh bosses. Killing bosses not only dropped meat, but also dropped god-tier equipment. Merely one wild mountain goat boss had dropped a full 50-year aged wild mountain ginseng, a premium healing potion, and even a skill and a weapon. Then what if in the future it refreshed a boar king, a fierce tiger, or even a raging giant bear? The rewards that would drop then, how terrifying would they be? The moment I thought of this, I was so excited my scalp tingled, wishing I could charge into the hunting space right now and slaughter in all directions. Regrettably, today's game had already been killed clean. If I wanted to verify the boss refresh frequency, I could only wait until tonight. Suppressing the fervor in my heart, I quickly walked to the entrance of the courtyard. 1 second before stepping through the gate, I sneered coldly and directly took out that murderous hunting blade from the space, along with that top-tier long bow, and hung them on my body. Then, I also heavily slammed that full 50 pounds of premium lamb shoulder meat into the basket. I wanted to let this whole courtyard of beasts see. In this era when people couldn't even eat their fill of cornmeal, I had plenty of ability to eat big fat meat every single meal. Sure enough, just as I reached the gate, I ran into the courtyard's #1 watchdog, third Uncle Yin Bugue. This old thing's nose was keener than a dog's, and he'd smelled the meaty, bloody scent from far away. Then, looking at the long bow and short blade on my body, those small, calculating eyes of his instantly lit up frighteningly. "Oh, little Zhang, you went out hunting? Looking at you, you must have caught something good, right?" He rubbed his hands while craning his neck to glance wildly into my basket. I knew all too well what fart this old miser was about to let out next, and I didn't give him the slightest chance to open his mouth and take advantage. I sneered coldly, directly set down the basket, and right in front of him, lifted off the burlap on top in one motion. In that instant, that full 50 pounds of premium wild mountain goat shoulder meat with utterly perfect marble marbling was directly exposed to the air. The bright red flesh, the snow-white goat fat, the impact was simply maxed out. Yin Bugue's eyeballs instantly turned red with a whoosh, his throat emitting a loud sound of swallowing saliva, and his claws instinctively reached toward the goat meat. Slap. 1 second before he was about to touch it, I unceremoniously covered the burlap back down tight. Yin Bugue grabbed nothing but air, his whole body freezing in place. I looked down at him from above, my voice full of mockery. My luck was decent. I caught 2 wild mountain goats and sold them to the steel rolling mill. This piece of premium lamb shoulder, I'm keeping to braise for myself at home. That's enough. Third uncle, our relationship died stone dead yesterday. You quit scheming after my meat and go back to being your door god. With that, under Yin Bugue's dumbstruck gaze, as if he'd lost his own parents, I hummed a little tune and swaggered boldly into the middle courtyard. After I left, Yin Bugue completely broke down. He was so angry his whole body trembled. He rushed back into his room and collapsed into a chair, gulping down a big mouthful of tea-dust tea, his heart still twitching in pain. Third aunt saw this state and hurriedly asked, "Old Yin, who provoked you? Who else could it be?" "That little beast, Zhang Cheng." Yin Bugue ground his teeth, drool nearly dripping down. "Can you believe it? That kid had dumb luck, not only catching 2 goats to sell to the steel rolling mill, but also carrying back several dozen pounds of premium lamb shoulder meat. The oil and fat on that meat. TSK, just looking at it makes you drool." Saying this, Yin Bugue slapped his thigh in heartache. So infuriating. He just showed me one glance, wouldn't even let me touch it once. If he'd just let me get 1 handful of goat fat, tonight our family wouldn't even need to buy vegetables. Just licking my fingers I could taste some lamb flavor. Watching her husband so angered, third aunt keenly sniffed out something unusual. "Old Yin, if Zhang Cheng really has this earth-shattering ability, shouldn't we change our attitude toward him from now on?" Yin Bugue narrowed his eyes, his calculating brain spinning rapidly, and finally made the call. "Let's observe for a few days first. See whether he really can catch meat every day. But these few days, we absolutely must not offend him again." And at this moment, I had already carried the meat into the middle courtyard. At this time the steel rolling mill hadn't let out yet, and gathered around the water basin was a group of old women and young wives washing clothes. Seeing me return carrying a heavily laden basket, everyone was stunned. Widow Gia's fat face instantly darkened, and she hid in a corner viciously cursing under her breath. "Little beast, best you die on the mountain and catch nothing." I couldn't be bothered to give this pack of beasts even a straight glance, and directly pushed the door and entered, slamming the door tightly shut with a bang. Want to take advantage of me? No way in hell. After tossing the several dozen pounds of big fat meat into the kitchen, I returned to the bedroom, and looking at the home's environment, I couldn't help but frown deeply. Too shabby. Broken furniture, peeling wall plaster, in the later world, not even fit for a dog kennel. Once I've onboarded and become permanent, I must find someone to renovate it properly. I secretly gritted my teeth. But if the house is to be refurbished, shouldn't I also find a wife to tidy up the home? The moment I thought of finding a wife, the women of the courtyard instantly surfaced in my mind. In this era without phones or entertainment, finding a top-tier beauty to warm the covers was the top priority. But whom to choose? Lu Xiaoyi? Pretty, sure, but the identity of a capitalist young miss was a time bomb. I couldn't protect her right now. Yu Haidang? Forget it, a purely snobbish, money-worshipping woman. He Yushui? Skinny as a rack of ribs, and she came bundled with that pit-riddled elder brother Silly Zhu. I wouldn't take her even for free. Yu Fengxiao? A venomous femme fatale. Can't afford to play with her. Ran Xiuya? Too highly educated, too much of an artsy youth. Communicating had a generation gap. Counting it all out, the only ones most suitable to win over right now were Yu Li and Qin Jingru. If I really weighed it, I actually lean more toward Yu Li. Her looks and figure were absolutely no worse than Qin Huairu's, and most crucially, she was not only loyal in relationships, but also the only woman in the entire courtyard with business acumen and ambition. As for Qin Jingru, she was an extremely easy-to-handle premium, silly, sweet, naive type. In the original work, she was coaxed into bed by Su Damao with just a bit of sweet talk. At her core, she was a traditional woman who obeyed men in everything. If I wanted to keep the red flag flying at home while colorful banners fluttered outside in this world, marrying Qin Jingru as an utterly obedient main wife would absolutely be the perfect choice. Though I had no such plans right now. But then again, having traveled here once, what man doesn't want to hold power over the world while sober and lie on a beauty's lap while drunk? Whichever I chose, what I most wanted to do right now was eat meat. I stayed home until dusk, and the beasts of the courtyard who worked at the steel rolling mill returned one after another. I just planned to put the goat meat in the pot when that bastard Sudamao came scurrying in following the scent. He insisted he hadn't drunk his fill last night and forcibly dragged me to his place to drink. I thought it over. Eating alone was still eating, and going to his place I could share the fare and incidentally infuriate this pack of red-eyed jealous ones in the courtyard. So why not? I nodded, told Sudamao to head back first, then turned and sliced a full 5 pounds of premium lamb shoulder meat with excellent marbling. The moment Sudamao heard it was wild mountain goat meat, he was so happy the corners of his mouth nearly split to the back of his head, and he scurried back excitedly to light the fire and prepare. Carrying the meat, I went out and, click, locked the door tight with a large iron lock. Just then, that clueless old thing, Yi Zhonghai once again proactively brought that old face of his over for me to smack. Zhang Cheng, what do you mean by this? Who told you to lock the door? Yi Zhonghai stood with his hands behind his back, keeping that sanctimonious face taut, the very picture of a family patriarch. I was directly amused to anger by his words. Carrying the 5 pounds of big fat meat in my hand, I glanced at him sidelong. Yi Zhonghai, have I been giving you too much face? I locked my own door. What the hell business is it of yours? Being pointed at and cursed in public by me, Yi Zhonghai's face, already black as the bottom of a pot, instantly flushed the color of pig's liver. He pointed at me in flustered exasperation. I won't ramble on with you. The rule of our courtyard is leaving doors unlocked at night, and you simply cannot lock your door. I sneered extremely disdainfully. Tisk rules. That's your crappy rule that you made up. You won't let me lock my door, fine. If I lose so much as a single needle at home, will you, Yi Zhonghai, compensate me at full price? Do you dare nod to that? Compensate. The corner of Yi Zhonghai's eye violently twitched. Who in this whole courtyard didn't know what kind of characters Widow Jia and Bangung were? Even as a level 8 fitter, with mountains of gold and silver, he wouldn't have enough to wipe that old harridan's rear. This old fox absolutely dared not take up this challenge, and could only, humiliated and enraged, begin his ultimate move. Moral blackmail. Zhang Cheng, quit your unreasonable making trouble there. We're a civilized courtyard 3 years running. Where would a thief come from? Everyone leaves their doors unlocked. Only you have to be special. If you cause everyone to lose the honor of being a civilized courtyard, could you face the whole courtyard of neighbors? I have to say, Yi Zhonghai played this hand of moral blackmail with consummate skill. The moment the surrounding neighbors watching the show heard collective honor being dragged in, they began to glare at me angrily one after another. But I wasn't buying this. What did the life or death of this pack of beasts have to do with me? I coldly swept my gaze across the whole scene, my voice abruptly rising, mercilessly tearing apart his hypocritical mask. What a joke. I lock a door and your honor is gone. Is this honor made of paper? I'll put it right here. As long as you, Yi Zhonghai, dare swear in front of everyone that you'll take full responsibility if anything is lost from my home, I'll smash this lock immediately. If you don't dare take responsibility, then shut that dung-spewing mouth of yours. With that, I unceremoniously shoved aside Yi Zhonghai, who was blocking the middle of the path, and carrying that 5 pounds of premium goat meat dripping with blood, I stalked off in triumph. Watching my swaggering back, Yi Zhonghai trembled all over with rage, his fingers quivering in midair. He very much wanted to toughly drag me back and teach me a lesson, but the moment he thought of last night's miserable scene of silly Zhu being pinned to the ground and beaten by me, he chickened out. As the highly prestigious first uncle of the courtyard, if he got beaten in public by me until he was searching the ground for his teeth, he'd never be able to hold his head up in the courtyard for the rest of his life. But in fact, his prestige had long since been trampled underfoot by me and ground down until not even a scrap remained. Though the surrounding neighbors watching the show didn't dare say it aloud, their gaze at Yi Zhonghai had long since changed flavor. If not for fear that this level 8 worker would give them a hard time at the factory, some would probably have long ago turned against him alongside me. Back home, Yi Zhonghai slumped into a chair, growing angrier the more he thought, his chest heaving violently like a bellows. Little beast. Little beast. I absolutely must kill you, he cursed through gritted teeth. He deliberately ignored that if not for Widow Jia's frantic egging on beside him today, he wouldn't have come to make trouble for me at all. First Aunt saw him so angered and hurriedly came over to pour water, earnestly advising. Old E, that Zhang Cheng is just a living bandit. Can we provoke him less from now on? If this really turns into a mortal feud, how will you still be first uncle in this courtyard from now on? Slap. Yi Zhonghai suddenly slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Ignore it? If I can't even keep a green stripling in line, what kind of damn first uncle am I? What does a woman like you understand? Get out of the way, I'll figure out my own way to kill him. Being roared at like this by Yi Zhonghai, all the grievance and bitterness of these past few days instantly welled up in First Aunt's heart. She was clear as a mirror inside. If not for counting on the Jia family's Bangung to support them in old age, why would old Yi so shamelessly and without any bottom line take Widow Jia that old harridan's side? If he didn't favor the Jia family, why would he go provoke Zhang Cheng, this living king of hell? Thinking of her own tragic fate of being heirless, First Aunt finally couldn't hold it in, covered her face, and burst out wailing. Enough. Wailing like it's a funeral. Do you think I haven't lost enough face today? Yi Zhonghai berated her irritably. First Aunt cried even louder, wailing in complete breakdown. Whoa, old E, it's all my belly that's not worthy, unable to leave you an heir. For the Yi family's sake. Woo, you should just divorce me and find a young maiden to bear you a son. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai, in the middle of his fury, felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. Divorce her and find another? He dreamed of it. But, did he dare? He'd secretly gone to the hospital to get checked countless times behind First Aunt's back, and the doctor had written it in black and white, clear as day. The one who couldn't have children wasn't First Aunt at all. It was he, Yi Zhonghai himself, who was congenitally sterile and heirless. If he really divorced and married another, and the fact that he couldn't produce children was exposed, he, Yi Zhonghai, would be utterly ruined and disgraced. What crazy talk are you spouting? Who wants to divorce you? Yi Zhonghai leaped up like an old cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice frighteningly loud, trying to cover his madly pounding heart. His back had already broken out in a cold sweat. Divorce? He dreamed of it. But did he dare? He didn't dare glance even once more at First Aunt's despairing eyes, and casually finding the excuse of going to see the old lady, he bolted out the door like a thief, heading straight for the back courtyard. Passing by Su Dumao's doorway, a thick, overpowering, extraordinary fragrance rushed straight at his face. It was the ultimate aroma of top-tier wild mountain goat shoulder meat, stir-fried in hot oil. Through the crack in the door, Yi Zhonghai stared intently into the room. Zhang Cheng and Su Dumao were eating big mouthfuls of sizzling, oil-dripping goat meat, raising and clinking cups, their faces flushed red. Watching this scene, Yi Zhonghai was so angry his eyeballs nearly bled, his back molars grinding audibly. Eat. Drink. Zhang Cheng, Su Dumao, if I, Yi Zhonghai, don't kill you both, I'll change my surname. Carrying a mouthful of venomous resentment, he lifted the door curtain and ducked into the deaf old lady's room. The moment he entered, he saw the deaf old lady sitting at the table with a dark old face, her neck stretched out long, like an old turtle smelling something fishy, desperately sniffing the aroma of goat meat from outside the door. Yi Zhonghai sneered inwardly. This old thing, her gluttonous worm had been hooked out again. Too bad, that was Zhang Cheng and Su Damao's meat. No one in the whole courtyard would even dream of getting a single bite. Yi Zhonghai suppressed the wicked fire in his heart and forced out a smile uglier than crying. Old lady, you haven't eaten yet, right? My wife is cooking. I'll bring some over for you in a bit. The deaf old lady rolled her enormous eyes, disgust written all over her face. Quit pulling this act on me. Zhonghai, were you pointed at and cursed by that little beast Zhang Cheng again in the middle courtyard? Having her sore spot pierced in one word, Yi Zhonghai's old face flushed red, and he viciously began to tattle. Old lady, you be the judge. The whole courtyard leaves doors unlocked. Only he has to be special. Isn't this ruining our courtyard's reputation? Slap. The deaf old lady suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Yi Zhonghai's nose, cursing in the manner of iron that couldn't become steel. Zhonghai, oh Zhonghai, have you gone possessed over this matter of old age support? Do you think these old eyes of mine are blind? You were clearly incited by that fool Widow Jia. You suffered such a huge loss at this little beast's hands last night, and today you still dare go touch his bad luck? Aren't you afraid the whole courtyard will learn from him, and from now on no one will take you? The first uncle, seriously again. A trace of sinister viciousness flashed in the deaf old lady's murky eyes. Have you forgotten how, back in the day, we seamlessly drove He Da-Ching, silly Zhu's biological father, out of the old capital? Where's your old skill of planning before acting? Being cursed out by the old lady, Yi Zhonghai was like a stick to the head, cold sweat instantly pouring down. That's right. What had gotten into him lately? Actually, the onlooker sees clearly. The deaf old lady was clear as a mirror inside. Yi Zhonghai was simply too afraid Jia Dongshu wouldn't support him in old age, and to curry favor with the Jia family, he'd completely lost his reason. Old lady, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. Yi Zhonghai wiped his cold sweat, then lowered his voice. But Zhang Cheng, this cancerous tumor in the courtyard, is bound to be a scourge sooner or later. What do you think about this matter? Watching Yi Zhonghai's posture of seeking counsel, a trace of cruel, cold light flashed at the bottom of the deaf old lady's eyes. Last night Zhang Cheng had publicly torn apart the golden idol mask of her ancestor status, and she'd been holding this foul grievance in her heart ever since. The old lady beckoned, signaling Yi Zhonghai to lean his ear over. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stooped down. He only heard the deaf old lady lower her voice and say faintly, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, "Zhonghai, isn't the state currently encouraging young people to go support the great northern wilderness? You go back and, in the name of a level 8 fitter and first uncle, secretly write a voluntary enrollment letter and submit it to Director Wang at the neighborhood office. As for the rest, I'll look up my connections from back in the day. I'll have this little beast directly banished to the great northern wilderness." Hiss. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's pupils quaked, and he suddenly gasped. He knew this old lady was black-hearted, but he never imagined it was black to such an outrageous degree. This was completely different from driving away He Da-Ching back then. He Da-Ching went to Baoding, but at least he was still a cook in the city. But what kind of place was the great northern wilderness? Half the year it was ice and snow at dozens of degrees below zero. Once you got there, it meant risking your life clearing wasteland in the desolate wild mountains. If Zhang Cheng, completely unaware, were forcibly hauled onto a train and sent over there, within a year, his very bones would freeze into ice chips, dying an obscure, unexplained death. This was a scheme to wipe out his line. This was killing without spilling a drop of blood. However, the shock in Yi Zhonghai's eyes lasted only a second before it turned into extremely excited wild joy. Good. Excellent scheme. Old lady, I'll go back and write the recommendation letter right now. I'll have him die in an ice pit. Without any hesitation, Yi Zhonghai nodded repeatedly, his face full of ferocity, and rushed back home as if injected with chicken blood. Watching Yi Zhonghai's impatient back, the deaf old lady disdainfully curled her toothless mouth. She sneered inwardly. Counting on Jia Dongshu to support you in old age? Keep dreaming your spring and autumn dream. But she didn't care. As long as Yi Zhonghai lived one more day, he would keep this old woman enshrined like an ancestor. That was enough. As for that Zhang Cheng, about to be schemed to death, in the deaf old lady's eyes, he was already a dead man. And at this moment I had no idea the deaf old lady would actually think up such a vicious scheme to send me to the great northern wilderness. Right now I was making spicy goat shoulder meat. This was the most premium way to eat lamb shoulder, cumin spice stir-fry. Goat meat cut into dice-sized cubes, marinated for a dozen minutes with cooking wine, white sugar, soy sauce, and cornstarch. Hot wok, cold oil, dumping the goat meat cubes in over high heat. Sizzle. The instant the premium wild mountain goat meat met the scalding hot oil, an unprecedented, extremely overpowering, extraordinary fragrance instantly exploded like a bomb over the entire courtyard. Then, in went onion, bell pepper, and cucumber, stir-fried over high heat, and before taking it off the heat, a handful of soul-giving cumin powder and cilantro was sprinkled on. You have to understand, in this era, the common ways to cook goat meat were stewing, boiling, or hot pot. Who would be willing to use this much oil and spice to stir-fry? What's more, this was premium meat dropped from a hunting space boss. It was simply not a delicacy that the ordinary mortals of this era could imagine. This fragrance was truly too overpowering to the point of unreasonable. Su Damao, helping out beside me, hadn't stopped the sound of swallowing in his throat from the moment the goat meat hit the pot, his eyeballs nearly falling into the wok. And he wasn't the only one suffering. Second uncle's family closest by, the deaf old lady in the back courtyard, and silly Zhu recovering from his injuries at home, were also tantalized by this fragrance. Their eyes rolled back, drool nearly soaking their lapels. Silly Zhu frantically swallowed saliva while his red-eyed jealousy habitually flared up, cursing and grumbling. Reckless waste of good things, ruining fine ingredients. One look at that heat, and you can tell it's overcooked. But even so, the deaf old lady was restless in her room, standing up and sitting down like an ant on a hot pan. And in the end, she pinched her own thigh black and blue before she managed to restrain herself from shamelessly coming over to beg for meat. As for Widow Jia, the courtyard's #1 glutton, she'd originally been stitching shoe soles on the heated bed, and the moment she smelled this scent, her drool dripped straight onto the shoe sole. While viciously cursing us to die a bad death, she gave Qin Huairu a hard kick, forcing her to carry a bowl to the back courtyard to beg for food. Inside the room, Su Damao and I had just brought several plates of substantial dishes, complete in color, aroma, and flavor, to the table and poured some wine, ready to feast heartily. Just then, an expected, gentle, delicate voice came from the doorway. "Brother Damao, Brother Zhang Cheng." In the middle of eating, Su Damao and I paused our movements and turned our heads to look. There stood Qin Huairu, holding a large bowl bigger than her face, standing pitifully at the doorway. Those peach blossom eyes were glued fixedly to the plate of oil glistening, bright red, sizzling spicy goat shoulder meat in the center of the table, her throat emitting a clear gulp. Watching her green tea act, I only felt utterly nauseated inside. Sympathize with her? In the original work, silly Zhu poured out his heart and guts for her, even failing to reclaim his own son, helping her raise 3 ungrateful wretches, only to be driven out of the house on New Year's Eve and freeze to death under a bridge. A venomous woman who took repaying kindness with enmity to the extreme. Does she even deserve my sympathy? I set down my chopsticks, leaned back against the chair, and opened my mouth with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "Oh, isn't this sister-in-law Jia? What's this? Sent out to beg for food again by that wicked mother-in-law and useless man of your household." The fake smile on Qin Huairu's face instantly froze. I gave her no chance whatsoever to open her mouth, opening fire full force like a string of firecrackers. "Tiste, Qin Huairu, you at least maintain a persona of virtuous wife and good mother in the courtyard. So how come you only do these shameless things? Carrying such a big bowl to beg for meat at people's doors, aren't you ashamed enough? Aren't you afraid your Banggong and Xiao Dang will learn from you? And when they grow up, they'll all go out to the streets to beg together." These words were simply killing with a knife to the heart. Not to mention Qin Huairu broke down on the spot, tears instantly rolling down. Even Su Damao beside me gasped, his eyes going wide as he looked at me like I was some kind of monster. He'd probably never seen in his whole life anyone able to say such venomous words to Qin Huairu. This white lotus flower. Qin Huairu trembled all over, tears dropping like a broken string of pearls, and unleashed her signature ultimate move. Moral blackmail. "Whoa, Brother Zhang Cheng, I know you have issues with us, the Jia family. But saying such things about me is going too far, too venomous, isn't it? Woo-woo. You paint me as so contemptible, you're forcing me to die. Right. Jia Dongshu isn't even dead yet, but her skill at moral blackmail has truly inherited the essence of Yi Zhonghai. Forcing you to die?" I sneered coldly, my gaze instantly turning icy to the bone. "Fine, then go die. Whether you smash your head against Su Damao's door frame, or turn left out the door and hang yourself from the roof beam of my middle courtyard, watch whether I blink an eye, whether I pay with my life for you." "Gah!" Qin Huairu's crying stopped abruptly, as if someone had suddenly clamped her throat shut. Beside me, Su Damao's mouth gaped open wide enough to stuff a light bulb in, and the goat meat he'd just put in his mouth dropped straight onto his crotch, his whole body petrified. Crazy. This kid was absolutely crazy. I stared at Qin Huairu's face, pale as paper, and enunciated word by word, holding nothing back as I tore away her last fig leaf. "Qin Huairu, I'll put my words right here today. I'm not silly Zhu, and I'm not Su Damao. Even if you cry your tears dry and spread your thighs, I won't have the slightest sliver of sympathy for you. Because you don't deserve it." The words "don't deserve it" I bit down on extremely hard, like 2 loud slaps to the face, viciously smacking her. Qin Huairu's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. But I wasn't done cursing. They say women hold up half the sky. If you really feel wronged in the Jia family, why don't you dare resist? They make you come beg for food like a dog. and you actually carry a bowl over. Knowing full well I find your Jia family disgusting. You still carry a bowl bigger than a pot over here. What's this? Does the Jia family owe me, Zhang Cheng, something? Get out. From now on, quit showing up in front of me carrying a broken bowl. Pa. Disgusting thing. Put plainly, aren't you just coveting a city residence permit? Shamelessly refusing to go back to the countryside? Do you have to be so low as to wag your tail and beg pitifully everywhere? Boom. This last sentence precisely pierced the deepest, most unspeakable dark side of Qin Huairu's heart. Her face instantly lost all color, and she looked at me in utter terror, as if looking at a devil who could see through people's hearts. Woo-woo. Qin Huairu covered her face and wept bitterly, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice, and sprinted all the way back to the Jia household. Widow Jia on the heated bed was waiting to eat meat, but when she turned her head, she saw Qin Huairu returning crying with an empty bowl. She'd just been about to curse Qin Huairu as a useless wretch, but her eyeballs rolled around, and a vicious scheme instantly popped up in her heart. Didn't get the meat? Perfect. She nimbly flipped off the bed, grabbed Qin Huairu's arm tightly, and ignoring her struggles, dragged her forcibly toward the back courtyard. Before they'd even reached Su Damao's doorway, Widow Jia's cracked gong of a voice was already wailing. Oh my. There's no justice under heaven. Those two rotten seeds, that damnable Zhang Cheng and Su Damao, ganged up to bully my Huairu. Come out and take a look, everyone, young and old. There's no way to live this life anymore. Come quick and stand up for us orphans and widows. Well now, this one shout was simply like throwing a firecracker into a calm cesspit. The people of the middle and back courtyards were all alerted, and in no time, Su Damao's doorway was surrounded 3 layers thick inside and out. When had Su Damao ever seen such a scene? He was so frightened his face went pale, sitting on the long bench as if on pins and needles, cold sweat pouring out. And me? I didn't even lift an eyelid, picked up a piece of sizzling, oil-dripping goat meat, and tossed it into my mouth, chewing big mouthfuls with white rice. Wanting me to stop my chopsticks? What was Widow Jia even worth? Seeing me still eating meat in big mouthfuls, Widow Jia outside the door felt her heart dripping blood. In her bandit logic, as long as she came making a scene with Qin Huairu, then to smooth things over I'd have to hand her the whole plate of goat meat, and even compensate her a few yuan to calm her nerves. Otherwise, she'd ruin my reputation and make it so I could never find a wife my whole life. You airless dead thing. You're still eating. Aren't you afraid of choking to death? Widow Jia's eyes went red with urgency, and dragging Qin Huairu, she forcibly barged toward the room. Little beast, if you don't compensate money and meat today, I'll take this matter to the neighborhood office. I'll make you a bare stick your whole life. I.O. Before Widow Jia could finish her cursing, her voice instantly turned into a pig slaughtering scream. Because the moment her fat foot stepped over the threshold, whoosh, a red oil-stained enamel plate, flung out by me like a dart, carried a fierce wind and squarely, viciously smashed into that big pancake face of hers. Bang! Ow! This blow was powerful and heavy, directly sending Widow Jia flying backward face up. Along with Qin Huairu behind her, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law rolled into a tangled ball across the courtyard like gourds rolling on the ground. Widow Jia was smashed dizzy, nosebleeds spraying out wildly like an opened faucet, smearing her whole face. It took quite a while before she belatedly felt the intense pain. Sitting on the ground, slapping her thighs with both hands, she opened her throat, preparing to display her traditional skill. Oh my, old Jia, don't you? Come show your spirits, take this little beast away. Before she could finish wailing, I sat at the table and faintly cut her off. Wail, wail louder. Widow Jia, if your old Jia dares to come up today, first thing tomorrow morning I'll go to the neighborhood office and report you for promoting feudal superstition. By then, I'll have Director Wang hang a worn shoe around your neck and parade you through the streets as a public spectacle. Gah! Widow Jia's dry wailing instantly caught in her throat, like an old duck whose neck had been clamped tight. She glared with those mung bean-sized eyes, looking at me in utter terror, forcibly holding back her tears and snot, not daring to let out even a fart. I unhurriedly finished the last mouthful of rice in my bowl and pulled a handkerchief from my pocket to wipe my mouth. Then, I stood up, stepped out the door from above, and walked step by step to stand before Widow Jia. For some reason, sitting on the ground and watching my figure, Widow Jia only felt a suffocating oppressive force rushing at her face. So frightened, she instinctively scooted backward on her rear along the ground. I coldly watched her, my voice not loud, yet exploding across the courtyard like a thunderclap. Widow Jia, why don't you tell everyone? How did I bully your daughter-in-law? Did I drag her into the room in broad daylight? Or did I crawl into the cellar with her in the dead of night? Boom. The moment these words came out, the whole scene fell into dead silence. Then it erupted into a wave of stifled gasps. This seemingly casual sentence was like a heavyweight bomb, bursting precisely into bloom within the crowd. At the back of the crowd, first Uncle Yi Zhonghai, who'd just been preparing to watch the show, went instantly ashen-faced, cold sweat soaking through his back in an instant. Qin Huairu on the ground was even more thunderstruck, her whole body trembling violently, crawling into the cellar in the dead of night. Only she and Yi Zhonghai knew about this matter. That was the unspeakable thing Yi Zhonghai had done with her in the dead of night under the pretext of delivering cornmeal. How could Zhongqing know? You deserve 1,000 cuts. Quit spouting blood-slandering people. My Huairu is pure and innocent. How could she do such a shameless thing? Widow Jia completely failed to catch the implication and was still making unreasonable trouble. I sneered. Oh, since I didn't sleep with her, how can it be called bullying? Or does not giving my meat to you for free count as bullying? The surrounding neighbors caught on at this point too, and their gaze at Qin Huairu and Widow Jia instantly filled with contempt. Whoa, Brother Zhongcheng, I shouldn't have come to beg for meat. But you can't slander my innocence out of thin air like this. Seeing the wind was blowing wrong, Qin Huairu immediately deployed her acting, crying like pear blossoms in the rain, but her eyes frantically searching the crowd for that familiar blood pack. You force me like this. Woo-woo. I won't live anymore. After saying this, the corner of her eye precisely spotted Silly Zhu, who just squeezed into the crowd, and she immediately made a show of about to smash herself against the wall. Sure enough, the moment he heard Qin Huairu wanting to seek death, Silly Zhu, this ultimate simp, instantly had blood rush to his brain. He completely forgot the miserable state of being beaten by me yesterday evening, and with that pig-head face still not yet unswollen, he charged out like a mad bull. Zhongcheng, you bastard courting death. You dare bully Sister Qin like this, I'll cripple you today. Amid his roar, Silly Zhu swung a sandbag-sized fist, carrying a fierce wind, straight at my face. Watching his clueless death-seeking posture, I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. My physical attributes, already risen to level 3, made watching Silly Zhu's movements like watching a sloth's slow-motion replay. My gaze turned stern, my right hand suddenly shot out, arriving later, but landing first. Bang! The two fists collided, emitting a teeth-aching muffled thud. Crack! Ow, ow, holy crap! Silly Zhu let out a shrill scream, clutching his nearly fractured right hand, uncontrollably retreating step after step. But he wanted to retreat, and I wasn't allowing it. I lunged forward in one stride, closing in like a phantom in an instant, my right hand's 5 fingers splayed wide, clamping down tightly on the back of Silly Zhu's faded neck. You like to stick your neck out, huh? I'll grant your wish. Before the words fell, veins bulged on my arm, and I suddenly exerted force and slammed him down. Boom. Under the horrified, aghast gazes of the whole courtyard of beasts, Silly Zhu's nearly 140-pound body was, like a dog beaten to death, slammed face down viciously into the hard dirt ground by me. Even the surrounding people felt the ground beneath their feet shake 3 times. Silly Zhu's chest heaved violently, the whites of his eyes rolling, his mouth gaping wide like a stranded dead fish, unable to catch a single breath for a long time, completely finished. Watching his #1 enforcer taken out in one move, Yi Zhonghai, hiding in the crowd, finally couldn't keep up the act. His eyelids twitching wildly, he forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and jumped out, roaring with fierce words but a timid heart. Stop! Zhongcheng, is there no law left to you? Committing violence in public in the courtyard again. Do you believe I'll report to the public security right now and have you thrown in prison? He'd thought this trump card would frighten Zhongcheng into kneeling and begging for mercy. Who knew? Zhongcheng patted the dust off his hands, didn't even give him a straight glance, and curled a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Haha, fine. Go report then. Today, whoever doesn't go report to the public security is my grandson. Let's see, when the public security comes, just who they'll arrest. This casually tossed-off sentence directly choked Yi Zhonghai until his old blood surged backward, and after a long while he squeezed out a line. Zhongcheng, quit being a stubborn dead duck here. Everyone saw with their own eyes you smashed sister-in-law Jia's head bloody with a plate, and you still want to deny it. Right? It's this little bastard who smashed me. Everyone look, my nosebleed is still flowing. Seeing her backer had arrived, Widow Jia on the ground instantly perked up again, pointing at her blood-covered pancake face and shrieking wildly, as if she'd already seen the scene of Zhang Cheng handcuffed and hauled off to be shot. Tisk. Zhang Cheng looked down at Yi Zhonghai from above, his gaze like looking at an imbecile. Yi Zhonghai, is there something seriously wrong with your brain? If you're sick, hurry up and get treated. Being cursed as brain sick in public, Yi Zhonghai trembled with rage. But he knew that if he couldn't suppress Zhang Cheng today, his prestige as first uncle would be utterly swept to the ground. He took a deep breath, forcibly putting on the dignity of the courtyard's man in charge, trying to set a trap for Zhang Cheng. I won't indulge in a battle of words with you. Zhang Cheng, with so many pairs of eyes watching, do you admit or deny hitting people with a plate? I smashed her. Zhang Cheng answered crisply and neatly, even shrugging his shoulders. Look, old Yi, he admitted it. Quick, send someone to call the public security to arrest him. Widow Jia was so excited she slapped her thigh on the ground. But Yi Zhonghai's heart instinctively jolted. Zhang Cheng admitted it too readily. So readily, it gave him the creeps. He glared at Widow Jia with displeasure. Sister-in-law Jia, shut up first. Can't you see I'm handling this? Qin Huairu hurriedly gave her mother-in-law's sleeve a discreet tug, and only then did Widow Jia grudgingly shut her mouth. Yi Zhonghai turned his head, staring intently at Zhang Cheng, and continued to lure him on. Then you tell me, on what grounds did you hit someone with a plate? What legitimate reason do you have? Zhang Cheng saw through this old fox's shabby trick of knowing yourself and your enemy, the better to distort the facts at a glance. He crossed his arms and gave a cold smile. Of course I have my reasons for acting, but why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? You'd better hurry up and report to the public security and the neighborhood office. Seeing he couldn't lure out any words, Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth and used his most skilled move, moral blackmail plus coercion and enticement. Zhang Cheng, you'd better think this through clearly. If it's just handled internally by the courtyard's three uncles, even if you're in the wrong, at most you apologize and pay some medical fees, and that's the end of it. But once the public security is reported, the nature of this changes. That's hooligan brawling, and it goes on your record. Zhang Cheng watched him perform like watching a clown and faintly opened his mouth. That's why I said there's something wrong with your brain. Wasn't reporting to the public security your idea? What? I agreed. And now you're the one who doesn't dare. Or is it? You've got a guilty conscience, afraid the public security will investigate and dig up some other unspeakable matter. You. This sentence precisely stabbed Yi Zhonghai's windpipe. If he didn't report to the public security today, this old face of his would truly have nowhere to be put. He secretly calculated. Zhang Cheng hitting people was real, and just now he'd insulted Qin Huairu with the filthy words about crawling into the cellar. The deaf old lady and Lu Haizhong in the back courtyard had both heard it. Assaulting an elder and verbally abusing a woman. With these two charges pinned on him, the public security would absolutely not let this kid off. Having thought this through, Yi Zhonghai immediately put on a hypocritical, heartbroken, and grief-stricken face and issued an order to Yan Jieqing in the crowd. Jieqing, make a run. Report to the public security, and while you're at it, invite Director Wang from the neighborhood office too. Sai? It's my fault too. This first uncle is useless, unable to discipline such a stubborn and unruly delinquent. So let the government discipline him. Watching Yi Zhonghai's nauseating, hypocritical posturing, Zhang Cheng nearly vomited up the goat meat he'd just eaten. The moment Yan Jieqing heard he could take down Zhang Cheng, he got as excited as a wild dog smelling a meaty bone, crisply agreed, and dashed off, faster than a rabbit. Seeing they were really going to call the public security, the onlooking neighbors instantly erupted, whispering that Zhang Cheng was definitely going to take a big tumble this time. And Zhang Cheng, at the center of the storm? He didn't even have the interest to listen to their farting, and directly turned and entered the room, picked up the thermos from Su Damao's table, poured himself a cup of hot water, and calmly and composedly began to drink. The violent storm outside the door couldn't even stir the steam in his cup. Su Damao watched dumbstruck from the side, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He crowded over and lowered his voice, asking tremulously, "Brother, you really aren't the least bit afraid? The whole courtyard saw you hit people, what if?" Watching Su Damao's timid state, Zhang Cheng actually felt some warmth in his heart, patted his shoulder, and steady as Mount Tai, spat out a few words. Put your heart back in your belly. When the public security comes, the one taken away absolutely won't be me. Seeing Zhang Cheng so certain, Su Damao swallowed his saliva and reluctantly sat down, but still kept poking his head out to look, so nervous his leg trembled. Over 10 minutes later, Yin Jieqing's excited Drake voice came from the middle courtyard. Director Wang, Comrade Public Security, quick. Everyone's in the back courtyard. The crowd parted with a rustle. Two uniformed public security officers, along with the dark-faced Director Wang from the neighborhood office, strode in. The moment Director Wang entered the courtyard and saw the mess all over the ground and silly Zhu lying there of unknown life or death, she flew into a rage right at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, is this how you serve as the managing first uncle? Do you all still want the courtyard's advanced civilized title? How did another vicious assault incident happen? I'm wronged. Director Wang, this really isn't my fault. Yi Zhonghai instantly switched into wronged old good guy mode, tears and words pouring out as he frantically began to sling mud. Director, Comrade Public Security, it's all this Zhang Cheng. He refuses discipline. Last night he made a huge scene at the whole courtyard meeting, and today he publicly insulted the Jia family's daughter-in-law with vulgar words and smashed sister-in-law Jia's face bloody with a plate. Comrade Hiyuju couldn't stand it and stepped forward to uphold justice, only to be beaten seriously by him. Look, he's still lying on the ground, unable to get up. The moment Yi Zhonghai's words fell, Jia Dongxiu, who'd been shrinking cowardly at the back of the crowd, seeing the government people had arrived, immediately leaped out like a clown, his face full of righteous indignation. Director Wang, Comrade Public Security, you must stand up for my mother and my wife. This Zhang Cheng is too arrogant, simply a lawless hooligan, a beast. Widow Jia also extremely cooperatively scrambled over, pointing at the dried nosebleed on her face, wailing to the heavens. Merciful Lord of Justice, look at my face. This was done by that little bastard. He's trying to commit murder. Yi Zhonghai set up the scheme. Jia Dongxiu shrieked. Widow Jia played the victim. Compared to Widow Jia and Jia Dongxiu's clumsy acting, Qin Huairu's level was far, far higher. She didn't throw a tantrum rolling on the ground, but let her tears drop like a broken string of pearls, her pair of peach blossom eyes gazing pitifully at Director Wang, wanting to speak but stopping, her thin shoulders trembling violently. Director Wang, woo-woo. I have no face to see people. I don't want to live. Woo-woo. Once this posture of suffered humiliation, chaste and honorable, seeking death was struck, plus the nosebleed streaming Widow Jia beside her, the righteously indignant Jia Dongxiu, and silly Zhu lying on the ground swollen into a pig head and groaning. With these four heavenly guardians going into battle together, even the experienced and worldly Director Wang was nearly fooled, and she immediately darkened her face and sternly bellowed. Zhang Cheng, where are you, kid? Get out here for me. Coming, Director Wang. I'm right here. Before the words fell, I lifted the door curtain and walked out from Su Damao's place unhurriedly. I had no fright whatsoever, my posture straight, striding with my head held high to stand before Director Wang, my gaze clear, even a composed, faint smile hanging at the corner of my mouth. Director Wang was an old revolutionary who'd come through the war years of raining bullets, and she read people extremely accurately. The moment she saw my open, honest, unruffled expression that wouldn't change color even if Mount Tai collapsed before me, and then turned to look at that wailing to the heavens Widow Jia, who was so fat-headed and big-eared with oil dripping all over her mouth from eating, doubt instantly arose in her heart. This build, this big fat face, does this look like an oppressed, bitter-fated victim? With suspicion arisen, Director Wang's attitude softened a few degrees. Zhang Cheng, tell me, did you strike Widow Jia? Yes, correct. Widow Jia's nose was smashed by me with a plate. I answered crisply and neatly, without the slightest hesitation. Did you hear that? Director Wang. He admitted it himself. It was this little bastard who hit me. Before Director Wang could question further, Widow Jia, like a fly smelling a scent, impatiently leaped out, her face full of smug triumph as she shrieked. Hurry and have the public security arrest him, haul him off to be shot, throw him in prison. Watching Widow Jia's nauseating face of a petty person getting their way, a trace of thick disgust flashed at the bottom of Director Wang's eyes, and she sternly rebuked. Widow Jia, the matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. What are you so anxious about? Is there any place for you to speak here? Widow Jia was stunned by the bellow, and thinking Director Wang meant to favor me, she was about to throw a tantrum. At the critical moment, Qin Huairu hurriedly grabbed her mother-in-law, wiping her tears, and gently, delicately tossed out a line with hidden killing intent. Ma, don't add to the chaos. Rest assured, Director Wong is the Lord of Justice for our neighborhood, and she will surely handle things impartially, absolutely never shielding bad people, right? What a Chin Huiru. First placing a tall hat on Director Wong's head, directly using rhetoric to roast Director Wong over the fire. Hearing this, even the public security comrade beside her couldn't help glancing at Chin Huiru a couple more times. But Chin Huiru was too clever for her own good. Of all people to scheme against, she had to scheme against an old revolutionary who'd been through great storms and waves. What Director Wong hated most was precisely this kind of sneaky moral blackmail. Director Wong gave Chin Huiru a deep look, turned to look at me, and her tone instead grew even calmer. Zhang Cheng, why don't you tell me? Why did you hit Widow Jia? The main event had arrived. I smiled slightly, my voice like a great bell, and began to recap with clear logic. The matter is like this, Director Wong. This evening, Su Dumao invited me to drink. I figured I couldn't show up empty-handed, so I brought 5 pounds of premium wild mountain goat meat I'd hunted in the mountains myself. But we'd just finished stir-frying the meat and brought it to the table when this comrade Chin Huiru came carrying a bowl bigger than her face, blocking the doorway directly to beg for meat. Director Wong, you be the judge. Is there such a rule under heaven? I suddenly raised my volume, every word a pearl. With no kinship or friendship, and she isn't a street beggar, on what grounds does she run to someone's dinner table to beg for meat? And carrying such a big bowl, is this begging for food? Calling it open robbery wouldn't even be excessive. In my whole life, I most hate this kind of behavior of gaining without labor, shamelessly taking advantage of people. So naturally I refused, and I sternly criticized her a few words. As a result, not only did she not leave, she lingered at the doorway weeping, saying my words were venomous and I was trying to drive her to death. I couldn't stand it, so of course I cursed her. You're spouting nonsense. You little bastard, you're talking rubbish. Widow Jia stamped her feet in urgency, pointing at my nose and cursing wildly. It was clearly your foul mouth. Cursing our family as beggars, and even cursing my grandson to go beg on the streets in the future. That's why my Huiru cried in grievance. This fool. She had no idea what she was even saying. The moment Director Wong heard carrying a bowl to beg for meat at people's doors, her face had already gone black as the bottom of a pot, and now seeing Widow Jia still daring to leap out and quibble, she immediately bellowed. Widow Jia, shut up for me. Right now I'm questioning Zhang Cheng. If you dare interject one more word, then don't mediate in the courtyard today. Come straight back to the Public Security Bureau with me and explain yourself. The moment she heard the words Public Security Bureau, Widow Jia's arrogant fervor was instantly doused by a basin of ice water. So frightened, she shrank her neck. She could only glare at me with a gaze that wished it could slice me into 1,000 pieces. I sneered inwardly and continued unhurriedly reeling in the net. After Chin Huiru was cursed away by me, next, it was this Widow Jia who forcibly dragged Chin Huiru to run to the back courtyard to make trouble. Before she'd even entered the back courtyard, she was already screaming at the top of her lungs, slandering me for bullying her daughter-in-law, slinging mud all over me. That's not all. Seeing I was sitting in the room ignoring her, she actually tried to forcibly barge into the room. I turned to look at Director Wong and the public security, tossing out that fatal trap. Director Wong, Comrade Public Security, you tell me, this behavior of hers, forcibly breaking into a private residence in broad daylight, what difference is there from a bandit or ruffian tyrant of the old society? To deal with a bandit forcibly breaking into my home, I picked up a plate in legitimate self-defense. What wrong did I do? The moment the words fell, without any need for me to continue luring, Widow Jia, this premium pig teammate, directly stepped into the 10,000-foot abyss I dug. You're spouting nonsense. You're lying. Widow Jia's eyes went red with urgency, and she shouted at the top of her lungs to defend herself. I clearly hadn't even entered Su Damao's door yet. I'd only just stepped in with 1 foot, and you smashed me with a plate. Boom. The moment these words came out, the whole scene fell into dead silence. All the onlookers' expressions turned incomparably marvelous, and even those 2 public security comrades couldn't help turning their heads to look at Widow Jia like she was a peerless great idiot. Well now, confessing without being pressed, stepped over the threshold with 1 foot? If that's not called forcibly breaking into a private residence, what is? This illiterate Widow Jia had no idea what a huge grave this sentence of hers had dug for herself on the legal level. And first Uncle Yi Zhonghai, at the back of the crowd. At this moment, he painfully shut his eyes, suddenly threw his head back, his whole body trembling violently. Terrified his tears of regret would fall on the spot. He regretted it. His guts were green with regret. The stupidest thing he'd done in his whole life was, today, in order to forcibly protect the Jia family, proactively leaping out to demand reporting to the neighborhood office and public security. If it had only been handled internally within the courtyard, he could still have used respect the old, cherish the young, and neighborly harmony to forcibly suppress Zhang Cheng. But now, Zhang Cheng's logic was airtight, and Widow Jia had personally cemented the forcibly breaking into a private residence. Yi Zhonghai knew the tide was lost, the whole game was lost. But I had no intention whatsoever of leaving Yi Zhonghai a whole corpse. I ignored the utterly dumbfounded Jia mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and continued speaking with resounding force. In fact, I only smashed Widow Jia, who was forcibly breaking into a private residence, once with a plate. After she retreated, I never acted again. But Qin Huairu continued weeping and wailing, saying I was trying to drive them to death. At this point, Comrade He Yuzhu, without distinguishing right from wrong, charged out like a mad dog, threatening to beat me to death to vent anger for his sister Qin. To protect myself, I could only again act in legitimate self-defense and put him on the ground. After he fell, I didn't strike again. It can't even count as excessive defense. I paused, my gaze like lightning, stabbing straight at the ashen-faced Yi Zhonghai in the crowd, and tossed out the final nuke. At this moment, this highly respected and prestigious managing first uncle of our courtyard, Yi Zhonghai, leaped out. Without asking the reason, without regard for right or wrong, he came up and threatened me right away, saying that as long as I didn't apologize to the Jia family and didn't compensate, he'd have the public security arrest me and throw me in prison. Director Wang, Comrade Public Security, I'd like to ask for guidance. This behavior of Yi Zhonghai's, blatantly favoring one who forcibly breaks into private residences, favoring one who picks quarrels and stirs up trouble, even attempting to use public authority to extort and blackmail, just how should it be characterized? It was precisely because I firmly held out against the oppression of this kind of evil force and refused to bow that they went to report to the police. Silence. The entire back courtyard fell into a dead silence. Buzz. Yi Zhonghai only felt as if a grenade had been stuffed into his brain and detonated with a roar. His brain instantly turned into a lump of paste, his face pale as paper, bean-sized cold sweat rolling madly down his forehead. Facing Director Wang's almost tangibly cold, furious gaze, Yi Zhonghai's legs went weak, his lips trembling as he instinctively tried to quibble. Director Wang, it's not like this. Listen to my explanation. I didn't favor the Jia family. I only wanted the courtyard to. Only what? He couldn't make it up any further. In the face of absolute logic and iron proof, any quibble seemed pale and powerless. This hypocritical tyrant who'd long occupied the courtyard and grown accustomed to ruling everything through moral blackmail, at this moment finally lowered his hypocritical head, amid streaming cold sweat, to meet the abyss of his ruin and disgrace. With things developing to this point, the whole scene's wind direction had completely reversed. Director Wang's face was livid. The ones at fault were entirely the Jia mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and the meddling silly Zhu, while I was innocent and blameless. By rights, Yi Zhonghai, this first uncle who'd taken sides unfairly, was in for a good scolding across the face. But if it were merely a scolding? Then wouldn't my setting up such a big scheme today mean making Director Wang come for nothing? Since the official big shot had entered the fray, if I didn't directly wreck Yi Zhonghai, what fun would this game be? The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile, my gaze sweeping across the whole scene like a knife. Director Wang, just now first uncle said I disrupted the whole courtyard meeting last night and also struck He Yuzhu. This did indeed happen, but wouldn't you like to hear why I hit him? Boom. Hearing me bring up last night's matter, Yi Zhonghai suddenly lifted his head, staring at me intently, as if he'd seen a ghost. His lips trembled violently, his face ashen. Constrained by Director Wang's presence, he didn't dare let out even a fart, and could only look at me with a pleading gaze almost like begging pitifully, imploring me to shut up. Because he knew better than anyone that as long as I revealed the inside story of last night's meeting, his first uncle's official cap would definitely shatter today. And even his ultimate backer behind him, the deaf old lady's pure gold clay idol of fake military martyrs family, would be smashed to smithereens by me. What crime was impersonating a military martyr's family? In this era, it could even mean eating a bullet. I gave him a contemptuous glance, just about to directly unleash the big move and take out this pack of beasts in one wave. Just then, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Enough, Zhang Cheng. Can't you just stop making trouble any further? Looking toward the voice, the deaf old lady, supported by First Aunt, came tottering out. Her face was full of sorrow, and her murky old eyes squeezed out a few tears as she began a high-level performance directed at Director Wang. Director, actually this matter is all my fault. This old dead woman. Someone outside spread rumors that I'm a military martyr's family, and coveting the neighbors' respect, I didn't step forward to clarify, and that's what caused Zhonghai's misunderstanding. Every fault is my fault. Even if you haul me off to prison, I won't have the slightest complaint. Who told a lonely, widowed old woman like me to just want a few more people to remember me before entering the coffin? Listening to this tearful quibbling, I couldn't help giving her a thumbs up in my heart. Impressive old fox. With a casually tossed off, didn't clarify the rumor. She downgraded the capital crime of impersonating a military martyr's family into a moral flaw of vanity at work. No matter how furious Director Wang was inside, facing an 80-year-old granny with one foot in the grave, what could she do? Haul her off to be shot? The crime wasn't enough. Lock her up for reform through labor? That would purely be tormenting the detention center's guards. In the end, Director Wang was silent for a long while and could only warn with a livid face. Old lady, joking with the honor of a military martyr's family is very serious in nature. Let there be no next time. The old deaf one immediately went along down the slope, nodding like pounding garlic. Well now, the biggest bomb was actually defused by this old woman with a bitter flesh scheme. I sneered inwardly. Though I hadn't managed to directly pin her to death, it didn't matter, because my primary goal had already been achieved. Sure enough, after pacifying the old lady, Director Wang turned around, her gaze sharp as she looked at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, as the managing uncle of the courtyard, you failed to distinguish right from wrong, condone rumors, and form cliques. From this moment, your position as first uncle is revoked. The middle courtyard will be temporarily co-managed by Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The local emperor who'd ruled the courtyard for years was, today, completely pulled down from his altar by me. As for Widow Jia and Qin Huairu, this pair of green tea plus shrews, morally corrupt, unable to be sentenced, but though the capital crime could be spared, the living penalty was hard to escape, sentenced to sweep the street sanitation for half a month. And that arrogant, domineering courtyard war god, Silly Zhu? Because he struck first, but couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes, he wasn't qualified to go to the bureau and was directly sentenced to clean the public toilets for 10 days. Having dealt with everything, Director Wang turned and left with the public security comrades. Before leaving, the middle-aged public security officer leading the team suddenly stopped, giving me a meaningful glance. Then, with an extremely discreet motion, he flashed me a big thumbs up. I was first stunned, then following his peripheral gaze, I saw Silly Zhu, who just crawled up from the ground with a bruised and swollen face, and instantly caught on. This public security big brother was praising my awesome skills, taking out the courtyard's #1 filial son in one move. After the officials left, Su Damao rushed up like he'd gone crazy, hooking his arm around my neck, his eyes practically glowing. Holy crap, brother, you're freaking divine. In my whole life, I've never seen anyone able to pin Widow Jia, Yi Zhonghai, and the old woman to the ground and grind them all at once. Silly Zhu, not far off, heard this and shrank his neck in fright, and like a stray dog, hunched his body and scurried back to the back courtyard in a flash, not daring to let out even a fart. As long as this bastard didn't come provoke me in the future, I couldn't be bothered to dirty my hands. Back at Su Damao's place, the two of us downed a couple more cups of wine with the leftover dishes before leisurely heading home. Passing through the middle courtyard, it was dead silent in front of Yi Zhonghai's and the Jia household's doors. Clearly, this pack of beasts who usually held themselves high above had had their faces slapped swollen by me today, and were all hiding in their rooms being shrunk-necked turtles. And at this moment, in Yi Zhonghai's home, the atmospheric pressure was frighteningly low. Widow Jia, Qin Huairu, Jia Dongxiu, and the deaf old lady were all present. Yi Zhonghai kept a dark face and said nothing. Qin Huairu was off to the side, hypocritically wiping tears. Jia Dongxiu shrank in the corner like a quail. Widow Jia, for the first time ever, didn't dare throw a tantrum. It wasn't that she felt sorry for Yi Zhonghai, but that she was afraid. Without Yi Zhonghai, this umbrella, how would she suck blood in the courtyard from now on? Enough. What are you all making long faces for? The deaf old lady suddenly thumped the ground hard with her cane, a trace of sharp light flashing in her murky eyes. Though Zhonghai took a fall this time, it's not like he can't turn things around. On the strength of that empty vessel Lu Haizhong and that abacus fiend Yin Bugui, do you really think they can keep this courtyard in line? The old lady sneered, her tone full of scheming. You all just watch. Within 3 months, those two fools will surely turn the courtyard into a foul mess, and by then, Director Wang will have to beg our Zhonghai to come out of retirement. This sentence was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly making the 4 despairing people's eyes light up. The atmosphere in the room once again turned dark and restlessly stirring. Only they didn't know that in my dictionary, those who defended me, there had never been such a phrase as making a comeback. In Yi Zhonghai's home, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed you could wring water from it. The deaf old lady couldn't even be bothered to give the 3 Jia family members another glance, her murky triangular eyes staring intently at Yi Zhonghai. Zhonghai, during this period you'd best pull your skin tight. Work well at your job, meddle less in others' business after work. Play the meek grandson more, and strive to fish back the hearts you lost today. Once the storm passes, I'll throw away this old face and go work my connections, and this first uncle position of yours will still be yours all the same. Yi Zhonghai, as if granted a pardon, nodded repeatedly. Yes, old lady, I'll listen to you completely. Having instructed Yi Zhonghai, the old lady suddenly turned her head, without concealing the disgust at the bottom of her eyes, and coldly issued Widow Jia an eviction order. Enough, you Jia family people, hurry up and get lost back home. I still have important words to say to Zhonghai alone. Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu's faces flushed alternately green and white from the scolding. They knew clearly inside that the old lady utterly hated Widow Jia for going around stirring up trouble everywhere today, nearly dragging her down into the water too. How would the two dare to touch her bad luck? They pulled up the still tantrum wanting Widow Jia and headed out. Ma, since the old lady has a plan, let's head back first. Head back for what? Are we just going to swallow this dumb loss today? Not going to deal with that little beast, Zhang Cheng? Widow Jia shrieked unwillingly. The moment they heard the 2 words Zhang Cheng, Yi Zhonghai's teeth itched with rage, and the deaf old lady even more felt a wrenching pain in her chest. Especially the old deaf one. If not for Widow Jia going to provoke me, how would she have been forced to personally tear apart her own military martyr's family protective talisman? Right now she wished she could swing her cane and directly smash Widow Jia's mouthful of yellow teeth to bits. But thinking that Yi Zhonghai still had to count on Jia Dongshu for old age support, the old woman could only forcibly suppress her fury. However, her eyeballs rolled, and an extremely vicious scheme to kill with a borrowed knife welled up in her heart. Widow Jia, I warn you, during this period stay away from provoking that little beast Zhang Cheng. Even if that little beast eats meat and drinks soup every single day, you'd best swallow your drool back into your belly for me. Saying this, the old lady deliberately lowered her voice and murmured at a volume only these few could hear. I also wondered just where that little beast is doing his hunting. If he's poaching in the public forest or secretly reselling meat to the black market. That's a capital crime that eats a bullet. Boom. This sentence, like a thunderclap, instantly split open the lard-clogged minds of Widow Jia and Jia Dongshu. Mother and son exchanged a glance and, scrambling, dragged Qin Huairu back to their own room. The moment the door shut, Jia Dongshu was so excited his eyes went bloodshot. Ma, the old woman woke me up. Tomorrow I'll take leave and go tail Zhang Cheng. As long as I catch evidence of his poaching or black market profiteering, we'll go report him. By then, when he's hauled off to be shot, those 2 big tile-roofed rooms of his family's, won't they be ours? Slap. The moment the words fell, Widow Jia gave Jia Dongshu a vicious slap to the back of the head, spraying spittle all over his face. How did I give birth to such a stupid pig? Reporting him to be shot, what long-term benefit does that bring our family? Ma, why are you hitting me? Jia Dongshu clutched his head, his face full of grievance. But Qin Huairu beside them instantly caught on, her eyes flickering with greedy sharp light. Dongshu, what Ma means is, we can't report him. We need to grip his weakness tight, forcing him to be our family's free long-term laborer for life. As long as we've got a grip on him, our family will have meat to eat every day from now on, saving even the money for meat coupons. After saying this, Qin Huairu gave Widow Jia a fawning thumbs up. Ma is still the impressive one. This move not only dealt with the little beast, but also found our family a long-term meat coupon. You're truly our family's Zhuge Liang. Only then did Jia Dongxiu have a sudden realization, trembling all over with excitement. Right. Not only must we make him hunt, we must also force him to hand over the big tile-roofed rooms to us. If he dares say one word of no, we'll send him to eat prison food. Ha ha ha. Under the dim oil lamp, the three Jia family members, as if they'd already seen the scene of me kneeling and begging for mercy, offering up the property deed and roasted meat with both hands, let out nauseating wild laughter. Too bad, this pack of fools couldn't have dreamed that their self-righteous earth-shattering conspiracy, in my eyes, wasn't even worth a fart. Scheme against me? Grip me? Simply the biggest joke under heaven. They thought I'd go steal collective property in the village? That big mountain where I hunted, that was deep mountain old forest, not belonging to any village's jurisdiction whatsoever. Even if I ran into public folk, I wouldn't panic. Black market profiteering? Heh. Right now I'm the steel rolling mill's proper specially hired purchasing agent. Every single piece of game I hunt is either sold to the steel rolling mill or specially supplied to the state-run restaurant. Every transaction has a clear, red-stamped official receipt. Who would dare investigate me? And who could investigate me? The Jia family wants to catch my weakness? No hope this lifetime. Reincarnate as a good dog next life, and maybe they'll get to smell the sin of the bones I've gnawed on and left behind. The night deepened, and all was silent in the courtyard. I lay on the warm, cozy heated bed, resting with my eyes closed. Tick, tick, when the clock's hands pointed precisely, without error, to 12 midnight. Ding. System cooldown time complete. Hunting space has opened. Boom. The instant the cold mechanical voice exploded in my mind, I suddenly opened my eyes, a burst of sharp light shooting from their depths. A single thought stirred, and my figure instantly vanished from the earthen bed. The next second, I was already standing in that hunting space filled with primal, wild aura. I reached back and tucked the coldly gleaming hunter's short blade at my waist, then took the premium hunter's short bow from my portable space along the way. The instant my fingers touched the bowstring, flap, flap, flap. In the bushes not far off, a large pheasant with bright, vivid feathers let out a sharp cluck, cluck cry and suddenly soared into the air, trying to flee into the distance. The corner of my mouth curled into a bloodthirsty cold smile. An experience pack delivered to my door, and it still wants to run? My gaze locked onto that panic-stricken pheasant in midair. Release. Whoosh. The sound of splitting air and the sound of flesh tearing rang out almost simultaneously. The sharp arrow precisely, without error, pierced through that pheasant's small head. Huh. The pheasant's corpse crashed straight down to the ground. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Looking at this unremarkable hunter's short bow in my hand, even I myself was stunned. This is too damn satisfying, isn't it? The system-issued archery skill paired with this short bow was simply a merciless killing machine. If I'd had this equipment when killing that wild mountain goat boss last night, why would I have needed to die once? But I didn't regret it. If not for hard tanking the boss last night, I'd have had no excuse to fake serious injury, and that silly Zhu would still be bouncing around blindly in the courtyard right now. A gain and a loss. Now I want it all. Since I'd experienced the thrill of dimensional reduction striking, the hunting that followed completely turned into a one-sided slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As long as any prey dared to show its head, it met a life, snatching sharp arrow head-on. Before long, today's space refreshed 15 pheasants and rabbits, along with 5 wild mountain goats, were all harvested clean by me, lying in my portable warehouse. The most brilliant part was that every piece of prey had been headshot with a single arrow, leaving a perfect fatal wound. This way, even taking them outside to sell, who would dare suspect my prey's origin was improper? Though no boss refreshed today, and leveling up still required 6 days, I was already incomparably content. In this famine era of not even eating one's fill, I ate meat every meal and earned money by the fistful. This life, I wouldn't trade even to be an immortal. Early the next morning, I got up refreshed in spirit. After washing up, I deliberately slung that extremely eye-catching hunter's short bow on my back and swaggered boldly out the door. The moment I stepped out, right behind me, a sneaky figure followed. It was Jia Dongxiu. To tail me, this bastard actually, for the first time ever, spent 1 yuan to rent a bicycle from third uncle Yan Bugue. Too bad. His IQ was truly touching. As he huffed and puffed pedaling the bicycle, gleefully thinking he could catch evidence of my poaching, he discovered I hadn't left the city at all, but had walked straight into the gate of the neighborhood office. At that moment, Jia Dongxiu, hiding at the alley corner, was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide like a foolish roe deer that had just been struck by lightning. He couldn't figure out for the life of him, carrying a bow and arrow but not entering the mountains. What was I running to a government office to do? At the neighborhood office door, I skillfully handed the gatekeeper uncle a great front gate cigarette. The originally stern uncle instantly beamed with joy and even personally led the way, escorting me to the door of Director Wang's office. Knock knock. Come in. Pushing open the door, Director Wang was working with her head down. When she lifted her head and saw it was me, and especially saw that oddly shaped hunter's short bow on my back, her eyes instantly lit up. "Io, it's Comrade Zhang Cheng. Quick, please sit, please sit. Auntie Wang will pour you a cup of hot water." Watching Director Wang's gaze fixed straight on my short bow, I sneered inwardly. "Little fish, you've bitten the hook." Last night at the whole courtyard meeting, I deliberately exposed my hunting skill, and today I'd come flaunting the bow and arrow through the streets, all for this very moment. I wanted to make this number one head of the neighborhood office proactively open her mouth and beg me. Sure enough, before the water was even full, Director Wang couldn't hold back. "Oh, little Zhang," carrying a bow, "are you preparing to go out of the city to hunt? You said last night you could catch game, but these days, is game easy to hunt? What all can you catch?" I took the water cup and deliberately put on a nonchalant expression. Director, hunting, it's just fumbling around blindly. But I'm a person with decent luck. Casually catching a dozen or so pheasants and rabbits every day, plus getting a few wild mountain goats, is no problem." Hiss. In the silent office, Director Wang suddenly gasped. She widened her eyes, looking at me like a monster, probably thinking inside, "This kid isn't bragging, is he? With the drought this severe, which old hunter would dare pat his chest and say he can catch a dozen a day, and even take down wild mountain goats?" I saw through her shock and doubt and directly tossed out a heavyweight bomb. "Director, this really isn't me bragging. The day before yesterday, I left the city for the first time and caught 9 pheasants and rabbits, all sold to the state-run restaurant outside the alley. If you don't believe it, you can go ask Master Ma. Yesterday I went again and caught 15 pheasants and rabbits and 2 wild mountain goats. Part sold to the restaurant, and the other part—" I paused, the smile at the corner of my mouth gradually widening. "Sold to Director Li of the steel rolling mill." Director Li saw my skill was decent and insisted on making an exception to recruit me into the steel rolling mill as a purchasing agent. "I came today precisely to have you issue a letter of introduction to go handle onboarding at the factory." Boom. This barrage of words came crashing down, and Director Wang completely couldn't sit still. To make Director Li of the steel rolling mill personally make the call to grab someone, that had to be how solid a skill? Knowing my value, Director Wang's attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. So enthusiastic it was practically like she was my own aunt. While rapidly helping me write the letter of introduction, she probed with feigned casualness. "Little Zhang, you're now a big favorite at the steel rolling mill. But after all, you came out of our South Gong and Drum Lane. Look, those game animals you catch, could you also share a bit with our neighborhood office? Rest assured, whatever price the steel rolling mill gives, the neighborhood office absolutely won't shortchange you a single cent." Hearing this, my heart burst into bloom. The neighborhood office, the department with real power over residence permits, over housing, over district public security. This big tree was proactively stretching its thigh over for me to hug, so why wouldn't I hug it? But I didn't immediately agree, instead deliberately putting on a face full of difficulty. "Auntie Wang, sharing some meat with you. I absolutely have no objection. But you also know, I'm about to be a steel rolling mill person in this game. By the rules can't be privately handled at random. If Director Li blames me for it." What a shrewd character was Director Wang. She instantly got it. "Io, little Zhang, don't you worry about this. Though your Auntie Wang isn't a big official, I can still speak up with Director Li. As long as you nod, I'll call him right away to ask a favor. Absolutely won't put you in a bind." Slap. The bright red official stamp pressed down on the letter of introduction. Director Wang smiled like a blooming flower and personally escorted me out the door. And the moment I stepped out, right behind me Director Wang picked up the red crank telephone on her desk and called straight to the steel rolling mill director's office. At this time, in a corner outside the neighborhood office door, Jia Dongxiu, having taken a day of leave, wasting 1 yuan of bicycle rental fee, and squatting in ambush like an idiot for half a day, finally saw me come out. But when he tailed me all the way and watched with his own eyes as I swaggered boldly into the gate of the Red Star steel rolling mill, Jia Dongshu's legs went weak, and he nearly toppled, man and bike together, into the foul ditch. Despair, deep despair completely drowned him. Damn it! Zhang Cheng not only didn't go to the black market, but actually entered the steel rolling mill? Then hadn't the grand plan to grip Zhang Cheng that he'd conspired over all night with his mother and wife become a thorough international joke? And at the same time, at the steel rolling mill, the director's office, I'd just finished the onboarding procedures and pushed the door open to enter when Director Li Huai looked at me with a smiling face. Little Zhang, Director Wang just gave me a heads up. From now on, 1/10 of the game you catch daily will be shared with the neighborhood office. Is that a problem on your end? I straightened my body, looking directly at this big shot of the steel rolling mill, the corner of my mouth curling into an extremely confident arc. Director, rest assured, I guarantee I can satisfy your needs. This resounding guarantee of mine simply scratched right at Li Huai's heart. Originally, because the neighborhood office had cut in and taken away 1/10 of the game, Li Huai had felt a bit of secret displeasure inside. But now, that trace of displeasure instantly vanished like smoke. In these times, whoever could stably obtain meat was the living god of wealth in the director's eyes. Li Huai laughed until his face was full of wrinkles, heavily patted my shoulder in praise, and only then had Secretary Zhang take me to report to the purchasing section. Along the way, Secretary Zhang extremely familiarly gave me the lowdown. The steel rolling mills purchasing section was a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, divided into 3 teams. Team 1 connected with regular enterprises, purchasing steel raw materials. Team 2 connected with state-run units, purchasing labor protection supplies and rationed grain and vegetables. Put plainly, these 2 offices were the iron rice bowl within the iron rice bowl, drinking tea and reading newspapers every day. Going through the motions, pressure-free, a pure retirement sanctuary. Of course, retirement meant no extra income on the side, but the one I was assigned to was Team 3, responsible for extra material purchasing outside the plan. Not only did you have to run to the countryside, you also had to deal with villagers and communes. Secretary Zhang lowered his voice and raised his eyebrows at me. Little Zhang, this is a genuine fat job. The grease inside. You'll understand later. This was specially arranged by Director Li. I was clear as a mirror inside and thanked him repeatedly. Arriving at Team 3's office, the door was wide open. The space inside was quite large, with 8 desks arranged in facing pairs. But it was empty at this hour, with only a man in his 40s or so, who hadn't much endured the wind and sun, seated at the separate desk at the very back. Clearly, this was Team 3's immediate superior. Section Chief Huang. Secretary Zhang walked up with a smile. I've brought the person, Comrade Zhang Cheng. Director Li said to look after him well. A resounding drum needs no heavy mallet. Anyone who could become a purchasing section chief was no fool. Huang Weimin understood the elegant meaning from the tune and instantly grasped that I was Director Li's favorite entering the group with capital. He immediately stood up, warmly gripped my hand, and patted his chest so hard it shook the heavens. Io, Comrade Little Zhang. Welcome, welcome. Once you're at our Team 3, we're one family. From now on, whoever dares bully you, Old Huang, will be the first to object. Naturally, I wasn't going to get cocky relying on Li Huai's power. I gripped Huang Weimin's hand with both hands, kept my posture very low, and made small talk with a face full of sincerity. Seeing this, Secretary Zhang was quite satisfied. Before leaving, he exchanged a glance with Huang Weimin without leaving a trace. Section Chief Huang instantly got it, pointed me to the empty desk closest to him, and then followed the secretary out the door to handle the handover. While unhurriedly cleaning the desk, I sneered inwardly. Some might wonder, I'd defy heaven and earth and air itself in the courtyard, kicking silly Zhu flying with 1 foot. So how come here? I turned polite and courteous, even a bit timid. If that's really what you think, then that's too naive. In my past life, I'd at least tumbled around the workplace for 7 or 8 years, and I deeply understood the principle that a distant magistrate is no match for a local administrator. This was human society, valuing worldly wisdom and human relations, blending in and dimming one's light. And what was the courtyard? That was a nest of beasts who ate people without spitting out the bones. Being polite to beasts, they'd only treat you as a soft persimmon, swarming up to suck you dry. To deal with them, you had to be fiercer, more ruthless, more venomous than them. Whether to be hard or not depends on whether the other party is human or ghost. This was my, Zhang Cheng's, way of survival. In no time, Huang Weimin came back with a face full of spring breeze. Little Zhang, I'll take the liberty. No problem if I call you Little Zhang. Section Chief, you're too polite. Call me whatever's fine. I responded with a smile. Huang Weimin pulled over a chair and sat down across from me. I deliberately waited until he'd sat down steady before sitting down myself. Just this one tiny detail thickened the appreciation in Huang Weimin's eyes by a few more degrees. This young man understood the rules and wasn't arrogant. Little Zhang, Secretary Zhang says your hunting technique and luck are both unmatched. Huang Weimin got to the main topic. I wasn't excessively modest and laughed half true, half false. Section Chief, the technique's passable, mainly it's good luck. As soon as I enter the mountains, those pheasants and rabbits practically fling themselves onto my arrows. Huang Weimin laughed heartily, clearly only half believing. After all talk and no practice is a fake skill. Whether it worked or not still depended on performance. All right, then I'll give you the lowdown. Huang Weimin cleared his throat and said seriously, our Team 3's task actually isn't hard. Each person per month either purchases 100 pounds of meat, or 200 pounds of grain, or 100 eggs. As long as you complete one of these, it counts as meeting the standard. Hearing this task quota, I nearly couldn't hold back my laugh. 100 pounds of meat a month. Damn. In the system space, the game I shot dead in one night was more than this number. This wasn't going to work at all. This was simply coming to the factory to stock up on goods and money. Huang Weimin continued to caution me. Of course, there's a bonus for exceeding the quota. But this bonus at most can't exceed your base salary. Little Zhang, I hope you can understand this point. He was giving me a preventive shot in advance, afraid that if I caught too much game later, I'd throw a fit complaining the money was too little. I immediately nodded like pounding garlic, my face full of accepting the lesson. Section Chief, rest assured, I completely understand, will absolutely obey the section's arrangements, without the slightest complaint. Ha, you kid, you're a thoroughly clear-headed smart one. Huang Weimin completely let down his guard, even changing how he addressed me. My name's Huang Weimin. From now on, don't call me Section Chief in private. Just call me Brother Huang. Got it, Brother Huang. Huang Weimin happily walked to the desk, pulled open a drawer, took out a bunch of keys, removed two, and slapped them on the desk. Little Zhang, do you have a bicycle? If not, use this one for now. This is the most rideable public bike in our section. My eyes lit up. In these times, a bicycle was an absolute luxury item, a symbol of status. This Brother Huang was quite generous. I took the keys with both hands and thanked him solemnly, then glanced at the wall clock and volunteered proactively. Brother Huang, I see it's still early. I'll go make a round in the countryside right now and strive to open the account for our section today. Huang Weimin was stunned, clearly not expecting my work enthusiasm to be this high. Not only not slacking, but wanting to go work the moment I'd onboarded. Good kid. Huang Weimin happily slapped his thigh. Go, catch more game, and strive this month for our Team 3 to also go bring back a silk banner from Director Lee. I mounted that brand new 28-bar public bike and, amid a bell ringing crisply the whole way, rode out the steel rolling mills gate. Beasts, open your dog eyes wide and watch. While you're still scheming back and forth over one bite of cornmeal cake, I'm already riding a public bike, holding an iron rice bowl, preparing to go grip your lifelines. After leaving the director's office, I went straight to the bike shed to pick up the 28-bar Huang Weimin had assigned me. Pulling out the key to unlock it, I mounted it and gave a push. Creak. Clatter. Well now, aside from the bell not ringing, this bike rattled everywhere from head to toe. The wheels were warped, the brake pads worn flat, and before I'd pedaled 2 rounds, with a clack, the chain slipped right off the track. In my past life, I'd played with fixed gear and mountain bikes. This little defect was nothing in my eyes. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. Pushing the bike, I strolled out the steel rolling mills gate and found a bike repair stall at the street corner. Borrowing a set of the master's tools, without a word, I directly got hands on myself. And at this moment, at the alley entrance across from the steel rolling mill, Jia Dongxiu, who'd squatted for over an hour, had legs almost gone numb from crouching. Just when he thought I'd long since slipped out the back door, he finally saw me push out a bicycle and swagger boldly out. In that instant, Jia Dongxiu's eyeballs instantly went red enough to drip blood. His features contorted with jealousy. Even with a pig brain, he reacted at this moment. Zhang Cheng, this little beast, had actually become a formal employee of the steel rolling mill. How the hell was this possible? The current steel rolling mill was purely one radish, one hole. To get even a temporary worker slot, You had to spend at least 800 yuan to buy it, and even then it depended on whether they were willing to sell. But Zhangcheng. One trip to the neighborhood office, one trip to the steel rolling mill, less than 2 hours front to back, and not only became an employee, but even got a bicycle assigned to boot? Jia Dongshu's worldview collapsed. The shock this brought him was even greater than when he'd heard his own biological father had died. Unwilling to accept it, he stared intently at my back, pushed that broken bike he'd rented from third uncle, and quietly followed like a ghost. Following all the way to the bike repair stall, Jia Dongshu was once again so shocked by a stretch of my divine operations that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What did he see? He saw that I didn't let the repair master touch it at all, but grabbed a wrench and screwdriver myself. And with a ding-ling clatter, 3 moves and 5 divisions, my movements faster than a master of 10 years, in the blink of an eye dismantled a bicycle into a pile of parts. Then, cleaning, derusting, oiling, tightening spokes, hanging the chain. The whole process flowed like clouds in water, without any superfluous motions. In less than half an hour, a completely refreshed 28 bar with an oil-gleaming, shiny chain was reassembled by me. Jia Dongshu hid behind the utility pole, his whole person watching dumbstruck, as if he'd lost his soul. Not until I paid the tool fee, dashingly mounted the bicycle, and shot off with a whoosh did he suddenly snap awake. Little beast. Stop. He clumsily mounted third uncle's second-hand broken bike and desperately stomped the pedals, trying to chase. But how could he catch up? My bike had been meticulously tuned, plus my monstrous physique enhanced to level 3 by the system. Pedaling was simply like stepping on wind-fire wheels. While Jia Dongshu's broken bike was not only dead heavy, but also rattled and creaked. Before he'd pedaled 2 streets, Jia Dongshu was exhausted like a dead dog, collapsing at the roadside, watching helplessly as my back vanished around the street corner. There's no way to live this life. Jia Dongshu broke down. Back at the courtyard, having returned the bike to third aunt, he drifted back to his room like a walking corpse, climbed onto the heated bed without even taking off his shoes, and pulled a tattered cotton quilt tightly over his head. No matter how Widow Jia slapped and cursed, he didn't make a sound. He'd been utterly hit into withdrawal by me. On the other side, I'd long since tossed Jia Dongshu to the back of my mind, riding like lightning all the way, heading straight for the deep mountains outside the city. With the level 3 physique granted by the system, I arrived at the mountain foot a step faster than taking the bus. Finding a corner with no one around, a single thought stirred, and I stored the bicycle into my portable space, drew the premium hunter's short bow with a reverse motion, and plunged headlong into the dense primal old forest. This time, I wanted to test whether hunting in reality could earn system experience. The peripheral game had long been picked nearly clean by nearby villagers, so I unhesitatingly pressed on into the deep mountains. Sure enough, after casually shooting dead 2 rabbits and a pheasant, the system's crisp prompt tone rang out, and the experience points really did increase. Hunting in reality can level up too? Too satisfying. My spirit greatly lifted. Unknowingly, I'd felt my way into the depths of an old forest rarely trodden by human feet. Walking along, my ears suddenly pricked up. Huff, snuffle. A muffled panting and chewing sound drifted over on the downwind. Wild boar. My gaze instantly turned sharp, and hunching over, using the cover of the bushes, I crept over silently like a ghost. Parting the weeds and looking closely, well now, in the mud pit a dozen or so meters ahead was actually a wild boar family. A boar of over 300 pounds, a sow of around 200 pounds, and beside them followed 3 piglets of 70 or 80 pounds each. A family of 5, all neat and complete. If I bagged this, that would all be gleaming white banknotes and experience points. But the problem was, the moment I acted, the piglets would surely startle and flee. I didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so how could I take them all in one pot? Just as I was secretly calculating, that big boar seemed to have eaten its fill, grunted, and turned to lead its family away. Want to leave? No way. My gaze turned fierce, and I burst up in an instant. My left hand drew an arrow at lightning speed, bent the bow to full moon. Whoosh. The first arrow went like a shooting star, neither high nor low, precisely and unerringly stabbing right into the big boar's rear. Ow! The big boar let out a scream shrill to the extreme. Its huge 300-plus pound body suddenly staggered, nearly kneeling to the ground. Most of the arrow shaft sunk deep into its body, seizing the fraction of a second while it painfully turned. My hands moved so fast they left afterimages, drawing 3 arrows in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three sharp whistles. Three sharp arrows precisely hitting the backs of the three piglets' necks. Though the piglets were wrapped in a thick layer of pine resin mud armor, how terrifying was the short bow's power. The sharp arrows tore right through the armor and stabbed deep into the flesh. The piglets squealed in a pig-slaughtering scream from the pain, blood spraying wildly, and terrified. They twisted around and bored into the depths of the dense forest. The moment the piglets ran, the boar and sow completely fell into a frenzy. Two behemoths weighing half a ton together, their eyes blood-red. Tusks flaring outward, like two runaway heavy tanks, rolled up a sky full of fallen leaves and charged madly at me. That world-overturning, mountain-toppling momentum would have long since scared an ordinary person into wetting their pants. But my heart was still as water. Facing the tusks right before me, I was calm as an emotionless killer, once again firing arrows in succession. Whoosh. One arrow ruined the sow's right eye. Whoosh. Whoosh. Twin arrows fired together, following the momentum of the big boar's mad charge, directly pierced through both its eyes and stabbed deep into its brain. Boom. The big boar didn't even grunt once, instantly brain dead. The huge body crashed to the ground, and riding the momentum, slid over 3 meters right to my feet, dead through and through. And at this moment, the sow with one eye blinded had completely gone mad, its sharp tusks now less than half a meter from my belly. At this hair's breadth between life and death, a single thought stirred, and my whole person instantly vanished into thin air. Boom. The unable to stop sow charged straight through the spot where I'd just been standing, slamming its head viciously into a bole-thick tree. With a crack, a great crash, the tree's bark burst open from the collision, nearly snapping in two at the waist. The sow was rattled, dizzy, and disoriented by that terrifying reactive force, swaying unsteadily like it was drunk. At the instant of its dizziness, I flashed out from the space, cold light flashing in my hand, and that sharp hunter's short blade was already out of its sheath. Fast, precise, ruthless. Squelch. The foot-long blade, from top to bottom, viciously sank into the back of the sow's neck, instantly severing its central nerve. The sow only had time to let out a muffled grunt before its huge body crashed down, its forelegs twitching a few times, then completely lost all breath of life. 2 adult wild boars, done. I didn't waste a single second, stored the 2 boars into the space, and immediately followed the blood trail to chase the 3 piglets. Before running 300 meters, the 3 piglets, dead from excessive blood loss, were also smoothly bagged. A family of 5, all neat and complete, lay in my portable warehouse. Hunt finished, wrapping up. Knowing the bloody smell would draw fierce beasts, I immediately turned and dashed down the mountain the whole way. Sure enough, the moment I'd run to the mountain foot and sat down to catch my breath, several hair-raising wolf howls came from the depths of the mountain forest. Count yourselves lucky, I sneered. Wait until my level rises a bit more, and even you pack of wolf cubs I'll bag in one pot. Sinking my consciousness into the system and glancing at the experience bar, the corners of my mouth curled up madly. Big wild boar 4 experience points. Piglets 3, this wave of real-world hunting, directly bagged 17 experience points. It seemed the speed of leveling up was far, far faster than I'd imagined. Having rested enough, I stood up and took the repaired bicycle out of the space. Securing the carrying basket I'd brought along firmly to the back seat, then a single thought stirred. 16 plump pheasants and 17 rabbits, like a little mountain, piled the carrying basket full. I mounted the bicycle and, facing the setting sun, rode toward the direction of the steel rolling mill. Today, I'll first use these little trinkets to open the eyes of that Team 3 bunch. And by the way, let that pack of beasts in the courtyard have a good sniff of the meat's fragrance. After stuffing the carrying basket full with 16 pheasants and 17 rabbits, I glanced at the space and simply, since I'd started I might as well finish, pulled out a whole wild mountain goat too, tying it firmly with hemp rope on both sides of the back seat. Finally, that big male wild boar weighing over 300 pounds was forcibly tied crosswise onto the bicycle's front crossbar by me. Looking at this 28 bar so piled with meat the wheels were nearly invisible, only then did I belatedly realize. Once the space rose to level 4 later and there was more game, this broken bicycle simply wouldn't cut it. I'd have to get a sidecar tricycle or a small truck. I took a deep breath and, relying on the monstrous level 3 strength granted by the system, forcibly pedaled this several hundred-pound moving mountain of meat onto the dirt road back to the city. This journey, one can imagine what an explosive scene it was. In this famine year when even cornmeal couldn't be eaten to fullness, several hundred pounds of fresh wild meat giving off a bloody smell was simply more eye-catching than a cartload of gold. After entering the city, passers-by's eyeballs shattered all over the ground. Holy crap! Is that a wild boar? My good heavens! Is this young man the reincarnation of tiger-slaying hero Wu Song? So much meat. The crowd nearly blocked me so thoroughly there was no room to squeeze through, and several bolder ones even pulled out money, their eyeballs red, wanting to buy meat from me right there on the street. I sternly refused, and seeing I was truly being too high profile, I simply hired a flatbed cart at the roadside, transferred the mountain of meat onto it, and headed straight for the neighborhood office. A sensation, an utter sensation. When the flatbed cart stopped in the neighborhood office courtyard, over a dozen clerks all went crazy. Every one of them surrounded the wild boar and mountain goat, swallowing their drool repeatedly. Director Wong rushed out in a frantic hurry upon hearing the news, green light emanating from her eyes, wishing she could swallow this whole cart of meat. But she knew she couldn't eat it all, and in the end, according to the agreement with Li Huide, enduring the heartache, she only kept 5 pheasants, 5 rabbits, and half a wild mountain goat. Little Zhang, when you catch a wild boar again in the future, you must leave some for Auntie Wang. Remember that. I laughingly accepted the huge sum of 67 yuan Director Wang settled, waved my hand, and pulling the remaining flatbed cart, headed straight for the steel rolling mill. If it was a sensation at the neighborhood office, then at the steel rolling mill, it simply triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake. The tens of thousands strong factory, its workers who hadn't seen meat and fish for months, watching that green-faced, tusked big wild boar being hauled into the logistics warehouse, all boiled over. The name Zhang Cheng, in just half a day, became the steel rolling mill's newly minted legend. And at this moment, in the purchasing team 3 office, section chief Huang Weiman, looking at the slip I'd handed in, was so excited he all but kowtowed to me. His whole body trembling, he pointed at the slip incoherently. My dear mother, 1 wild boar, 232 pounds. Half a wild mountain goat, 40 pounds. And 10 rabbits, 160 pounds. Zhang Cheng, can I call you brother? In half a damn day, you took out our Team 3's 5 peoples, a whole half-month's task quota in one shot. In these times, purchasing in the countryside, what the villagers recognized was grain. They didn't want money at all. For the purchasing quota, Huang Weiman's hair had fallen out by the handful, and my appearance was simply a living bodhisattva descending. Nothing more to say. Huang Weiman suddenly slapped his thigh, heroic spirits soaring to the clouds. Tonight, brother Huang bleeds big. I'll treat you to dinner. Call up all those brats in the section. Throw you a welcome feast. That evening after work, the 8 members of Team 3, laughing and chatting, went to Huang Weiman's home. This was a separate single-section small courtyard, and the Huang family were extremely warm and hospitable. Looking at the table full of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, which had to cost at least 17 or 18 yuan, I nodded to myself. This Huang Weiman was a generous, open person, worth befriending deeply. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes. Old workplace custom. A newcomer onboarding naturally had to be toasted one by this bunch of old hands, probing his depths. 7 people took turns coming at me, cup after cup pouring high-proof white liquor into me. Switch it to an ordinary person, and even if the wine immortal Li Bai came, he'd have to be carried out. But they didn't know. I damn well carried a dimensional cheat with me. Come, little Zhang. Brother toast you another cup. Bottoms up. I raised the wine cup, threw my head back and tipped it, my throat rolling, seemingly downing it in one gulp. But actually, the moment that fiery white liquor entered my mouth, a single thought stirred, and I transferred it all onto the wasteland of my portable space. Have a drinking contest with me? My stomach connects to a dimensional space. What will you use to compete with me? Half an hour later. Thud. Huang Weiman stuck out his lolling tongue and toppled head first under the table. The other 6 colleagues, who a second ago had still been bragging, were now all sprawled on the ground like dead pigs, splayed out, their snores shaking the heavens. And I, not changing expression, heart not skipping a beat, holding a teacup, calmly took a sip. In the end, it was Huang Weiman's wife who, with a face full of shock, called several flatbed carts and hauled this bunch of dead drunk fellows home one by one. Past 8 in the evening, I rode that bicycle I'd repaired to be extremely smooth, swaying leisurely back to South Gong and Drum Lane. The moment I reached the courtyard gate, I saw a lean, scrawny figure poking his head around in the cold wind like a miser. It was third Uncle Yin Bugue. The moment he saw me push a brand new 28 bar and step through the gate, Yin Bugue's pair of calculating mung bean eyes instantly went round as saucers, and even forgetting his usual pretentious literary airs, he stammered, pointing at the bike. Zhang Cheng. You. Where did this bicycle of yours come from? I braced one foot on the ground, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Third uncle, what sharp eyes. You even recognize a bicycle, truly worthy of being the only cultured person in our courtyard. This barbed mockery directly choked Yin Bugue's old face into the color of pig liver. He put on the airs of an elder, gritting his teeth. Little Zhang, now this isn't right of you. I at least have a bike too. How could I not recognize one? I'm asking you, a street loafer, where did you get the money to acquire a bicycle? Is its origin legitimate? TCH. I rolled my eyes, my gaze instantly turning cold, looking at him like at an old dog. Where I got my bike, do I need to report to you? Who do you rank as? If you think my origin is illegitimate, the gate's over there. You can go to the police station right now and report me. But I warn you, if it's investigated and my bike is found clean, I'll sue you for slandering a martyr's family and make you, this old thing, unable to eat and have to carry it all away with you. After saying this, I couldn't be bothered to give him another glance. Turning the handlebar, right in front of him, I rang the bike bell ding-ling-ling and swaggered boldly into the middle courtyard. Behind me, Yin Bugue stood in the cold wind, so angry his whole body trembled, his back molars nearly ground to bits, yet he didn't dare let out even half a word more. He knew I wasn't a soft persimmon to be gripped by anyone like Silly Zhu. I was a hard latrine stone that would grind his mouth full of teeth to pieces. Little beast. Little beast. Yin Bugue sullenly shut the gate and fled back to his own room. And tomorrow, when the whole courtyard learned that I'd not only become a steel rolling mill purchasing agent, but had also been assigned a bicycle, that pack of beasts' expressions would surely be quite marvelous. The third uncle family were truly oddballs. By rights, having offended Yin Bugue to that degree, he ought to be of the same character as Yi Zhonghai, wishing he could kick me out of the courtyard immediately. But precisely no. Yin Bugue's mental circuitry was different from other people's. After discovering that the identity of third uncle couldn't suppress me at all, he immediately switched faces. Not only did he no longer dare oppose me, but instead he pondered how to get on good terms with me. Put plainly, it was still because he knew I could hunt. If the relationship was handled well, couldn't he take a bit of advantage from my hands? This abacus was clicking away loudly. What I didn't know was that just as I was pushing the bicycle back to the courtyard, the couple had already shut their door and were seriously discussing how to curry favor with me. And me? Back home, I pushed the bicycle straight into the room, then turned to shut the door and bolt it. It wasn't that I was petty. A big item like a bicycle, who could guarantee no one would take advantage of my absence to remove the wheels and take them to trade for money? In the original story, didn't Silly Zhu do this kind of despicable thing? And Silly Zhu had already been beaten by me twice in a row, thoroughly forming a feud. If he saw I'd gotten a bicycle and turned green with envy, he'd pull the same trick just the same. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Guarding against it was never wrong. Here I was guarding against thieves, but I didn't know that over in the back courtyard, someone was already stamping their feet in urgency. Jia Dongxiu, the moment he got off work, burrowed into Yi Zhonghai's home and spilled out the whole matter of Zhang Cheng riding a bicycle out of the steel rolling mill in full detail. The moment Yi Zhonghai heard, he panicked on the spot. His mind spun fast. For me to ride a bike out of the steel rolling mill, there was only one possibility. I'd become a formal employee of the steel rolling mill, and a purchasing agent in the purchasing section at that. Otherwise, why would the factory issue a bicycle to someone who just entered? Thinking of this, Yi Zhonghai only felt the sky had collapsed. That first uncle throne he'd coveted for half his life was drifting further and further away from him. He seemed to already see his own ending. Old with no support, dying alone and lonely on a cold, heated bed. No good. He had to go discuss a countermeasure with the deaf old lady, or else tonight he wouldn't be able to close his eyes. Thinking of this, he for the first time ever chased Jia Dongxiu back home, and, in a panic, felt his way into the back courtyard. The moment he entered, he pulled the door shut and, lowering his voice, asked, "Old lady, that letter, did you turn it in?" The deaf old lady, old and wily as could be, took one look at his state and knew this was bad. The letter was only sent out this afternoon through connections. The fastest it'll get onto his leader's desk is tomorrow. What? Has that little beast pulled some new mischief? Yi Zhonghai collapsed into a chair with a plop, his face gone white. Old lady. This time, we're probably going to take a fall. That kid, he's already working at our steel rolling mill. What? The deaf old lady suddenly sprang up from the heated bed. You say that little beast got into the steel rolling mill? In just one day? Is the steel rolling mill so easy to get into? If he really had the ability, would he have nearly starved to death in his room? Yi Zhonghai gave a bitter smile and told the whole account of Jia Dongshu's tailing. By Dongshu's account, that kid is definitely a purchasing agent. Otherwise, where would the bicycle come from? The deaf old lady was more shrewd after all. Associating it with my ability to hunt, she instantly figured out the crux. That's it. That little beast can hunt, and your factory leaders surely took a liking to this point of his, which is why they made an exception and recruited him. Only then did Yi Zhonghai belatedly realize it. But the more he thought, the more anxious he grew. Then what do we do, old lady? The original plan is all washed up. We can't just let him keep living in the courtyard like this, can we? There was another sentence in his heart he didn't dare say aloud. As long as I didn't leave for one day, his first uncle position would be one day unstable to sit in. Even if the deaf old lady used her connections to help him climb back up, the courtyard could never again be gripped in his palm like before. His grand old age plan would be finished. This absolutely would not do. So he stared at the deaf old lady with a face full of hope, praying the old woman could produce a foolproof plan. Say what you will, this old woman really did have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. In no time, an airless killing scheme took shape in that head of hers that had schemed for the better part of a lifetime. The moment Yi Zhonghai saw her eyes light up, he immediately, proactively leaned his ear over. The deaf old lady didn't hold back either, leaning close to his ear and speaking out the idea word by word. After hearing it, Yi Zhonghai's face instantly changed. That scheme was so vicious even he didn't dare take it on. But the deaf old lady only said lightly, "Do you still want to be first uncle or not? Do you want someone to care for you in old age and see you off at death or not?" Yi Zhonghai's face changed again, and after several back and forths, in the end, gritting his teeth, he agreed. A conspiracy aimed straight at me was thus set in tone. After chatting a few more words, Yi Zhonghai took his leave and returned home. The moment he entered, he fished out an iron box from the hidden place where he stashed money. The box lid opened. 5 gold bars lay glittering brightly inside. He reached out to stroke the gold bars, his face full of reluctance to part with them. But this reluctance lasted only an instant. Gritting his teeth hard, he pulled out all 5 gold bars, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and stuffed them under his pillow. First Aunt took this whole scene in, and for no reason her heart flustered. "Old E, taking these gold bars. What are you going to do? Don't concern yourself with this matter. I have my own use for them." Seeing she still wanted to press, Yi Zhonghai impatiently turned over. "It's late, sleep." One sentence blocked off all further words. But First Aunt, who'd lived with him for decades, how could she not guess? This meant he was about to get serious and do something big. Her heart flustered even more. But what use was fluster? All these years, whenever it was something Yi Zhonghai was dead set on doing, she never had any part in interjecting. Just like back then, when he insisted on withholding He Yuzhu and Yushui's living expenses, and those letters he Da Qing had sent. She'd advised against it. Useless. First Aunt sighed helplessly and lay down beside her husband. But she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep no matter what, always with a premonition in her heart that something big was about to happen. And all of this I knew nothing about, because at this hour, I was doing something 10,000 times more important than all their scheming. Once again, midnight 12 o'clock. My consciousness sank into my mind, and that stone door slowly opened before my eyes. The hunting space had arrived. The moment I stepped in, my first thing was to scan the whole area, searching for that legendary boss. Too bad, tonight there was still no trace of it. Fine, no loss. I drew the bow and knocked an arrow, my movements flowing like clouds in water. 15 pheasants and rabbits, 5 wild mountain goats. 1 arrow each, clean and neat, all stored into the portable warehouse. The moment the prey went into storage, my heart felt so grounded. You in the courtyard rack your brains scheming against me, pulling out gold bars, setting vicious schemes. And me, in the span of one sleep, that's a warehouse of prey. This is the gap. The next day, I didn't laze in bed. I got up punctually before work, finished washing up, pushed out my precious bicycle, and went out the door. The moment I pushed the bike out, the whole courtyard went silent. Pairs of eyes were fixed uniformly on my bicycle, red enough to drip blood. That gaze wished it could rush up on the spot and snatch the bike back home. Too bad. Wishing, that was their freedom. Acting on it, they didn't have that guts. Even the most shrewish widow Jia only dared to hide in the corner and curse a couple of low words, and not a single one dared come forward to court a snub. Those two beatings yesterday, it seemed, had really beaten them into submission. But this pack of beasts was rather united in spirit. From beginning to end, not a single one greeted me, plainly wanting to isolate me. Isolate me? I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter. Isn't it just not interacting with this bunch in the courtyard? I even resented them for dirtying my eyes. I swept them a disdainful glance and pushed the bike off. Just then, I ran into Su Damao, pushing his bicycle out from the back courtyard. Before I could open my mouth, he saw my bike first. Zhang Cheng, wait for me. Let's go together. I stopped my steps, waiting for him to catch up. Seeing the projection equipment tied to his rear rack, I understood. Today he was going to the countryside to screen movies. Huh, you kid or something. Just one day out of sight, and you've even got a bicycle. Where'd it come from? He clicked his tongue in amazement. No good. This is a big item. We've got to celebrate. When I get back from the countryside, I'll bring some good stuff, and us brothers will have a good drink. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. The moment the words fell, my peripheral vision swept over. The whole courtyard of people had all pricked up their ears, eavesdropping with great gusto. Fine. Since you all want to know so badly, then I'll grant your wish. A thought of teasing this pack of beasts spontaneously arose. Won't chat more, Damao. I've got to rush to the steel rolling mill for work. I paused, deliberately raising my voice. Section Chief Huang is still waiting for me. Boom. This one sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding across the whole courtyard. Faces instantly froze, contorted, lost color. That scene a ghost look of shock was 10 times more marvelous than when they'd just seen I had a bicycle. Satisfying. What? Zhang Chengyu? You've become a worker at the steel rolling mill? When did this happen? How do I not know? Su Daomao was dumbfounded too. Haha, yesterday's business. I waved my hand lightly, breezy as drifting clouds. It's a long story. We'll chat in detail when you're back. I'll head off first. Leaving a whole courtyard of petrified people, I pushed the bike and, without turning my head, went out of the middle courtyard. This bunch who yesterday had still been waiting to watch me make a fool of myself, hoping I'd starve to death. Today, all became backdrop props beneath my feet. Just as I reached the front courtyard, I saw Yen Bugue already waiting there. A face piled with smiles, smiling so much it gave me goosebumps all over. That, Zhang Cheng, off to work are you? Though I didn't understand what fit he was throwing, I saw through it at a glance. A weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, no good farts held back in his belly for sure. I'd meant to treat him as air and directly go around him. But he thick-skinly leaned in again. Zhang Cheng, in the past it was your third uncle's fault. I didn't help you with anything. You see, you're big-hearted and magnanimous, so just forgive third uncle this once, all right? Hearing this, my heart actually stirred slightly. If I could really ease the relationship with him a bit, it wasn't a bad thing. At least in this courtyard, I'd have one fewer enemy watching to stab a knife in my back. Only he didn't know, and I knew even less. At this moment, as he piled on smiles begging my forgiveness, those 5 gold bars in the back courtyard, and that airless killing scheme, were pressing toward me step by step. The waters in this courtyard were deeper than anyone imagined. This Yin Bugue, though he too was among the ranks of the courtyard's beasts, compared to a piece of goods like Yi Zhonghai, could barely count as half a good person. He was stingy and loved to scheme, that was true, but he at least had never taken a life. Unlike Yi Zhonghai. In the original story, he flat out forced He Yuzhu until, in old age, he froze to death under a bridge arch, without even someone to see him off. Thinking of this, that scale in my heart had its bearing. Of course, on the strength of one soft word from him, I wouldn't immediately let the feud go either. I had to test him, see whether this goodwill was sincere or whether he was holding back some scheme again. So I didn't rush to nod, but I didn't seal off my words either, leaving him a crack. Third uncle, forgive or not, we'll talk when there's time. But I'll lay it out here. I don't want to be all enemies in this courtyard either. If you can match your words with deeds, I can consider getting a bit closer with you. After saying this, I couldn't be bothered to look at his depressed face again, went around him, and out the courtyard gate. Flipping onto the bike, out of the city, heading straight for that big mountain outside Qin family village. Only this time my luck was far from as good as yesterday. I felt my way as usual to the old spot where I'd met the wild boars yesterday, but the forest was cold and desolate, not a few living things to be seen for a long while. Busying about for half the day, my portable warehouse had only 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit lying in it. As for that pack of wolves yesterday, not even a shadow to be seen. Presumably they'd gone off to forage somewhere farther away. And just as I was turning over the mountains searching for prey, over at the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai did a rare thing. He took a whole day of leave. Taking leave wasn't for anything else. It was to deal with me. Carrying those 5 gold bars against his chest, Yi Zhonghai, following the address the deaf old lady had given, felt his way to his single-family, 2-section courtyard with its own separate gate. Here, he met the person he was looking for. It was a robust old man of around 50. Years of martial arts practice, plus eating well, made him look even younger than the just over 40 Yi Zhonghai, his whole body radiating vigor and spirit. The old man sat steadily in a Grand Master's armchair. Yi Zhonghai, meanwhile, stood like a grandson 2 meters away, head lowered, not daring even a straight glance. "You say, the deaf old lady sent you to find me?" Replying to Third Master, "Precisely so. The deaf old lady had me come to beg Third Master's help." Saying this, Yi Zhonghai fished out that bundle of gold bars, respectfully stepped forward, gently set it on the tea table, then hurriedly retreated. "Third Master, these are 5 gold bars. Count them as payment for the job. Please kindly accept them." Third Master didn't even glance at that bundle of gold bars. He only kept his head lowered, the fingers of his right hand tapping neither lightly nor heavily on the handguard. Tap, tap, tap. That sound was like a drumbeat, striking Yi Zhonghai's heart one blow at a time. He was so nervous his mouth went dry, cold sweat pouring out, terrified this Third Master would covet the gold bars and offhandedly finish him off along with them. This sort of thing was nothing new before liberation. Third Master worked the underworld. The blood on his hands, who could count it? After who knew how long, the tapping stopped. Third Master lifted his head, looking at the stiffly restrained Yi Zhonghai. "Good. This piece of business of yours, I'll take it. Speak. Who's the person you want me to finish off? What's his name? What does he do?" The more detailed the info, the more effort saved in finishing him off. The moment he heard it accepted, Yi Zhonghai's heart leaped with joy, and like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, he spilled all my details clean. Finally, gritting his back molars, he spoke his demand. "Third Master, I want you to break that kid's arms and legs, all of them. Leave him crippled at home, and that'll do." Third Master swept him a contemptuous glance. In his heart, he was already clear as a mirror. Having worked the underworld for decades, what secret scheme hadn't he seen? Just from these few sentences of Yi Zhonghai's, he'd guessed through it. This piece of goods wanted to cripple me, scheming for that house of my family's. My parents were gone, single household, just me alone. The moment I was crippled, that house would fall logically and naturally into his, Yi Zhonghai's, pocket, wouldn't it? The reason Third Master despised him wasn't for anything else. It was that he couldn't stand this kind of hypocrite with one face to your front and another behind your back. Those who worked the underworld hated this kind most. "Good, no problem. Didn't you say that kid went out of the city to hunt? Rest assured, I'll send men out of the city right now to block him on his road back into the city. We'll use robbery as the pretext and ruin his arms and legs." Yi Zhonghai was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Only when he truly saw that Third Master had no fondness for him did he sheepishly take his leave. The moment he stepped out the courtyard gate, he was startled to realize his back was already soaked through. The September cool breeze blew, and he shivered. Glancing back at that tightly shut gate, his heart still lingering with fear, he secretly swore. From now on, if he could avoid coming to find this Third Master, he wouldn't come. But of Third Master's ability, he didn't doubt a single bit. Working the 49 city for so many years, how could he not have heard of Third Master's fearsome reputation? It was said Third Master kept several dozen desperados under his command, every one ruthless and vicious, and all knowing a few moves of hand-to-hand combat. Pull out anyone at random, and each could take down 3 or 4 silly Jews. Such fierce characters, Third Master had sent 5 in one breath. Yi Zhonghai didn't believe that I, Zhang Cheng, no matter how well I could fight, could beat 5 skilled hands at once. 2 fists can't match 4 hands. Was this idiom invented for nothing? In his calculations, my arms and legs were as good as broken. As long as I was crippled, paralyzed in bed, unable to move, in no more than a few days I'd starve to death alive. By then, once I was dead, his revenge would be taken. My family's house could be given to Jia Dongxiu. Even that work post of mine at the steel rolling mill, he'd set his sights on. Sell it for money, or stuff it to Qin Huairu. Either way, it was an enormous benefit. Thinking to the pleased part, a smile long unseen surfaced on Yi Zhonghai's face. Humming a little peaking opera tune, swaying back and forth, he returned to the courtyard. Entering, he first hurried to the back courtyard and reported the matter in full detail to the deaf old lady. After the old woman heard, she too smiled with satisfaction. Only that smile, hanging on her seemingly kindly old face, was chilling to the bone. And on my end, I'd been roaming around the mountains for a whole morning. The take was still meager, altogether just 5 pheasants and 3 rabbits. But roaming around blindly for half a day wasn't entirely without benefit. I glanced at my status. The leveling experience was already past halfway, accumulated to 273 points. Fine, better than nothing. I lit a fire on the spot, roasted a rabbit to fill my belly, dawdled on the mountain until 3 in the afternoon, then shouldered my bow and arrows and headed down. After descending, I took out the bicycle and loaded the prey onto it all at once, except for the 3 piglets I was keeping. This time I'd come prepared. Tied to the bike's rear rack was a basket I'd specially bought, made to fit the 28 bar. Don't underestimate this unremarkable thing. With it, the 28 bar's load capacity was truly brought into play. Several hundred pounds? Easy as could be. As long as a person could pedal it, there was no problem at all. So, I piled the prey up until it heaped over. 19 pheasants, 18 rabbits, 6 wild mountain goats, plus 1 sow. Packed full, I rode onto the highway. And just as I was nearly reaching the city outskirts, I saw from afar. At the roadside were 5 people, some squatting, some standing, watching there. I had a sharp eye. At one glance, I spotted the long strip objects wrapped in newspaper clutched in each of their hands. I instantly had a count in my heart. These few weren't good sorts, most likely highwaymen. Guessing was guessing, but I had not the slightest intention to stop the bike. The highly skilled are bold. I pedaled steadily forward as usual. Only, I'd secretly already drawn my string taut. If these 5 really dared to rob, then don't blame me for giving them a good welcome. Sure enough, just as I was a dozen or so meters from them, those 5 also spotted me, and that heaping pile of prey on my bike. With a swoosh, the 5 stood up in unison, spread across in a line, blocking the whole highway dead tight. Shaking out the newspapers, revealing the short clubs and hacking knives within, pointing straight at me, barking the order for me to stop the bike. I'd long been prepared. Turning the handlebar, without a word, I rode into that sparse woods at the roadside. The 5 were first stunned, then greatly delighted. They thought I knew what was good for me and had proactively bored into the spot they'd chosen in advance for the deed. Little did they know, that was the graveyard I'd chosen for them. Hollering, they chased into the woods, only to see I'd already leaned the bicycle against a big tree and stood steadily on the ground, waiting for them. These 5, accustomed to bullying people, didn't put a green kid like me in their eyes at all. Seeing I was somewhat prepared, they didn't take it seriously either, and with practiced movements surrounded me in a tight ring. Surrounded in the middle by 5 people, my face held not a trace of panic. I only unhurriedly drew that hunter's short blade from my waist. Cold light flashed. Brothers, my tone as bland as making small talk. Planning to rob, are you? The man at the head raised an eyebrow, showing a bit of surprise. Rob, I say, fellow, aren't you looking down on us brothers a bit too much? That bit of chump change from robbing. Us brothers don't even fancy it. But, you kid are an exception. He clicked his tongue twice, greed showing in his eyes. Really never expected, in less than a day, you alone hunted this much prey. Then us brothers will reluctantly accept it. I was stunned, but my mind turned fast, and I instantly savored out the flavor. You're from the underworld? What? Someone paid you to come kill me off. The man at the head was again taken aback, then sized me up in surprise. Huh, never thought you kid were quite clever. Really cripple you, and it'd be a bit of a pity. But, who told you kid your luck's no good? Saying this, as if only just remembering, he added another line. Oh right, forgot to ask you. You kid, are you called Zhang Cheng, working at the steel rolling mill? Confirmed, solid as iron. These 5 were bought by someone specially to block me. I couldn't be bothered to hide it, and simply nodded readily. Right, I'm Zhang Cheng, purchasing agent at the steel rolling mill. The moment the words fell, the man no longer hesitated, and the knife-holding hand pointed at me. Get him. Thoroughly ruined this kid's 4 limbs. If he's not obedient, send him straight to see King Yama. Ruin my 4 limbs. Not obedient, and want my life too? That ball of fire in my heart, with a whoosh, surged right up. Originally, I'd still been thinking of dealing with a person by their own methods, politely breaking you 5's arms and legs, giving a lesson, and calling it done. But now, I no longer thought that way. Since you've come for my life, then don't blame me. A life for a life, I'll turn around and slaughter you. The short blade spun a beautiful knife flourish in my hand, and I curled the corner of my mouth. 5 is it?